Ho ho, etc. And let me welcome you back to reality after the hopefully satisfactory completion of your respective annual rituals. Personally, I consumed roughly my weight in chocolate and crashed like a hypothetical blowjob-powered motorbike, so now I'm ready to face the new year. And the best way to face the new year is arse first, with eyes drunkenly half-focused on the year just past. Rather than going through my tissue-thin awards charade this year, I thought I'd just cut to the chase and give my top 5 and my bottom 5 of 2010, almost like a real critic. You'll know when I switch from one to the other, because during the top 5 I'll speak with breathless enthusiasm like I've cornered you at the buffet table at the most excruciating party of your life. And then when I'm doing my bottom 5, my voice will drop in pitch and become filled with disgust, like my sandwich just farted in my mouth. My number 5 best game may come as a surprise in that it's on the Casplar, but I feel restricting the top list to the overpriced AAA Unreal Engine dummy box and EB games for the entire 6 months before release Big Boys Club would send the wrong message to the bloated, uncreative technocrat design committees that control the industry. Sorry, wrong voice. Top 5, enthusiasm rapture. So number 5 is Limbo from Playdead Studios, a short but stark physics platformer as genuinely unnerving as Eastern European animation, and best analogized as Little Big Planet visualized by a suicidal depressive. Appropriately, number 5 on my bottom list is a product of the very bloated, uncreative Big Boys Club I railed against mere sentences ago, namely BioShock 2. It had one gunshot wound to the kneecap even before it left the gate, being a hasty sequel to a game that had no opening nor need for a sequel, and proceeded only to stumble through incomprehensibility, with its only bright moments being its occasional resemblance to its infinitely better predecessor. At least it didn't have the pipe dream minigame, but that's like saying at least my horse costs less to feed now that it's dead. Getting back to happy, enthusiastic Smiley Town, number 4 is counterintuitively another dismal, traumatizing experience, Amnesia: The Dark Descent. In the mainstream industry where survival horror now means action-adventure wherein monsters from the back page of H.R. Geiger's teenage sketch diary do the Charleston under neon disco lighting, Amnesia showed everyone how horror is done. Unspeakable monstrosities half glimpsed out of the corner of the eye, no means of self-defense besides a sprint function, and dolphin unsafe tuner occasionally extruding from the walls. From the far, far, far other end of the spectrum comes my 4th worst game of 2010, Final Fantasy XIII, a game to which subtlety is as alien a concept as smart casual. The message Square Enix now seem to be bringing across is, we just want to make films. How much more gameplay do we need to remove before you'll figure that out? We've pared it down to the point where all you do is clop down linear hallways and let AI subroutines do the combat for you. Now stop expecting us to make games so we can remake Spirits Within. But you just can't take the hint and stop buying Final Fantasy, can you, you cruel bastards? Back in the top 5, the prevalence of indie games so far may make you wonder if I've become so pretentious that I won't give the time of day to anything that costs more to make than an egg and cress sandwich, but that changes with number 3, Red Dead Redemption. Rockstar's Old West Odyssey might have suffered a little from a bit of kitchen sink approach to gameplay, a kitchen sink full of brown washing up, but overall was like throwing yourself onto a mattress made of soft meringue, unstructured but oddly satisfying, and now you can play it with zombies in, which still baffles me. Do you get a tax break if you make a zombie game or something? The 3rd worst game of 2010 demonstrates that there is no once profitable franchise so dead that you cannot jump on its stomach and sell whatever liquids come out of its nose, The Force Unleashed 2. With Star Wars almost at the point where putting its name on your product might actually reduce sales, the last thing it needed was this, a game both exhaustively padded and insultingly short, and therefore must have been entirely developed over a bank holiday weekend. With an inconsequential plot in which characters desperately try to out-emote a Christmas pudding, I'd call it the last nail in Star Wars' coffin, but we won't even be able to put the lid on before people stop queuing up to rape its corpse. Just to make me a hypocrite, my 2nd best game of 2010 is a zombie game, or rather the zombie game, Dead Rising 2. Ironing out Dead Rising 1's sizable wrinkles of unreasonable difficulty and AI on the level of a bucket of retarded pies, Rising 2 is on one level a uniquely colourful take on sandbox gameplay, and on another a game in which you plough through crowds of squishy antagonists with many varieties of sharp things on the ends of sticks. It is rather dumb fun, but dumb people are a great laugh to have around because you can make them eat bugs and touch fences that you suspect might be electrified. Now if I were doing mock awards this year, number 2 in my bottom 5 would win the Farting the Moonlight Sonata award for desecration of classics. I mean none other than the execrable Metroid Other M. Team Ninja gave Samus Aran a voice just so she could simper at all the boys. Making Metroid heavily story-based was the first mistake, and mistakes 2 through 75 all involved turning one of gaming's toughest female icons into a shrieking mimsy in a submissive relationship with a bellend in a fancy cap, which perhaps could have eventually been overlooked, but the gameplay was just kinda shit. And so we move to number 1, my game of the year. There were no completely faultless games in 2010, least of all this one, but after 3 years of a new game every single week, riding the game criticism rails like the shoutiest hobo, my attention span has degraded to the point that there were only 2 games this year that I wanted to keep playing after I'd reviewed them. Dead Rising 2 was one, and the other, stalling tactic, was Just Cause 2, an almost Garry's Mod-like bundle of free-roaming fun tied up in a loose but still involving gameplay structure in a world about twice the size of the entire universe. Any criticism I might have given it is drowned out by the terrified scream of an enemy soldier with one leg tied to a Harrier jet. But to the yin must come the yang, to the cream must come the cheese, to the giddy high of new love must come irritable bowel syndrome. The worst game of the year, a game less substantial than a fart in a lift but no less unpleasant for those caught in its wafting cage, a game that killed its franchise so thoroughly that the only acceptable sequel sequel would be a box containing nothing but an apology letter and some chocolates. I refer, of course, to Halo Reach. Burned you going for a second there, didn't I? Actually, it's Fable 3. Burned again! No, seriously now, a game I found literally as headache-inducingly unpleasant as impacted wisdom teeth surgery in the middle of a rave. Step forward, Kane and Lynch 2 Dog Days. Step onto your first place podium, then put a rope around your neck so we can kick it away. Like a drunken concert goer guffawingly yelling for Freebird, a video on World of Warcraft has oft been requested of me, and like the struggling guitarist of raising a hilarious middle finger while making a mental note to attempt suicide later in the evening, I have resisted. How exactly does one review an entity like World of Warcraft? Do you go by its entertainment value as a game or its fucking body count? Because factoring in lost man hours and all those dead neglected children, it's got to be roughly up there with a fairly major natural disaster. But the release of the Cataclysm expansion seems like an obvious time for a retrospective, in that I firmly believe it is the reason absolutely fuck all else came out in December. Actually, that's not true. There was Tron Evolution and Mario All-Stars. Oh well, do they know it's Christmas time? So World of Warcraft, also known as WoW, as in wow, I can't believe it's been that long since I last had a wash. Over the Christmas period, I decided to use my annual small injection of free time to level a character as far as I could, and you little motherfuckers better appreciate this, because hanging yourself on Christmas Day is slightly less depressing than spending it playing World of Warcraft. My original intention was to use the time to get up to level 85 and see all the areas, and maybe for an encore I could eat an entire mahogany dining table. In the end, I could only make it to 60, but that would do. That was high enough to acquire a flying mount, so I could fly over low-level Alliance areas and blow raspberries. Because what kind of loser plays Alliance, honestly? Since the Blood Elves joined the Horde, they don't even have the excuse of having the hottest chicks anymore. In theory, anyway. I've always thought it a bit odd that the male orcs, trolls and undead are all hunched, twisted monsters, and the females are all basically just discoloured human hotties with bad dentistry. I mean, come on, trolls have tits. Do they breastfeed their kids while their tusks are coming out? They'd gouge out their fucking lungs. I may have given some subtle hints in the past that I've played WoW before. Subtle hints such as an entire fucking book, published by Dark Horse, available on Amazon. Buy now, beat the rush. Way before all your newfangled burning crotch saids and Wraths of the Bitch Queen, I levelled an undead mage up to level 58 in vanilla caffeine-free World of Warcraft over the course of about 3 months, during which I was about as productive as a dead dog nailed to an armchair. So now would be a good time to see how many changes have occurred. Quite a few. You'd almost think there'd been a cataclysm of some description. There's a jungle in South Barrens that wasn't there before. The Thousand Needles appear to have pissed themselves, and lest we forget, there are 2 new races to play as. Goblins, hauntingly reminiscent of the Ferengi from Star Trek, right down to the huge ears, but then what doesn't have huge ears in this fucking game? Our technocratic profiteers who get to start off driving rocket cars around a steampunk funland, while the Worgen are big hairy cockneys who get to run around one of World of Warcraft's 93 forests. Honestly, fuck the Alliance. So I set off as a goblin mage because I was a mage before. It's a good class for soloists. Half your spells are for destroying people from the next town over, and the other half are apologising and running away. There have been a lot of changes to mage spells. You no longer have to buy the latest models every few levels like they're developed by Apple, and there's a new spell you get around level 50 called Mirror Image, which might as well be called Reap On Ye Fucking Reaper Man. It spawns 3 copies of you that all do magic, and enemies always attack them instead of you. With this armament, I could embark on elite quests intended for parties of 3 and fashion the boss monsters into stylish clogs. That possible balance issue aside, I do think WoW is a well-designed game. It wouldn't have systematically murdered all its competitors otherwise. The colourful cartoonish visual style has aged quite well, and Cataclysm brought further improvement by removing a lot of the piss-taking quests that ask you to gather 20 of something that are only dropped by one bloke 3% of the time, and replacing them with quests where you ride around in a van solving mysteries. Having said all that, World of Warcraft is completely evil. Let me tell you a story. I like how the fast travel network has you ride flying monsters between destinations. It helps the world open up somewhat and makes me feel like I'm in a never-ending story. And it also means I can alt-tab out and have a quick jerk-off if I get bored. But on one occasion, when I alt-tabbed back, the land was wreathed in flames and I'd received an achievement for being killed by Deathwing, who is apparently some big shot around these parts. Whereupon my guildmates congratulated me, and that's what struck me as odd. Were they perhaps saying, wow, you just got murdered in a way that breaks up the monotony of our utterly pointless existence. You're so lucky. But then I caught the two-faced bastards congratulating someone in the same way for getting one of those baby's first achievements. You know, complete 3 quests without falling off a chair and breaking your spine. And I realised that typing grats upon seeing the word achievement is just another programmed response, because that's what WoW does. It programs you. After just a few weeks, the vibrant swoosh of the level up sound was as fulfilling to me as my child's first word. I wasn't even reading the quest descriptions anymore. Last time I stopped playing because there were no more lands to see. This time I stopped because as I flew higher and higher on my new mount and could see to the edge of the shitty draw distance, I saw the last few weeks of my life unfold beneath me. Go here, keep running around killing the palette swaps du jour until they give you a permission slip for the next valley of palette swaps. I got out while I still could, and anyone who wants to bring up endgame content can feel free to suck an orc's willy. I asked someone who raids, why do you raid? To get the best items, they said. What do you use the best items for? I asked. To which they could only answer, to raid with. But it's not about items, is it? You don't honestly care if your new crystal nether sword is going to clash with your elite boss clogs. It's about the numbers. You want the items with the best numbers, so you can use your numbers to decrease the enemy numbers until your numbers are the best in the land, and all the other guilds flock to regard your numbers with jealous awe. And before you argue that lots of games are about numbers when you get down to it, no one ever ruined their lives to get 100% items in Super Metroid. It's okay, publishers. WoW Cataclysm is out now. You can come out from behind the sofa. No? Alright, well while I try to lure them out with a saucer of milk and some hot IP, let's talk about a game from last year I never got around to, if only to stop people plobbing on about it. The fact that Fable has a large following is like the existence of the appendix of the biological compulsion to have 18 kids that's exclusive to rednecks. It's one of the little things about humanity I find completely incomprehensible. Okay, it's fairly unique, but then so is an asbestos and bacon sandwich. Okay, it's a reliable meal ticket for every out-of-work comedic voice actor in the United Kingdom, but Fable as a gaming property is just not very good. I suspect mainly its support comes from it being Xbox exclusive, because fanboys will angrily defend aggressive wasps if they're exclusively nested inside Xbox casings. So, in Fable 3, you are the younger brother or sister of the king of clearly not Victorian England, like Prince William, sort of attractive and popular alternative to the actual heir who everyone thinks is kind of shit. After waking up one morning from a hard night of fucking your dog, you go outside for presumably the first time in 20 years and notice that your brother is a murdering tyrannical despot like a steampunk Ming the Merciless. So off you go on an adventure to build support for a revolution, and I think I've realised what I don't like about Fable. It's essentially fascist. Heroism, rather than a quality anyone can exhibit, is reduced to some kind of inherent biological thing unique to a single genetic line of handsome white people. All the support characters who do the actual organising of the revolution take it as read that you will be king because you're the only one with the king genes, despite being an embarrassing, out-of-touch, mostly silent, privileged fop who fucks his dog. And I'm not even being disingenuous. When you pet your dog, it strongly resembles making out, especially when you dip it and stick your tongue down its throat like you're teaching it dirty dancing. At first I was lukewarm about Fable 3 because it didn't look like much had changed since Fable 2, a half-decent if slightly restrictive story campaign, the same 3 different forms of combat to switch between, and I've got to say I've never played a Fable game where I didn't end up spamming area of effect magic in every battle because enemies always swarm around you like aggressive Xbox-dwelling wasps. And as always, the game devotes large chunks of itself to side things no one asked for. It's not freedom, the Just Cause 2 hookshot or the portal gun. These mechanics offer freedom. The ability to marry random NPCs is just fannying about. It flummoxes me how Peter Molyneux persistently thinks anyone could seriously value one random NPC over the others when the extent of all their personalities is going boo when you overcharge at the shops you own, or yay because you danced around whistling like a retard. Actually, they've grown in sophistication somewhat in that now individuals would only become your friend if you go on a little fetch quest for them, because I remember thinking in Fable 2 what this relationship bullshit really needs is even less motivation to do it. But then something weird happens. I thought the game would end when the evil king was overthrown, but when the revolution batters down his door, he basically says, fine, you be king then. Oh, and by the way, an evil black primordial slime is going to come and slaughter us all 1 year from now. Toodly-you. Then Fable 3 turns into Sim City meets the Sword of Damocles. You're given a number of decisions to make as ruler and must choose whether to continue your brother's evil policies in order to raise the arbitrary sum of 6 million gold coins required to fight off the black goo after the year's up, or blow the entire treasury on making the lives of your citizens happy if short, the Logan's Run option. Ooh, thought I, an unexpected twist, an actual moral dilemma, gold star, Peter. But no, the moral dilemma thing falls down because your decisions are still referred to as good and evil, even though the evil option is so everyone can still be alive next Christmas. And why can't we keep the evil policies until the Shoggoth has come and gone, then reverse them all? Surely 1 year of hardship is better than 1 year of picnics followed by Armageddon. But no, not an option. Castle Albion was apparently built on a leaking gas main. And what really gets to me is that your character never explains their decisions. Horrors from beyond the veil of time and space are coming to eat us, so shut up seems like a pretty good draw card for a leader to have. At one point you can either drain a lake to mine the valuable resources within and pay for everyone to not die, that's the evil option, or you can leave it because it looks pretty. Lady, unless the natural beauty is outstanding enough to flummox dimensional shamblers, we're going with the option where we don't get Warner's hats by cosmic monstrosities. Good or evil at this stage comes down more to liberal or conservative, and conservative policies I admit can be a bit callous when we're not about to be devoured. There is a third option for kings with working brains. Donate your own money. Now there's 2 ways to make money: busking, a monumentally awful minigame but at the highest level of which your audience toss out money like coins have been linked to bubonic plague, and renting out property. So here was my cunning plan. After busking until my loot strings had severed all my fingers, I bought the most expensive properties and jacked up all the rent. The time leading to the deadline only passes in between story missions, and rented property exists in an alternate space-time continuum that pays out every 5 minutes of real time. So prior to doing the final story mission, I would simply leave the game on overnight with the TV off, lest anyone call me eco-unfriendly, then donate the subsequent mountain of gold to pay for all my nice benevolent decisions. Tee-hee, leadership's easier than I thought. This is what I would have done if the story hadn't suddenly and unexpectedly jumped forward 150 days and gone straight to the final battle. What? If only we'd been more prepared, said one NPC. Yeah, if only the king hadn't slipped into a fucking coma for 5 months and his tenants had paid their fucking rent. Not that it mattered, since after defeating the evil I got the ultra good ending where everyone stands around congratulating my victory and my benevolence. Apparently no one wanted to be the guy to bring up the fact that 3/4 of the population were dead, and the only effect was that in the post-credit sandbox mode the vast majority of random NPCs had simply disappeared. And you know what? I call that a 100% positive result. My non-American viewers, who understand that the world does not consist only of a single nation sailing across an infinite sea of Mexican migrant workers, will no doubt have heard that the water around Brisbane got sick of waiting for people to come hit the beach and decided to bring the party to us. I don't keep up with the news though, so it was only when I emerged blinking from my grotto and saw that the sandbag ferry had visited all the good little shop doorways that I found out that the central business district had flooded. First thought, oh cock, all the nearest game retailers are in the CBD because some retarded pile of cartilage on the town planning department thought it would be a great idea to put 30 EB Games shops within the same 10 square yards. Second thought, oh balls, with humanitarian aid selfishly obstructing the delivery services, I won't be seeing any of my imports anytime soon either. Third thought, oh goody, that means I can go back inside and keep playing Minecraft. Minecraft is becoming as popular among computer nerds as a 6-button wireless mouse with tits, but I hesitate to call it a game, strictly speaking. Alright, there are skeletons in it that you have to wave a sword at until they stop moving, which would normally characterize a game, but that's not what you're there for, in the same way you don't go to the beach to get sand kicked in your face, and you don't go to Glasgow to get your eyes gouged out with broken bottles. No, respectively, you go there to build sandcastles and purchase heroin. Minecraft is a creativity toy that just happens to contain monsters, and frankly I can't think of a better way to improve a creativity toy. It's like an Etch-a-Sketch where every now and again space invaders drop down from above and lefty knob and righty knob have to put aside their differences so that they can live to twiddle another day. Which is an apt comparison because everything in Minecraft certainly looks like it was drawn with an Etch-a-Sketch. My initial experience with Minecraft was, I imagine, similar to many people's. After downloading it to see what all the fuss was about, I was plonked into a Lego representation of rural New Zealand. About all I could figure out to do was punch things, so I punched some flowers. Yeah, eat that, flowers. And you too, patch of dirt. Ooh, now I can pick up the dirt and rearrange it in places. I'm going to make a little pile and leave the flower on top like a mysterious Spanish gentleman. Hey, why's it gotten so dark all of a sudden? What was that rustling sound? Why are my intestines over there now? This is one game where there's officially no shame in looking up the FAQ. A tutorial wouldn't go amiss. See those trees? It would begin by saying. Chop them down with the flat of your hand. Now make a workbench. Now make a pickaxe. Mine some stone and make a better pickaxe. Now find some coal. If Lady Luck consents to smile, you'll find some in a wall somewhere. No, I don't know how you were supposed to figure all this out. And while your workbench is open, make a shovel because the sun's going down and now you're going to dig a big hole and cry in it until the exploding bush monsters go away. It's like their only reason to live is to ruin other people's artwork. There, but for the grace of God go I, Suicide Hedge. So with Fisher-Price Shoggoth scratching at my walls, I decided the sensible level-headed thing to do would be to tunnel down into the centre of the earth. Perhaps there, thought I would find the point to all this. Well, after wearing out more picks than Jimi Hendrix on a caffeine drip, I found a fair amount of iron, enough coal to black up the entire Ku Klux Klan, and 3 lava flows, every single one of which I fell into and lost all my items. Christ, this is like Zelda meets There Will Be Blood. But just before I hit bedrock, I finally found some gold, which I immediately crafted into a sword and armor set. Ha, this'll give a hedge pause for thought before it kamikazes me. But shortly afterwards, I discovered that Minecraft goes for the realistic portrayal of gold in that it's slightly less sturdy than the tinfoil around a baked potato. So that was my net profit from the operation, 50 chests full of rocks, a big fuck-off hole, and some slightly tasteless evening wear. But as I was trying to think of something to do with all these rocks, I noticed a nearby mountain and thought, you know what that's crying out for? A skull fortress, with flaming towers and eyes that weep lava flows because he's depressed by all the kamikaze shrubs. So I started flattening out a nice courtyard, and the next thing I knew, 9 hours had passed and I was picking out wallpaper for the banqueting hall. If I had to give 2 tips for enjoying Minecraft, it would be these. 1, do not rely on fire to clear away forests unless you want your game world to look like the Vietnam War. And 2, give yourself a project. You have to find your own entertainment, whether that be skipping through the wilderness picking flowers or building an 80-foot golden cock and balls. I've heard the Lego comparison before, but it puts me more in mind of a model railway, a hobby you spend hours of every day perfecting and bore everyone to death with, because if you can find just one person to praise it, then it won't feel like such a waste of fucking time. Oh shit, when did I become my dad? Minecraft is still very much a beta, and it seems like there's still a lot of room for improvement. As with the gold example above, the ratio of difficulty to find versus actual usefulness is completely arbitrary for many substances. This is a game where having the resources to bake cakes is a mark of considerable status, and it seems like there's got to be a more efficient way to make brick walls than watching a furnace smelt each individual brick with the speed of a pensioner on a zebra crossing. But then again, part of the appeal of building is the effort required to gather materials. That 80-foot golden cock and balls wouldn't be so satisfyingly turgid if it weren't for the entire continent you had to turn upside down to find all the ore. And that's what sets it apart from other creativity toys like Gary's Mod. If you can just clap your hands and summon 50 explosive barrels to pile ragdolls around, then the spectacle is as fulfilling as eating your own snot. Minecraft is a responsible parent. It knows you'll swiftly get bored of your golden cock and balls if it just gives you one, so it pays you $5 a week to wash its car so you can save up and gain an appreciation for value, and when you finally have your golden cock and balls, you'll love it all the more, until Minecraft sends the suicide shrubs to demolish it, because you also need to learn that sometimes life will just shit on you, as it will when your boss finds out what you spent your entire workday on. What's this? Some actual game releases in 2011? Fucking finally! Well, a release anyway, a 2D platformer on the Wii. Jeez, don't all crowd in at once, guys. Known as A Shadow's Tale in the Blimey Governor Chips and Gravy Bangers and Chimney Sweet God Bless Your Mom UK, Lost in Shadow in the Yeehaw Big Mac and Fries Pumpkin Pie Bay of Pigs Invasion US, and in Crikey Stone the Crow's Kangaroo Anzac Biscuits Australia, it's known known as, when the hell are they going to release this fucking game, Cobber? I know we're a bit out of the way, but we are the world's biggest island nation. It's not like we're hard to spot on a map. I had to import it from the UK and it showed up all smelling of chip fat and xenophobia. Not that I'm bitter or anything, but when the nuclear holocaust brings down Western civilization and Australia survives by virtue of being largely self-sufficient and in a position of little strategic value, I am so not sending you any of my meat pie floater. But I digress. A Shadow's Tale, I'm going to keep calling it A Shadow's Tale because fuck America for wanting to be different and special all the time, opens with a rather sickly young fellow hanging out on top of a tower that resembles a steampunk version of the Half-Life 2 Citadel. Then Darth Vader shows up and swings a magic sword vaguely in the boy's direction that cuts his shadow off. Then he grabs the shadow and throws it off the tower in a series of gestures that would to an outside observer look like he was either practicing the Yorick speech from Hamlet or angrily shaking his fist at a defiant cloud. Anyway, later in the plot it transpires that the shadows of this lad are being sent to combat a hideous shadow monster that beguiles the tower, although no explanation is given for why they can't just shine a big flashlight at it. Or if that's not an option, why they don't send the shadows of, say, Sylvester Stallone holding a big gun. But I guess Darth Vader's hands are tied. When you're making a bleak arty 2D platformer these days, the protagonist has to be a small innocent child. It's some kind of law. In one of my written columns, that's right, I do other things during the week, I made the point that the easiest way to get critically acclaimed is to make a game about a small child losing their innocence in a bleak, frightening, uncaring world much bigger than them, because this is the permanent mental state of most adult male nerds in any situation more sociable than jerking off with a hand puppet. The example of this subgenre, as in what you doing with that hand puppet, would be ICO, also known as ICO if you're wrong, and it seems the developers of Lost in a Shadow's Tale agreed because the atmosphere is extremely reminiscent of that game, as well as the sound design, character design, monster design, environment design, color scheme, and well, frankly, they might as well have called it ICO 2. We forgot how to make good games. With the main character being literally a shadow, the other obvious comparison for me is Limbo, but while Limbo was a harrowing walk through a dark forest hand in hand with an unpleasant smelling man breathing loudly through his nose, Shadows Whatever is more like a walk down a very long corridor hand in hand with a very boring man who occasionally stops to spit in your face. Now, everyone knows the Wii isn't exactly the unseatable emperor of graphics hardware, but a 2D platformer shouldn't put too much of a strain upon the Wii's brittle mongoloid bones. With that in mind, why does this game look like absolute arse? One would think that a game about a shadow, navigating exclusively on shadows, swinging the shadow of a sword at shadow monsters, would have high-quality shadows, but for the most part we appear to be controlling the shadow of King Graham circa 1984. Hey, our shadows look like Duplo recreations of swarms of bees. Oh, so they do. I know, let's put a semi-transparent cloud image over the whole screen for the entirety of gameplay. But won't that also look like arse? Yes, but criticism is easier to deal with if it's thinly spread. The trouble with shadows is that they're not exactly what you'd call stimulating to look at. Even something as agreeable as a perfectly proportioned booby in shadow just looks like a bumblebee sitting on a grapefruit. While the foreground varies, the game demands that our attention be focused exclusively on the shadows, and it would be hard to find a more appropriate use for the word monotone. It's that particular brand of puzzle platformer where every puzzle is this. You can go left or right. You went left? Aha! A wall! You fell into my clever trap. You had to go right first and pull a lever that opens up the wall on the left. Didn't you even know that, Mr. Thicky Wing Wong? Not really a puzzle, strictly speaking, is it? It's more like being a slightly lost mailroom clerk. There are some rather disquietingly designed shadows of monsters that like nothing better than ruining your day, and dodging their attacks is rather awkward because your guy is probably getting a lot of inertia from that absurdly overlarge sword and needs a second or two's notice before he can change direction. Also, as overlarge as the sword is, it's slightly shorter than you think it is, so make sure you're close enough to lovingly bury your face in the monster's armpit sweat before you start hacking away. There are some puzzle mechanics that use the shadow thing quite interestingly, such as the ability to bat at a light source like a bored cat, changing positions of shadows and therefore platforms, but every new mechanic is tortuously withheld from you like a little sparkly fish dangled out of reach of a mesmerized cat until you've spent umpteen samey boring levels mastering the last one. One late game mechanic is magic archways that let you temporarily turn back into a physical object, but I'd noted several of those archways on various levels before you acquire this power. Oh, you're going to make me backtrack, aren't you, you little bastard? Sure enough, after however many samey boring levels it took to get to the top of the tower, I then had to go back through some samey boring tedious levels to gather some items to open up another set of samey boring tedious interminable levels, which I thought would be the end, but then some more samey boring tedious interminable prosaic levels started up, and even reading this sentence is becoming samey boring tedious interminable prosaic, and when does this fucking game end? There are many ways to analyze a game, but uttering that sentence aloud never shines a positive light. It's a cute idea, but it'd better suit a short concept game like Limbo. It's way too long and I gave up on it, abandoning forever an innocent child to a hostile, unforgiving land. Sometimes I still hear him crying late at night. He sounds exactly like a malfunctioning air conditioner. In case you were wondering, because I certainly was, dead space is a physiological term referring to air inhaled by the body that doesn't take part in gas exchange. So for example, when you gasp with delight at the prospect of a new Dead Space game, some of the air you intake will not be absorbed by your alveoli and will be exhaled again when you sigh with irritation because a spindly sausage monster has jumped out of a vent for the 17th time that day. I shot my torch around inside one of those vents once and saw that there were no ways in or out, so either monsters grow in there like a fungus or the monster carefully replaced the cover after climbing inside, perhaps to have a little sleep. Perhaps what I interpreted as a hostile attempt to ambush me was in fact someone waking up in a panic and realizing they're late for work, which makes sense because if they were trying to ambush me, they could at least try hiding inside some other kind of vent once in a while. 3 years after the events of Dead Space 1, Ian M. Vonnegut has taken the standard roots of horror story survivor aftermaths and wound up in the loony bin, still haunted by visions of that one lady he couldn't save, rather than the several hundred people whose corpses he desecrated, the selfish twat. In my review of Dead Space 1, I mocked it for trying to tug my flinty heartstrings by inflicting personal tragedy upon a character with no voice, no personality, and a bucket on their head, which was like trying to make us feel sorry for a flawed lamp because someone knocked it over. Well, Visceral Games took this on board. Isaac now lifts his hat more often than a Victorian gentleman in the lingerie department, and has a voice and a personality. It's just that they're completely generic. Not that I expected him to be voiced by Orson Welles, but I find it hard to coalesce Isaac's bland, predictable responses with the mighty, thunderous figure roaring with triumph as he stomps on a cardboard box. Anyway, necromorphs break loose on the station, and Isaac must discover why. Chances are good it's something to do with those pesky unitologists, the infuriatingly widespread space religion whose central tenets are human unification and unrelenting denial. Another thing about Dead Space Uno I mentioned was that the USG here are the juicy humans yum yum didn't look like it had ever been a nice place to live, and should be thankful all the bloods and corpses have thrown some colour around. That's another thing Dead Space 2 meets head on by setting its first half Bioshock style in a lovely residential area full of colourful, cheerful decor, so it can be extra poignant when the blood gets everywhere, to a rather unrealistic degree unless everyone immediately got a nosebleed the moment the alarm sounded. The thing is though, it seems like the population of Titan Station was about 75% under the age of 12. Maybe life just gets really fucking boring every 9 months or so. Seems like early on for a while you go from one children's bedroom or elementary school to another. It's for poignancy points, obviously. All music boxes singing plaintively to themselves and bloodstained crayon drawings saying I love mummy and being alive. And of course killer children are one of the new monsters. They flock around you like you're the fucking Wiggles, and I'm pleased to report the circular saw weapon is just as overpowered as before, and now all the carpets in Titan Elementary are going to need a lot of fucking shampoo. Since world-shaking innovation has been a bit dry in the games industry lately, Dead Space 2's gameplay is very similar to the first. There's even a level unapologetically copy-pasted from Dead Space 1, perhaps to demonstrate eco-friendliness, and combat still mostly things jumping out going boo, and you congratulating them on their prank by sawing all their arms and legs off. So let's focus on the differences. In Zero Gravity now, instead of leaping from wall to wall like a flying squirrel in body armor, you get to free float around with jetpacks, and I think I've implied before that there are very few situations that can't be improved by jetpacks, except perhaps dense clusters of extremely flammable objects. This leads to one or two of those Space Harrier style minigames where you fly or fall towards something and bank around to avoid the debris coming off it, which is becoming curiously endemic to action games. I remember it being in God of War 3, Shattered Dimensions, Force Unleashed 2, Wet, Wolverine. That's the game Wet and the game Wolverine, not a game about a wet Wolverine. No such thing exists. It seems like there's every reason I should like Dead Space 2. It's horror, it's set in space, which is the best setting besides the land of chocolate lesbians, and now there are jetpacks in it, so why am I still not particularly moist? Well, another thing I said about Dead Space 1 was that it was about as subtle as a clown with his cock out. You start the game, and just when you think it's pacing itself and building the tension a bit, monsters pop out going argle bargle woggle and wiggle their shredded bums under the spotlight. Now, if I were a paranoid man, which I'm not, whatever people have been saying about me, I'd say Dead Space has started deliberately trying to provoke me. The very first thing that happens in Dead Space 2 is a bloke turning into a necromorph, fully illuminated and literally 6 inches away from your face. Then it grabs you by the lapels and screams at you while his eyes pop out. This is the horror equivalent of a small child banging its head on a wall so you pay it attention. Hey, look at me, are you scared yet? What if all the skin rolled off my face? Are you scared now? Ah, doing this really hurts actually. Ah, I currently represent threat in an extremely unspecific way. Ah! Dead Space can startle, but it doesn't horrify me. It pushes the horror so hard that it comes right around and starts being silly. There's no sense of weight to any of the gore. Everyone's about as attached to their limbs as that mountain climber bloke. When a body gets mangled or hacked apart, there's no sense of effort or that the flesh is resisting or even that it hurts much. The necromorphs seem to be able to hack off your knees by brushing past you in a narrow corridor. And do you know how hard it would be to sever a leg by stamping on it? You'd need to wear an ice skate, and even then the bone is going to take a few whacks. And the process by which a human turns into a necromorph is so fast it's meaningless. If it happened over time like Jeff Goldblum in The Fly and they could see and react to it happening, that would have carried emotional weight, but here it's stab, plop, away we go. All of this would be fine in a silly gore game like Resident Evil 4 or Splatterhouse, but Dead Space is trying to be taken seriously. You can't have it both ways, EA. Either stick everyone together with masking tape and dog food, or make evisceration actually mean something. Chopping my pinky finger off in Heavy Rain got to me 1,000,000 times more than anything in Dead Space 2 did, and the guy didn't even pull his own face off. It's one of those great personality gauging questions, isn't it? Do you prefer tits or bums? Sorry, do you prefer Marvel or DC? Or alternatively, do you prefer Marvel or DC or neither because you're not fucking 14? Only kidding, mostly. I read comics. I was quite big into Preacher when I was younger. A serial best summarised by a single moment within it when one of the main characters wipes a retard's bum before shooting him in the face. But I'm not into ongoing comics because to my mind a good story is like a good bowel movement. It's only really satisfying once it's ended. Because if you just keep going, then eventually your body runs out of shit and moves on to pushing all your internal organs out your sphincter until only a foul-smelling shell remains. Anyone who wants to get in on your incredibly long poo gets turned off because they need to have gone through all the poo up to that point to have the necessary context, and this is where the analogy is breaking down somewhat. Of course, one way to give context is to make a tie-in video game, but you do have to make sure it's not a load of old piss whiffle. On that note, DC Universe Online. Just for fun, let's examine the premise as if we don't know who any of these characters characters are. A bunch of poorly dressed motherfuckers have a great big apocalyptic punch-up until only one survives, whereupon aliens invade, so said survivor travels back in time, no they don't say how, put your arm down, and brings a warning to 2 rodeo clowns and a prostitute. Then he does a weird thing that bestows superpowers upon a whole bunch of random civvies, his assumption perhaps being that if the entire world consists of poorly dressed motherfuckers having a punch-up, then perhaps the aliens will just get freaked out and quietly leave. So you must decide whether to be one of the new superheroes or supervillains, because World of Warcraft had a dual faction system, therefore everyone else has to. Not that it's a bad idea, people are less likely to grief each other when they have a clearly defined enemy ripe for the teabagging, but in WoW, the Horde and Alliance are different races and immediately visually separable, whereas here every player is a spandex and belt buckle fashion disaster area until one of them opens fire. So the obvious question when you're proposing a new Mamorpga is, are you fucking insane? WoW picks bigger rivals than you out of its teeth every morning. But once your investor has been talked off the ledge and you've made him understand that it's a superhero Mamorpga and totally different, his next obvious question would be, is it better than City of Heroes? In this race, Detective Comics Universe Online trips at the first hurdle and knocks out a tooth on a hardened cowpat. Character building is nowhere near as extensive. You've got 3 choices for body size. Normal, that is normal for comics, that is a body you can only get from either a few months with a personal trainer or a few hours with a scalpel and a bicycle pump. Large, a build that by rights shouldn't even be able to hail a cab without powderizing its arm bones. Or 12-year-old, in case you want to play as one of them kids sidekicks whose fighter training is always implied to include rigorous bumhole exercise. From there, you decide where your powers come from, which I would have thought would be the same for every superhero. The willing suspension of disbelief. In less broad terms, magic, gadgets, or good breeding. A choice that caused me to raise a question of my own. What's the bat-buggering difference? From a gameplay perspective, I mean. I don't want to pick what I think is a tank setup for my absurdly giant man with shoulder blades like manhole covers and wind up skipping around at the back of the party sprinkling healing fairy dust with my magic pixie wand. So to be safe, I set up 2 diametrically opposed characters, one magical fire-based hero who fights with hand blasts, which is like punching but where you miss, and one gadgety-gadget-based villain with a staff. As in, I picked gadget-based powers, then in the specialization menu, I picked gadgets again. No one could call me a non-committed gadget tourist. The weird thing is, you can pick magic-based powers that specialize in gadgets, or gadget-based powers that specialize in sorcery. Is this one of those things that only makes sense after you've read issue 471 of The Adventures of Captain Indecisive? Anyway, I played both starting missions and tried to figure out what kind of classes I'd randomly picked. In both cases, the answer was the kind of class where you mash the attack button like a lab rat with a food dispenser. So I commenced the workaday activities of Direct Current Universe Online, ergo smacking dudes. Either just in the name of smacking the dudes, or gathering 20 of the things the dudes drop, or so you can use the dude's corpse in some way, and as a reward for all this, then eventually you get to go in an instance, fight some more dudes, and then a big dude at the end. I know this is par for the course, but maybe it wouldn't feel so bloody repetitive if the entire game world had more than 2 environments, a city and another city. And maybe it wouldn't be so bloody irritating if the game didn't auto-target whoever you happen to be looking at, so if you glance idly around while attacking, and you will because it's fucking boring, then whoops, suddenly 2 more dudes have entered the fray. And maybe it wouldn't be so bloody execrable if every dude didn't have about 2 dialogue lines each that they spout with the gusto of a first-year drama student every fucking nanosecond. I thought there has to be more to this game, so I signed up for one of the co-op arenas, and 13 minutes later was brought to an instance with 3 other guys and the instruction, now there are 4 of you, so I guess you won't have any trouble meeting a 100 dude smacking quota. To be honest, I was bored of District of Columbia Universe long before then. My interest valve was first shut off right after the starting mission when I arrived in Metropolis, flew to the highest point I could and thought to myself, yep, that's a city alright. Can I stop playing now? Certain other MMOs that I'm resolved to stop banging on about don't let you fly until level 60 because environments lose a lot of weight when you can fly over them from the start. The actions of petty crims are hard to find significant when you can kill them by dropping pennies on their heads. But what I most dislike about dreary Codswallop Universe Online is that it's less about creating a superhero than it is aping the ones that DC already made up. One of the powers I could unlock as a gadgety gadget villain was Fear Gas. That's Scarecrow's thing. I want to forge my own identity, damn it. There's even a simulation mode where you have to play as an existing character to provide temporary escape from your loser existence. None of the iconic characters are trying to sell themselves, they just sort of stand there for you to admire and occasionally talk like professional wrestlers at stage school. So it's probably intended for fans only, but then again, surely fans are the ones who'd want their own identity so they can introduce their self-insert fanfiction character who arm wrestles Batman and gets into a threesome with Wonder Woman and another Wonder Woman. Do you want to hear something totally unbelievable? Some people say they have difficulty telling whether I recommend a game or not. I know, what morons. Yes, I exaggerate every slightest negative feature regardless of overall quality, but how else will developers learn? It's like Chinese parenting, but less nightmarish. I'll usually give a bit of a general summary towards the end, but I guess people might have trouble concentrating that long when they're mesmerized by the sexy jiggle of the fat rolls on a passing close relative. So in the name of keeping things nice and clear for you touchy sods, let me be as unambiguous as possible in this critique. Mine, Jack, is fucking bad. Don't play it. And if you kindly tell your cousin to go throw on a fucking bathrobe, I will tell you why. Mind Jack, as in don't mind Jack, he was kicked in the head by a horse and that's why he drools everywhere, is the story of a bloke counterintuitively named Jim. Although they don't tell you his name until several hours in, the game starts with Meathead A stalking some lady through an airport for no adequately disclosed reason, but he's talking to Meathead B with a headset, so I guess it's legit. After seeing the lady meet up with someone we'll call Meathead C, Meathead B instructs Meathead A to not interfere, whereupon Meathead A runs up and socks Meathead C in the jaw. Might want to get your audio equipment checked out there, lads. We're never really given context for this. Not long afterwards, when the lady starts demonstrating the ability to hack door locks, Meathead A gets strangely taken aback, considering this is the first thing they teach you at video game support character school, and cries, "Just who the hell are you, lady?" Which I thought quite apposite, although I would have extended the question to every motherfucker in the plot thus far. Anyway, armed police storm the place, and I've no idea why that happens either. One suspects they were simply conjured from the ether when the game realised that gameplay had been going on for about 10 minutes and the plot wasn't going to get us anywhere anytime soon. Meathead A and Vagina Owner then have to go on the run, because if this is the kind of society that calls in the army for a single assault charge, then gunning them all down is definitely not going to earn you the Victoria Cross. It's rare to find a game so blisteringly appalling in its every slightest aspect. It looks like shit. In this day and age, looking like shit is something you really have to work hard at. This is Square Enix, who have built an entire company around making things look their worst for many years, but usually they do that by dressing people like they escaped from some kind of rainbow circus in the future, not by, you know, just looking like shit. The main character's hair looks like someone glued a 3D Magic Eye picture to the back of his head, and the aforesaid lady character I estimate to be around 65 years old. The environments are grey, linear, loveless combat arenas furnished only by chest-high walls like soul-crushing cubicle farms for administrative midgets, and even for video games the voice acting is appalling, which is like being the ugliest bloke at the Andrew Lloyd Webber lookalike contest. When characters converse, I'm all but certain that the actors recorded their lines in different rooms, probably different days, and perhaps on different planes of existence. As you may have already extrapolated, Mind Jack is a linear third-person cover-based shooter. Whoa, leave some innovation for the rest of us, Da Vinci. Cover-based shooting is a little dry and overdone, even if it's perfectly executed, and the only way to perfectly execute Mind Jack would be with the lethal injection. Once you've persuaded little Jimmy Meathead to take cover rather than perform roly-polies in front of the chosen wall, he has a terrible habit of firing into it, and at one point I couldn't see where I was shooting because the ammo counter on the side of the gun was in the way. Can't see the killing for my gun. How philosophical. Not that the enemy side has the advantage. Whatever void the soldiers were conjured from, it doesn't have a good education system. Sitting around in cover is no life for an NPC with big ambitions. They want to see the world. They're constantly moving out of cover, walking slowly around in the open, getting stuck in a wall and jiggling around like a muppet on nitrous oxide. Shooting them feels like I'm ruining someone's zoo exhibit. Perhaps that's why they take away all your weapons between every fucking level, to make it fairer. If the game's feeling generous and you start each level picking up a couple of assault rifles the janitor left lying around, but at all other times you're stuck with the starting pistol, which is the worst gun in the history of warfare because it only works when you recite the 83rd Psalm between every shot. But a game can't just have cover-based shooting, surely, Yahtzee? Well, no. Mind Jack bases itself around a practice counterintuitively called mind hacking. You can convert enemies to your side in battle, but given the AI issues mentioned above, this is like commandeering the short bus. More often than not, my new friends would immediately attempt to sprint to his armed former comrades and start kicking them in the shins. The other big thing is that you can actually astrally project yourself and take over the bodies of allies and civilians, but while possessing a bystander to flank the enemy sounds like a clever strategy, you can outflank the enemy just as well by waiting for them to get distracted by a shiny object. Weirdly, Meaty Jim becomes AI controlled himself while you're out of his body, so you'll want to get back quickly before he attempts to stop bullets with the bridge of his nose, but it does raise the question of whether the player character is actually Jim or some unseen puppet master. At one point another character brings up mind hacking and Jim says, "What's that?" rather than, "You mean the thing I've done about 60 times today alone?" So this may be the twist they're leading up to. I wouldn't know, didn't finish it. I couldn't figure out how to get past a giant robot boss late in the game because I fired 10,000 rockets into it and then I was out of ideas. So I guess Mind Jack defeated me. I hope the victory feels satisfying from the bottom of my waste paper basket. Finally, there is multiplayer. The big boast is that Mind Jack seamlessly marries the warring cousins of single player and multiplayer together at last. How it works is you can join or hack into, if you will, someone else's single player session and take control of the nondescript enemy soldiers, the intention being to attempt to stop the host player from getting any further in the game. Depending on your perspective, this is either a legitimized form of griefing or a heart-swellingly self-sacrificing act of kindness. I don't know, maybe single players would rather just play by themselves without a bunch of yobbos crashing in and messing up the place, and maybe the multiplayers would rather have some kind of identity beyond crashing yobbos 3 and 4. There's often a very good reason why unique ideas have never been tried before. No one's ever made a space capsule out of fudge, but you wouldn't do it because all you get out of it is a bunch of very delicious astronauts. Fantasy always has to be dark these days, doesn't it? It seems like for every fiery dragon and wizard you put in your intellectual property, you've got to have 5 minutes of someone being beaten to death with their own infant to balance the books. Have we become so cynical that we can't even sing Puff the Magic Dragon without adding on a verse where he's tied down and forced to become a reference to drug abuse? I can't remember the last time I saw a wizard casting magic with a fucking smile on his face. It's always a grim, half-hooded scowl of disgust like he's shaking off some stubborn earwax rather than the manifested power of the fire spirits. Ew, I had to fight in a big war because I've got mastery of time and space. Meh, meh. Why don't you magic yourself cheerful, you gloomy spod? That said, a game like Two Worlds 2, in which the main character giggles like a schoolgirl every time they kill someone, maybe a step too far in the other direction. I'll admit I was first attracted to Two Worlds 2 by the title, a title with a rather severe case of we were not expecting to get sequels out of this, so we put a 2 on the title, and now we have to put another 2 on the end and it sounds really weird syndrome, which someone really needs to come up with a shorter name for. I'm not sure if you're supposed to be the same guy from Two Worlds 1, but if you are, then you've undergone a bit of a status downgrade. The game opens in a castle full of fantasy dudes who, not unusually, have all dressed up in armor that is the wearable equivalent of an elderly spinster's kitchen dresser, and your guy shows up wearing what appears to be jeans and a t-shirt. Perhaps he misheard someone and thought he was only going to be helping someone move today rather than... Actually, what the fuck are you people doing? It's something to do with you sitting next to some woman who is apparently your sister while another bloke makes wibbly-wobbly magic stuff float through the air. A bloke who dresses in black armor and calls himself Dark Lord, so presumably has completely stopped giving a shit. Your sister gets possessed by something and then you get rescued by some orcs, so I guess whatever was going on, it wasn't particularly wholesome. But as is fairly typical of Western RPGs, once you actually start playing, the establishing plot gets swiftly dogpiled under a labyrinth of side quests and intermediary objectives, and within a matter of hours I paused to reflect while escorting an old man into a sewer to make a trade with some underground organisation on behalf of a crime lord, so he'll eventually tell me about some tower that the orcs seemed really keen for me to visit, and realised that I'd completely forgotten how any of it related to the overarching possessed Princess Dark Lord motivation, that I still don't get what was going on there. This is always the part of Western RPGs I have difficulty with, because I always lose the sense of flow. After a few quests and a particularly financially ruinous trip to the armour shop, I find myself floating around a peasant village dressed like a dandy cutlery drawer with no smegma-chugging idea of what to do next. And I do try to pay attention to the dialogue, but I keep getting distracted by my character's incredibly evil voice. He sounds like he spent his whole life smoking in the basement of a satanic church. He could be asking directions to the sweet shop as he leads a puppy parade, and you'd still want to call the police and scrub yourself. Rather than letting you pick a character class, 2 takes the Jack the Ripper of all trades route by schooling you in the entry levels of all the available murder techniques and murder support skills, leaving you to level up only the ones you like and let the others decay like sponge cake in an airing cupboard. Your primary murder techniques are melee, bows, or magic. Magic has a complex creation system wherein you combine elemental cards with application cards that seem to work with some elements but not others, so that when you are called upon to commit murder, you can swap out the element for the more specific weaknesses of the potential murder recipient as they bear down on you screaming and swinging somebody's leg around. Okay then, guess it's a melee and bow specialist for me. Incidentally, on the subject of murder support skills, this game has the loudest lockpicking minigame I've ever heard. Seriously, it's like someone's cocking a shotgun to try to intimidate a tumble dryer full of saucepans. In playing 2D Diddly Doo, it soon became clear that there are numerous flaws in its mechanics infrastructure. That is to say, the interface gets on my plums. You assign weapons and items to number keys, which are at best awkward to use in a heated moment because to touch alone, the 5 key is hard to distinguish from the 4, and you can only assign one piece of equipment to each. This proved aggrieving when I wanted to switch back and forth between a bow and a sword and shield combo, because once my vexed arrow recipient runs up wanting to show me where I can stick my pointy things, I reselect my sword, but my shield tearfully reveals that this is a journey I must take alone. I need to go back into my inventory and re-equip the shield, making the quick select function somewhat redundant. It seems like every time I fight something I have to go down a fucking checklist like I'm starting up a helicopter, equip weapon, go into fighting stance, go into sniper mode, select special attack, select target, move to a different spot because the game can't tell that there's a target through that huge weighty cube of empty space that's in the way. Press attack. Whoops, did you forget to go into fighting stance because now you're karate kicking a wall and giving your position away? And if you get ambushed without your weapon equipped, you might as well have your trousers around your ankles. It'd probably be more of an issue if the AI wasn't so thick. If they're not attempting to remember how to phase through invisible walls midway through the final exam, they're standing gormlessly around wondering why they keep painfully sprouting additional narrow wooden limbs. Unless the story somehow reveals itself to be an ironic deconstructionist satire 12 hours in, or the disk drive starts spontaneously disgorging peanut butter M&Ms, I find little to recommend to Why-diddy-diddy-dum-diddy-2. It looks quite nice, or at least it did before I had to reduce the graphics quality sufficiently that it would run on any playable level on my laptop, and even then there was like a quarter-second delay between button and action, like I was sending all my commands via text message. It seems like an earnest attempt at epicness, severely let down by the means by which we are invited to explore it. Your ice cream may be the tastiest in the world, but it's hard to take comfort in that when your spoon is made from a rotting horse's head. About 15 years ago, the biggest problem in shooters was a brazen lack of realism. Look at the Doom Marine, gamers would yell. He glides around at something approximating the land's speed record. It's so unrealistic. My immersion is melting down and dribbling out of my ears. And he can carry 15 heavy weapons on his person without herniating his entire spine. It's so unrealistic. And he has perfect aim without having to ram the butt of his gun up his fucking nostrils. It's so unrealistic. And it's fun. It's so unrealistic in this joyless, painful nightmare existence we share. Thank Christ for companies like Epic, for games like Gears of War that popularise fat space marines trundling between chest-high walls like they're in wheelchairs. But in 2004, a company called People Can Fly shirked modern trends to create Painkiller, a fast, frantic, and shamingly fun evocation of the bygone age, and one of my favourite shooters of all time. Wow, said Epic. You really showed us how it's done, People Can Fly. Why don't you step over here for a second? Come on, don't be shy, we're not going to hurt you. Now, drop the net! Hit them with sticks! Phew, nipped that one in the bud. So now that People Can Fly have been roundly whipped into line, they and Epic Games can bring you Bulletstorm, a game about fat space marines. A small ship full of the chunky bastards bastards are out seeking revenge on the military leader who betrayed them and succeed in downing both him and themselves onto some future equivalent of Butlins that's been taken over by marauding gangs and mutants, and the challenge when analysing the story of Bulletstorm is figuring out just how many litres of piss it's taking. At times, the Central Space Marines are strongly reminiscent of the Republican Space Rangers from GTA 4, all overtly bursting with homoerotic tension and employing the word dick at every opportunity in a rather Freudian way, and the token matchstick thin and probably strong skimpy vest wearing female character who lactates a steady stream of penis envy is probably meant to be a joke, or at least I fucking hope so, but at other times the protagonist's unresolved guilt for the misfortunes of the men under his command is played oddly straight. It makes me wonder how deep the irony hole really goes, and how many of the people involved in development were in on the joke. Bulletstorm is best summarised as the spirit of classic psychotic fun shooters pushed through the filter of modern-style action gaming, which is like forcing a quick and sprightly fox to queue up with the sleepy badgers. So gameplay is a linear series of battlegrounds inspired by the architectural school of Sir Wally McChesthigh, and health regenerates if you suck your thumb behind a tree for a few seconds, but the game creates an air of forced jollity with a lengthy library of fun novelty kills that you can execute to get points for buying guns and ammo. It's rather awkwardly tire-ironed into the plot. You're using a stolen military thing that resupplies soldiers based on their performance in the field, which doesn't explain why it gives you points for killing insects, blowing up advertising robots, and getting drunk, unless the military organisation was sponsored by Bacardi. It's not a complaint, but I do wonder why it feels the need to explain it, and I wonder if that isn't part of the problem, that we can't just cock around without feeling the need to give our cocks backstories. If you cast your mind back to the middle portion of the last sentence, you'll note my use of the phrase part of the problem, and a problem there certainly is. It stems from the game being torn like a flighty broad in a romance novel between the penniless but exciting motorbike riding Painkiller and the dull suit wearing accountant with guaranteed income Gears of War. Like Painkiller, the weapons have all been rather gratifyingly designed to be basically viscerally fun to use. The shotgun sounds like God slamming his car door and is powerful enough to separate a fellow from his entire joy department. Sniper rifle bullets can be carefully guided in slow-mo bulleto vision directly into an enemy's taint, then exploded. There's a gun that basically attaches remotely detonated suicide bomber vests to people, and you're armed with a lasso and a mighty boot to hurl enemies around the battlefield, into spikes, onto fires, and off cliffs. If you can convince yourself that the basic human enemies all resemble your co-workers, in-laws, and probation officers, then you have everything you need to stave off your workplace shooting rampage for another few grim, tortuous days. But the problem with Bulletstorm's spree killer activity playset is that it seems to have been designed for a different game, one more in line with the fast gameplay shooters had before they ate all the pies. The effectiveness of many of the weapon-specific special attacks rely on enemies being grouped closely together, but they never do that. They spread out and hide among cover the moment they arrive on the scene. In Painkiller, I would have circle-strafed around to wrangle them together like a heavily armed border collie, but as with every bloody-mindedly realistic shooter, stepping out from cover just results in getting handfuls of strawberry jam smeared all over your eyes. There's one weapon that drops a bouncing bomb that explodes each time it lands, and you're supposed to run up and kick it at people, but how your lumbering thunder thighs are supposed to achieve that without a drastic sinus clearing is beyond me. There are some melee enemies that run towards you out of cover, and if you're lucky, they'll form up into a nice convenient queue so that they can all be tidily relieved at their top halves, but some spunk chump thought it would be a great idea to have to press the right shoulder button to activate the special attack, then right trigger to fire it. I cannot for the life of me think of a good reason why you couldn't just fire it by pressing the right shoulder button, because it adds another second or two of thinking time, and that's exactly what you don't have when axe-wielding wazzocks are running up with designs on your man salad. Bulletstorm does make the effort to be cathartic. A couple of the dialogue lines make me laugh, and the environments look nice, or rather the skyboxes look nice, while the actual environments you play in are just chest-high clutter. It is, at the end of the day, fun to kick your ex's new boyfriend into exposed wiring, but I don't think it's all on the same page. It's trying to have its cake and eat it, which might explain why all the Space Marines got so fat. A concept for a good, fast-paced, run-aroundy, chaotic shooter lies in here somewhere, tantalizing me from beneath the infuriating chains and straitjackets of compromise with today's AAA conveyor belt system. Perhaps I over-idealize the old ways over the Space Marine Angst Brigade, but all I can say is I don't remember ever asking for this. I don't remember playing Doom and thinking this game would be perfect if only I was wearing a fucking dustbin. Pardon me for being detestably predictable, but I am now going to complain about how all the bad guys in Killzone are British, because someone should get pissed off about this, and it might as well be me. I stood up for the Russians when I reviewed all those Cold War fantasist wank games, and I don't even know any Russians. I'm fine with that thing where the big villain is a posh British guy, because let's face it, cooing at rainbows sounds evil when you do it in a posh British accent. It's only when you make all the evil soldiers Cockneys that you enter the prejudice parade. Cockney doesn't sound evil, it sounds honest and Cheeky Chip's lovable. You couldn't picture Dick Van Dyke hiding in the bushes in a park popping children's balloons with a blowpipe. You might say I'm making too much of a fuss, but someone on the dev team at some point said to themselves, we have a race whose every individual member is so morally bankrupt that players will feel perfectly justified in splattering them painfully against the scenery. Now how do we bring that across in a sort of vocal shorthand? And the most bitter pill to swallow is that they look like Nazis. We helped defeat the Nazis! Maybe we won't next time, America. Maybe after China buys you and puts you all to work in the sweatshops and you're cruel to Europe for help, we'll go, well, we would, but apparently we're evil, so hands tied. Alright, I think I'm okay now. Killzone 3 is stupid stupidly, the 4th installment of the Killzone series, which documents the future space war between the heroic ISA, ooh nice, changed one letter, good to see you learning subtlety at last, and the evil Helghast, a former colony who imperialistically invade planets, mistreat prisoners, and constantly make themselves out as the injured party. Project much? You know, it's pretty clear to me why the Helghast have the edge in this war. It's because the ISA is the most badly run military organization since the 47th Light Armored Cat Herding Brigade. Their attitude seems to be, do whatever the fuck you want, and it'd be peachy if that happened to roughly coincide with your orders, but don't sweat it. I lost count of how many times characters blatantly defied orders, nothing worse than a stern look. That's how the entire plot kicks off, and no one seems to care. Towards the end, the impression I get is that the main characters finally start following their immediate superiors' orders not out of fear of court-martial, but because they suspect they might be hurting the guy's feelings. Anyway, let it never be said that I'm some ignorant loom-smashing Luddite, because I started playing Killzone 3 not only with the PlayStation Move controls, but also with the 3D option on my new massive 3D TV that I bought with all my ad revenue money. Much obliged, internet. The motion controls didn't last 10 minutes. After calibrating, fuck, starting a game these days is like starting up a fucking cruise liner. The aim was wavery and difficult, I didn't know where they'd moved all the buttons to, and my big red glowing controller was reflecting in the screen and giving people hilarious clown noses. So after getting sniped silly for a while, that went out the window, and I took up a nice sensible 6-axis, which didn't stop the game throwing in motion control turny switches whenever it could get away with it. The 3D held out a bit longer. Yeah, things in the foreground were getting all prominent and shit, but everything from the middle distance on looked like a big flat matte backdrop, like the game was taking place in a puppet theatre. After a while I turned it off, and suddenly I was astounded by the detail in a nearby wood texture now that I wasn't wearing those stupid glasses. Things 10 feet away stopped popping in all the time, and my dog came back to life. So fuck modern technology, right at its cutting edge. Ow! But even after switching to a proper heterosexual controller, my problems didn't end there. You know how most games assign the action of pulling a trigger on your gun to those big flappy trigger-like buttons down the front for rather self-evident reasons? Killzone 3 wanted to be bolder than that, and assigns it to R1, the shoulder button that I always think would be better suited to a game where you stand behind someone and tweak their nipples. Fortunately, this can be changed in the options, but what can't be changed is that the left trigger is for crouching and R3 is for aiming, when usually it's the other way around, because R3 is kind of a temperamental bitch, and you're going to need to aim a hell of a lot more than you're going to need to crouch. And on the subject of controls, there's a very strange issue with the melee attack in that it seems to have a delay. I swing my rifle butt at a wooden door, and it doesn't actually break until half a second later. Either the physics programmer needed a few more slaps, or my character's ineffectual flail of his rifle butt was so pathetic that the door felt kind of bad for him. Getting back to crouching, perhaps the reason why it's been promoted to a shoulder button is because it pulls double duty as the cover system. If you crouch by cover and the stars have aligned properly, then your manly pecs will attach you to the cover like a pair of sink plungers, and you can start doing the peek out and shoot thing. Now, I appreciate that it's hard to be flexible when you're wearing more pouches than a kangaroo in cargo shorts, but maybe you wouldn't have so many bullet facial piercings if you did more than just bend your knees slightly when I ask you to crouch. You see, if it's absolutely necessary that you be in first person, and if it would also completely break your little heart to have to cut out the cover system as well, then you are going to run into the problem that a large percentage of the game will be spent with the screen filled by a close-up of the texture of the nearest chest-high wall. Killzone 3 attempts to get around this by having your character rest his chin on top of the cover like the juiciest coconut in the shy. I know that the interminable prevalence of cover-based shooting is a bugbear of mine, but it remains tolerable as long as it actually works. Relying on cover in this game is about as risk-free as working a sausage slicing machine with your flies unzipped. If you're so determined to enjoy yourself that you can get past all the above issues, it's a nondescript shooter broken up by your cock tease. They give you a jetpack at one point, which for me is like letting your dog guard the sausage slicing machine while you're in hospital, but all it really does is make you jump twice as high and make you a slightly easier target. And then there's a bit where everyone jumps into a fighter ship for a bit of space combat, but it just turns out to be a rail shooter section, and if you don't shoot down every target without fault while the driver practices his handbrake turns, then you'll be doing these sections quite a few times, matey. What strikes me as oddest about Killzone 3 is that a game with such embarrassing amounts of Sony cash behind it, designed to showcase all the fancy new technology that would bewitch the wallets of those overburdened with disposable income, should make so many rookie mistakes in the core gameplay. But then again, maybe that's exactly why. Maybe they couldn't see the crater where the wood used to be for the smouldering remains of the trees. One of the many things I have in common with Captain Picard is that I'm not good with children. Maybe it's because being a video gamer, the mainstream media tends to group me with them, along with autistics, magpies, and stains on the upholstery, but I really wish they'd all fuck off. And parents of children always give me shit for this stance. You were a child once, they say, and yes, that's true, but I have the strength of character to overcome my disability. Children in the future, they add. But if that's the case, then children are the bodily representations of environmental decline, dwindling resources, and Lord Humongous. Fuck the future. So the best way to get preemptive revenge for that is to buy up kiddie games I'm not supposed to. Because I bought Kirby's Epic Yarn, somewhere in the world a child cries. And I've got loads of games, that's the funniest thing. That crying child's probably only got like 3, and one of them's a rip-off of Diner Dash's Nan, bought from the rack outside of Mr. Toys. First of all, you can blame Wii game localization delay once again for the lateness of this critique. You'd almost think Nintendo were concerned the game about a fat pink retard voraciously over-consuming wouldn't go down so well in the West. Not that Kirby consumes much in this game, because in what I can only assume is a case of coming up with the title before the concept, he's been turned into yarn. An evil arts and crafts themed demonic overlord converts him and the whole world into a combination of wool, patchwork, and fuzzy felt, giving a feel somewhere around Super Paper Mario by way of the bottom bottom of an old lady's handbag. And yes, I know full well that this is a game for the hated kiddywinks, but the advantage of games for kids over, say, kids' TV is that as long as the gameplay is balanced for challenge, then adults can still get some sense of achievement out of it. This is one thing we have over the little monkeys. They don't get to play our games without oblivious parenting and a fake ID. Anyway, rather than the usual routine of going to all the levels and defeating all the bosses, Kirby has to save the world by filing a strongly worded petition with the planning department. No, I'm just kidding. You go to all the levels and defeat all the bosses. So I guess the best way to analyse this game is to look at what it would teach a child. If some mad woman were to break into my house, steal my waste paper basket, and impregnate herself with some dirty handkerchiefs, what lessons would my hypothetical wayward cum-sprout take away from Kirby's epic yarn? Well, firstly, that current generation gaming is bollocks. And we know this because the game snubs it completely. It barely uses the Wiimote motion sensor and could easily have been on GameCube or even the SNES. It's a 2D platformer whose levels have themes like Lava World and Candy World, and the colour scheme is reminiscent of an ice cream parlour with disco lighting. So it's as retro as you can get before you start getting the loots out. But while it's satisfying to see Nintendo continue to realise, like I did very early on, that motion sensors are so much whittle in the wind, like Holmes and Moriarty, I used to respect their intention to innovate at least. My concern with Kirby's epic yarn is that Nintendo's example might teach my child that he can submit his primary school finger paintings for his university coursework. Mind you, considering today's pussyfooting education system, he'd probably get an A. And that brings me to another lesson Kirby will teach my child, that there is no possible way for him to fail, and that will come back to bite him harshly when he starts submitting said finger paintings to the National Portrait Gallery. Kirby does not die, like ever. If he should happen to dawdle into an enemy, he'll just drop a load of the sequins he's been gathering, Sonic Rings style. And if you don't have any, then he just gets a bit surprised. Then the enemy apologises and Kirby forgives them and they all go out for lemonade. I don't know why a game should be afraid to tell someone they fucked up. When I was a kid, they did it with fucking fanfares and rubbed shit in your eyes, and that's how we liked it. Obviously, the game starts about as challenging as a polystyrene prison, but over time it remembers its heritage and gains a few teeth. A Meta Knight boss fight in particular, and I haven't played a lot of Kirby games, but the whole Meta Knight thing seems rather glaringly out of place in a game where the principal antagonists are a fat penguin and some knitwear. It's like an episode of the Care Bears where they all climb into giant mecha suits and sword fight over the last jelly baby, but it's hard to feel invested when the most any enemy attack can threaten you with is a temporary wallet puncture. But this is assuming that your purpose in the game is to stop the villain and save the world, which may be incorrect. Certainly that happens, but afterwards my completion percentage was barely halfway. Heroism is more of a side thing you do in between work hours, and that brings me to the next lesson Epic Yarn will teach my child, that there is no worthier existence than being the volunteer superintendent at an apartment building. At the start of the game, you're given a free apartment to stay in. Another lesson for my child, teaching them to be an entitled little shit, where all you can do is decorate it fuzzy felt style with furniture and conversation pieces that are either picked up from secret places in the levels or bought from the nearby shops. You also must furnish other flats with specific furniture in order to attract the neediest motherfucking tenants in the history of home owning, who pester you to play hide and seek with them or just hang around uninvited in your house, messing up your DVDs and sniffing your toilet seats. And every now and again the landlord asks for monetary donations so he can build more apartments, which is teaching my child to invest blithely in unsustainable business ventures. You see, the apartment building thing is literally the entire point of the game. The only penalty for taking hits is losing money, and the only use for money is to buy more houses and furniture. The only reward for playing well and playing your needy housemates minigames is more money. Like moving in with your girlfriend, sooner or later everything comes down to soft furnishings. I suppose it's just a rather unconventional scoreboard, an IKEA showroom representation of your achievements, and a chintzy couch is at least nicer to look at than a number one position on a dowdy high score table somewhere. But my feeling is that a game whose quest is over halfway through with a whole bunch of optional levels remaining and interior design your only remaining motivation to play them has its sights slightly misaligned. So no, I don't think I'd let my hypothetical son play it, because let's face it, there's no surer method for turning him into a girl. And fat. And being a fat girly lad on any schoolyard in the world is like offering people a coconut if they can beam you right between the eyes with a rock. The opinions I've been hearing on Dragon Age 2 have been like the Burger King Kids Club, rather absurdly mixed. I've bent an ear to many who call it a vastly improved epic perfectly spiced with all the gay sex that got cut out of Mass Effect 2, and an equal number who call it a rushed out cash-in with more loading time than a truck full of giant sea turtles. But even before we begin, I can tell you this. There are two kinds of games in this putrid world of ours, those that are made mainly because the developers thought it would be a lovely thing for everyone to play, and those that are made mainly because the developers thought it would be lovely to add another ballroom to their golden money palace, and Dragon Age 2 is almost certainly in the second camp. How do I know? Because it's called Dragon Age 2. Original thought was apparently at such a premium that they couldn't even think of a subtitle. I can think of a few. Dragon Age Intermission, Dragon Age Loading, or perhaps just Dragon Age Blur. Actually, this is harder than I thought, because before a subtitle can be thought up, we need to determine exactly what Dragon Age 2 is about. Much like the first one, it's all about the representative messages and can't go 5 minutes without someone being really heavy-handedly racist against mages, elves, dwarves, goldfish, etc., which is why I find it somewhat ironic that you're only allowed to play as a human this time around, when the first game let you pick from an entire Burger King Kids Club of races and backstories. Here you're always a human with the surname Hawk, so to compensate for the lack of choice, other characters can actually address you by name. Whoop-de-fucking-do. And I'd just like to point out that this is quite a long game, so being a male character with the first name Ethan is going to stop being funny very fast. During the events of the first game, Hawk and his or her family are driven out of their homeland to a city across the sea, a place with such a huge intolerance for immigrant refugees that you will spend your entire existence there being set upon by gangs of identical dudes every 30 fucking seconds. But this is just the setup. Who's the villain? What's the overarching threat? Wherefore begins the grand adventure? What, in a nutshell, is Dragon Age 2 about? Well, it's about seeing how long you can stretch a game with a total of about 7 rooms. With nothing so harrowing as an engine change on the cards, every character is still assembled from the rather lacking Dragon Age 1 asset pool, including the shiny haircuts made from varnished wood, and the universally identical bodies that leave Hawk's elderly mother with the same massive curvaceous bosoms as a table dancer, Freud. What is new is that several cues have been taken from Mass Effect, and not just the fixed surname mono-species protagonist of unrecorded gender and profession. The conversation system now uses a radial Mass-Ecti interface, with every choice being between the nice response, the nasty response, and the open quotes witty response that never fails to make me want to cave in Hawk's smug fucking face with a book of after-dinner speeches. Also, the whole game favours a Mass Effect hub-based mission system over Dragon Age 1's adventure from place-to-place model, never actually leaving the one city. Now, you could say this was a stylistic choice rather than a cynical attempt to do as little work as possible, but so many questing environments are reused without a single alteration, you'd think the dungeons started opening franchises. There's also been a bit of a tweaking in the combat, and when I say tweaking, I mean in the crystal meth sense. The idea that your character targets whichever enemy they happen to be looking at would be really intuitive if we were fighting in a fucking narrow corridor, so any intention you might have to play with a skillful strategy will swiftly descend into wading in and mashing attack like there's a really fat spider on the end of your sword. The fights seem so token and unreal, like they needed to throw in 50% more combat at the last minute to appease the violent shithead marketing board. It doesn't seem to matter where you are. Every 50 paces another group of murderers with some contrived grievance teleport in and fight you to the death. You could be strolling through the park on a summer's day and get savaged by a bunch of art students upset that you walked in on their life drawing class, and they always spawn in a few more when you think you're done, like the game revels in the awkwardness of its controls. Hey, Dragon Age 2, I can't even see who I'm fighting because the camera doesn't have the courtesy to look where I'm looking. We know. That's why we just spawned 10 guys directly behind you and now they've killed all your mages. Ha ha hardy. Ha ha. Mind you, my mages died less often after I'd gone through all their tactical menus and added the request that they drink a potion if they fall below 10% health, because otherwise potions are like after 8 minutes and everyone's too polite to take one. Commanding your allies on the fly is as big a nightmare as ever, especially if Hawk dies and suddenly you have to control someone directly with a completely different array of skills, so it's like your nice familiar hatchback has spontaneously transformed into a submarine. It's hard to dislike them though, because the extensive dialogues between party members is one of the few areas that haven't been skimped on. For the record, I ended up hooking up with the gay mage fellow, and everyone else spent the rest of the game subtly asking him about the size of my turgid warrior cock. This was the only relationship that made sense to me. My version of Hawk had a floppy hairdo and a self-deprecating Hugh Granty sort of face and tended to favour the glib remarks, so my interpretation of the character was that he took it up the arse like a champ. But where Dragon Age 2 falls hardest for me is that I'd almost say it doesn't have a plot at all. I don't get an overall sense of what I'm supposed to be working towards. At first you're questing to raise money for a treasure hunting expedition, which has unexpected bad shit will go down written all over it in Christmas lights, but then it gets pulled off without a hitch and you return to the city and live rich and comfortable for several years. There's still 2/3 of the game to go. Then you're called in to deal with an uprising, which was sort of hinted at in the previous section, so you start to think maybe this is the overarching story. But then that'll get sorted out and the time skips ahead another few years before the remaining third of the game. The only point anything resembling a world-threatening fantasy adventure story occurs is right at the end for the sequel hook. It's a holding pattern, that's what it is. It's someone being kicked out onto the stage to nervously tell stalling anecdotes while they desperately put the play together. Not so much a hero's journey, so much as a hero piddles around for a while, gobbing off his handsome friend. I have viewers who genuinely believe that the only reason I've never done a video on the specific popular games or franchises that they like is because they're my secret guilty pleasure, as if I'm afraid a positive opinion on a game emerging from my lips will take all my integrity with it like a stream of colourful handkerchiefs. So having never covered Pokemon before, the appearance of another few greasy pustules on its amorphous mass presents a great opportunity to disabuse the shit out of some notions. Now, I did religiously watch the TV show when I was younger, wrapped in a duvet and spellbound by the flashing colour and excitement. I guess I was much easier to impress back in my early 20s, but I only played one actual Pokemon game before this one of the really early ones on Game Boy Color, where the towns are only differentiated by having different coloured filters over the screen. It is gratifying to see that at least one game series remains untainted by the various scourges of modernity, but only because it hasn't budged an inch in 15 fucking years. So for the record, I went for Pokemon White because I felt some kind of racial connection to it, although I don't think the version matters unless you're the kind of person who displays unopened Thundercats action figures and has to segregate their Fruit Loops before they can bring themselves to eat them. I can only blindly hope that Pokemon Black doesn't differ too hard from the same plot of every Pokemon game ever. In an alternative world in which the school system is regarded with universal contempt, children are encouraged to roam the wilderness, sicking wild animals and every motherfucker who crosses their field of vision. You know in the intro to Syndicate Wars, where the lad who lives in a dystopian nightmare city has this chip in his head that makes him think he's living in picturesque small-town America? I like to think the protagonists of Pokemon all have the same chips, and in reality are exploring various murky basements with a sack full of rats and mangy attack dogs. Anyway, while challenging gym leaders for the badges that will finally make you a man in the eyes of society, you must also contend with a sinister organisation called Team Plasma, who are different to Team Rocket because they're run by a skinny green-haired fellow who is, and let's be real, reasonable about this, a massive twat. The main selling point of Pokemon race relations is to introduce another batch of the little bastards. No, seriously, that's it. There's over 600 now. If you are planning to catch them all, I hope you've got a lot of pooper scoopers. Why don't you just save money and just draw 150 pictures of animals if the prospect is that thrilling to you? Or just admire your collection of shiny milk bottle tops for a few minutes because you're obviously more easily pleased than Keith Richards in a pharmacist's stockroom. Here's how one comes up with new Pokemon. Take animals that exist in the real world and change one letter in the name. Or alternatively, leave your pen and paper with a rhesus monkey for a few minutes and then add anime eyes to the result. Slightly angrier eyes if it's the evolved form. But it's around this menagerie of margin doodles that this game and indeed this entire society is based. Where are all the characters who are just kind of indifferent about Pokemon and don't really care one way or the other? Do they just live somewhere else or have they all been burnt at the stake? Turn-based combat and I have never exactly snuggled up together on a tiger skin rug because personally I've never seen a fight where the participants stand on opposite ends of a room taking it in turns to run up and slap each other in the face. It's very frustrating when you're stuck in a loop, healing up and getting smacked down to 3 health every other round because the old guy's never heard of multitasking. Hey Junior, he's fighting you with a fucking puppy, you've still got a foot, haven't you? Maybe turn-based combat requires a more thoughtful strategic approach to warfare, but that's just it. There's really only one strategy in Pokemon. Use whatever the enemy is weak to. I built up a core group of 7 or 8 lads representing most of the elements, and there was very little that could touch me. Usually, anyway. There was a gym fairly early on that might as well have had a big sign on it saying, "We use electric types." Every Johnny in the city asked me none too subtly how I was for ground-type Pokemon, and the whole area was lousy with ground-type random encounters, so after power-leveling some newly caught groundy lads for an hour, I challenged the gym leader, and what did she pull out? A fucking flying electric type, and guess what flying types are immune to? I'll give you a clue. It rhymes with pounding nails into my fucking eyes. Whatever satisfaction I was gleaning from wiping out an entire health bar with one expertly chosen attack gradually faded from sight beneath the many little frustrations. The game has a nasty habit of making tough boss fights you couldn't possibly be prepared for jump out of the fucking hedges. That green-haired twat keeps pulling this shit and at one point insists on making you ride a Ferris wheel with him for every time you have to retry. Fucking hell, you needy ponce. Haven't you made any friends of your own at twat school? And then there's the places with random encounters which 100% of the time either occur 2 paces after the last one or wait just long enough for you to think you might be able to get out of here unmolested. There's another gym leader who refuses to let you challenge her until you've climbed all the way up a tower on the edge of town, pushing through umpteen random encounters and trainers so petrified of random encounters that they stand perfectly still challenging passers-by for the fleeting moments of human contact. And what did she make me do when we got to the top? Ring a fucking bell. Like I'm a budgerigar and she's teaching me a trick. I'ma make your Pokemon into cuttlefish, lady. And with every fucking fight you have to sit through the same opening animations where you send your Pokemon out and it makes a sound effect like you trapped its tail in a car door, and after a while this sequence was akin to having my teeth picked with a pizza slicer. All of this leads me to my final conclusion about Pokemon as a franchise, that it's specifically designed to appeal to mad people, the kind who will one day be found dead in their front room beneath a pile of cat turds and old copies of the Radio Times. In brief, a game for collectors who can't function in society without having 100% of something. There's even a feature where you have to collect surveys from other Pokemon players in the near vicinity, so I guess you can't fault it for trying to socialise the mad people, but unless you go out of your way to set it up, what are the odds of being close enough to someone else playing the same game unless you're in middle school or Japan, where the average inner-city Wi-Fi connection can reach about 10 million people? Personally, I'd recommend a jigsaw puzzle instead. At least those don't bring out 200 more pieces every few years. Boy, the Japanese are into some weird shit, aren't they? Comes a point where acknowledging cultural difference doesn't cut it anymore, and you have to say, what the fuck, guys? Generally the point when tentacle monsters molest 15-year-olds on subway trains. It makes reviewing a game like Yakuza 4 extremely difficult because virtually all my negative points can be countered with the argument, well, that's what they like in Japan. Now, this counter-argument can itself be countered by going through the list of some other things that people have been known to like in Japan, which I won't read out in full because I'd have to brush my teeth afterwards. The thrust of that rather weak opening is that it'd be difficult to think of a way Yakuza could make itself more Japanese. It's set in a faithfully accurate depiction of modern Tokyo, and the only language option is Japanese with English subtitles, so I hope you like having to exclusively watch the bottom 2 inches of the screen throughout all the drama. The amount of modern Japanese culture that gets worked in makes you wonder if it's not actually aimed at foreign tourists. The equivalent would be a British game in which you play a Bobby in old London town, healing up by eating fish and chips, and using a fighting style that mainly employs rugby tackles. Anyway, throughout the course of the plot, you play as 4 individuals with interconnecting storylines and universally inexplicable kung fu skills. Akiyama, a suave moneylender who resembles Alan Wake crossed with Leisure Suit Larry. Saejima, a prison escapee with a face like the San Andreas Fault. Tanimura, a 14-year-old boy who has somehow joined the police force. And Kazuma Kiryu, previous Yakuza games protagonist who's absent for just long enough to make you think the series has moved on, but is smashing faces with the best of them by the second act. You see, in the world of Yakuza 4 and the series as a whole, faces are the source of all evil, and the best way to drive the evil out of your enemies is to smash it out with both feet or the occasional handrail to the septum. The main characters all go for the face like it's the last drop of toothpaste in the tube. It's actually quite alarming the number of times you'll see a random street thug profusely apologising with his nose hanging around his his chin. It might sound like I'm ragging on it, but I'm really not. I actually really like the fighting engine in these games. It's fast and skillful, and broken teeth fly across the screen like pulpy ladybirds in exactly the right way to give it a strong, visceral appeal, and I defy you not to get enjoyment from smashing a bicycle over someone's head before beating his friend to death with one of the wheels. It does have a bad habit of making you fight groups in really tight spaces, but that just increases the concentration of faces, testicles, and kneecaps that go together to form a sumptuous fruit basket for your fist. What I don't like about the combat is this. Gameplay should drive the car while the story navigates and picks the radio station, but Yakuza's story and gameplay are in different cars heading in different directions, and the story car is an overloaded lorry with one tyre missing. Yakuza 4 is a sandbox game in the very peculiarly Japanese style as seen in games like Shenmue and Deadly Premonition. There's a main plot, and then there's a whole bunch of unconnected bullshit that makes the main plot seem a lot less urgent. And it's not the kind of sandbox where you can start curb-checking passers-by if you get bored. Here, combat may only take place within the designated area. There are combat random encounters that take an almost Final Fantasy approach by teleporting you and your future shoe ornaments into a small pocket dimension presided over by the gods of reconstructive dentistry, and it doesn't flow well for me. Some of the grievances the random encounters come up with to justify the fights get pretty ridiculous too. Tokyo apparently has a population with such low self-esteem that having a confident walk is grounds for burly men to beat you to death, and crowds will gather and cheer them along because you deserve it, walking around all smug and emotionally balanced. Now, while side quests are always nice, Yakuza 4s are a little hard to find. Yes, I like exploration. I even like how they don't mark side quest objectives on your map, so you have to call on your Boy Scout orienteering skills. But I think there has to be something wrong with a game where I can plow through the whole story and never even notice half the content. And even if I did, I usually saw no benefit, or just plain didn't want to do it. A lot of side quests just eventually get resolved by someone getting up in your grill and you wearing their mandible as a winkle picker, but then there are the mini-games. Most perplexing of all is Akiyama's side business, in which he runs a hostess club. This is another Japanese cultural thing in which I don't see the appeal, because it's basically paying to sit and get blue-balled for an hour, and has to take an individual girl under his wing, choosing her dresses, makeup and training options to make her into the best little not whore in the not brothel. And if this had been the only gameplay mechanic in a Japanese game, I would have expected to be sticking things up the girls' buttholes by the end of the week. As it stands, it's a bizarrely out-of-place pretty princess dress-up mode going on 10 feet away from two-fisted face ruining. I don't know what the eventual rewards are, but they can't be important because I got through the whole story campaign without too much difficulty. If last week's Pokemon review didn't make this clear enough, I'm a man who's never been bothered by 100% completion, especially when most of it's unrelated to the plot. I don't see why everything needs to be my responsibility. If every passerby needs a kindly stranger to bring them their packed lunch, then perhaps it would be better to leave them to Darwin. But to conclude on the story, that takes a bit of a Final Fantasy approach too. Cutscenes run on like the hot water in an Alaskan bathhouse. Nothing is said once that can be said 7 times. It's frustrating because unlike Final Fantasy, I actually like some of the characters, but they make it pretty hard for me with all the time they spend pausing for effects or making reaction noises. Nani? You could stitch them all together and make a pretty funky remix. And the plot as a whole isn't stellar. From a relatively stable starting position, the story goes 8 ways bananas by the end. Everyone who isn't dead betrays each other about 17 times a piece, and the game ends with every single one of them having a big shirtless fist fight on the roof of a tall building like an argument broke out at the homosexual male models base jumpers club. And to my dismay, nobody says, "Blimey, it's windy up here. Do you mind if I put my shirt back on because my nipples have turned into little rosy jelly beans?" You know, if I lived in New York City, I'd be a little bit weirded out by the mainstream media because every other disaster movie, alien invasion movie, and romantic comedy would feature proxy representations of me and all my friends getting murdered and having all our possessions burned. It's the sort of thing that might give a chap a complex, isn't it? You might look at audiences flocking to watch the Statue of Liberty retain its title as landmark most frequently dismembered on screen and think, you people are looking forward to this, aren't you? This was tested when 9/11 happened, and for a while everyone was really sensitive and airbrushing the World Trade Center out of things like a pair of inconvenient erections in a Calvin Klein photoshoot. But then someone said, you can't deny it made good television, and then made Cloverfield. I mean, you wouldn't make a film this year about aliens causing an earthquake in Japan. What is it about New York City? Is it payback for West Side Story? So Crisis 2 says, hey, we'll have aliens ruin New York City, but you know what would be even cooler? If the aliens gave everyone a hideous, debilitating disease, so everyone would have to crawl around in gutters watching their entire families sprout pustules and die. Let's see those East Coast elitist tossers make a song and dance about that. With the aliens that set up shop under that one island in Crisis 1 now revealing themselves to have a franchise under Central Park, you play a Marine called Alcatraz, inserted into alien-infested New York to back up Prophet, the last nanosuit soldier from the first game. Nanosuits having fallen out of general usage because, I don't know, to make things more sporting, I suppose. The insertion goes tits up and Life makes an attempt to escape from Alcatraz, but he's rescued by Prophet, who's caught the alien lurgy and puts him in the nanosuit so he can finish the fight. You with me so far? But what Prophet fails to mention is that the PMC sent to retake the city are trying to kill him or anyone who looks like him for incredibly poorly justified reasons. Something about him being an abomination, which the soldiers say without irony, while a killer space octopus lays eggs in their wives' faces 50 feet away. Before we go further, I should say that I liked Crisis 2 a hell of a lot more than I thought I would, and do you know why? Because it paces itself. It's not like Call of Duty, opening the game with a frying pan to the mush and beating at you from start to finish like it's afraid you'll catch fire or maintain a coherent thought long enough to realise how tedious it all is. No, from a relatively peaceful start, stealthily cutting the throats of one's fellow man, the game escalates effectively until you're having full-on street battles with aliens and a collapsing building actually comes across as effective because you haven't been knocking them down like fucking Skittles since minute 1. The game reminds me of Half-Life 2 in a good way, except without the powered armoured suit that— oh wait. I mean, except without the alien invasion— oh wait. I guess it's quite a lot like Half-Life 2 then, although rather than running around being friendly and characterised, the civilians are all crawling around in sewers wearing their intestines as neckties. Crysis 2 seems to have gone out of its way to piss off PC gamers, which is particularly cruel considering how PC gamers traditionally use it as a kind of ritualistic trial by fire for their processors. The controls seem less complicated, which is always the best way to alienate the PC crowd who just don't want to know if you haven't mapped at least 5 function keys. While Alcatraz can still pick up random clutter, he's got a throwing arm like a deflating balloon. I was trying to be clever by throwing objects to distract guards while stealthing, but the cloak turns off when you throw things and there's little tactical value in drawing enemy attention to a point 5 feet away from you, unless you're fighting in someone's kitchen. With the transition from Jungle Island to City, the levels have necessarily become considerably more linear, but still a lot less so than the average action game of today, whose design documents are basically long chains of shiny objects tied together with shoelaces. The increased linearity does, however, make it laughably easy to cloak your way through most of the game. Just run from cover to cover to have a quick cappuccino now and then, and you're golden. Even at the final battle, I just walked straight past the unmasked enemy defense force, and at the same time felt kind of bad about it, like I'd skipped out on my own surprise birthday party. Sometimes stealth isn't possible though, and some alien fights can get a bit intense, at which point I have to wonder if it isn't pretty bad design to have your armor, your cloak and your sprint functions all take from the same energy pool. Because surely if one of those fails you during a hairy moment, then you're going to need one of the others to unhairy yourself. An aspect of the plot I actually liked is that Alcatraz is basically a collection of broken bones and ruptured organs held together with spit, and the suit is acting as some combination iron lung and wheelchair, and is the only reason he's still upright, and nowhere is this more apparent than when you've run out of suit power in the middle of a pitched battle and are trying to waddle behind a bit of wall like you've just cacked your pants. It's refreshing to see an unstoppable action protagonist who also comes across as vulnerable and tragic. Nathan Drake could purchase Rectum on the top of a flagpole and wisecrack all the way down to the floor, and he still wouldn't be an ounce as sympathetic as a silent protagonist who has essentially been reduced to a load of beef stew in a thermos flask. But the most disappointing thing about Croissant d'Eur is that after a promising debut, the aliens have really started to phone home. I mean, phone it in. They were a seriously formidable enemy back when they were flying around in armoured tentacle ships, but for some reason they've taken to walking around in bipedal armour, perhaps also for sportsmanship reasons. If I were cynical, as opposed to the rosy-cheeked, kind-hearted, snuffly-nosed bunny rabbit of a man that I am, I might think that this was so the programmers wouldn't have to write different AI for the human and the alien enemies and would have more time to hopelessly flirt with the receptionist. But you'd have to be a pretty unpleasant person all around to think that was the case. Overall, I guess the final argument one can hang over Crysis 2 like an amusing mobile is that it's definitely above whatever fetid set of values passes for average these days, but it just doesn't have any moments with the same wow factor as that one bit in Crysis 1 where you go inside the alien spaceship, root through their underwear drawers and embarrass them in front of their girlfriend's parents. I may be remembering that wrong. The success of the Wii was like an 8-year-old discovering how fun it was to smear shit on the wallpaper, convincing their younger brothers to join in just as they heard their parents pulling into the driveway and then running off to lock themselves in their room before any consequences would need to be faced. So with motion controls on the way out, my theory is that if I keep saying that it will become more and more true, Nintendo needed to get started on next week's wage packet. The interesting thing about Nintendo is that they're kind of like Nicolas Cage in that they don't do middle ground. They're either doing really well or shitting a hole straight through the bed. When they get bored of making solid Mario platformers and attracting a strong user base, they create consoles that make your eyes explode and license Team Ninja to make Metroid games. 3D may be an utterly pointless gimmick that adds about as much to games as putting glittery rainbow stickers on the cover, but will the 3DS be what changes all that? Well, sort of, in that now the glittery rainbow sticker is in a small wooden box and you have to look at it through a hole. So yes, prepare to gape so hard that you stub your toe on your own jaw, because now you can look at 3D without also having to impersonate Buddy Holly, providing you hold the screen at precisely the right angle and distance and don't move your head at all. I'm thinking there's opportunity here to bring out an official Nintendo steel brace that mounts the DS to your skull. But explain to me the logic of a handheld whose main gimmick relies on keeping the device in a very specific position at all times, having motion controls. The whole augmented reality game thing is interesting, but it worked a hell of a lot better when I turned the 3D off. Keeping a flat surface in focus and moving around to view it from different angles is awkward enough, considering that I'm built like an orangutan on a stepladder without the image splitting all the time like the orangutan has also been slamming diamond whites. And while I'm unloading on 3D, one of the games I tried was a port of Splinter Cell Chaos Theory with some of the most slapdash 3D-ifying I've ever seen. I refuse to believe that no one at Ubisoft QA put their hand up at any point and said, hey, isn't the sky supposed to be behind the sea? Moving on, another interesting toy is Street Pass, wherein if you pass nearby someone with a 3DS in sleep mode, then you exchange Miis and send each other a little message. So far so jolly, but it seems temperamental. I was hanging out with a friend who also had a 3DS, and we were slapping those things together like castanets and just could not persuade them to make friends. And I started to take it personally. His one had way more Street Pass hits than mine, and I thought it just didn't want to associate with riff-raff. I wonder if this is one of those things that works better in a country where any square foot of pavement that goes unoccupied for 10 minutes is considered to have shamed its family, because in the name of research I walked a circuit of Brisbane's crowded city centre and only picked up 7 hits. And I was making every effort to thrust my back pocket towards anyone Asian-looking or wearing an ironic t-shirt, although I did stumble upon some kind of middle school outing at the war memorial that was absolutely packed with kids, and my first thought was, fucking jackpot, followed closely by the thought, what the hell is wrong with me? I am a grown man excited by the presence of school children because I'm going to leave lots of little deposits in their trouser pockets and bum bags. If there isn't a law against this, civilization has failed. Not that I want to sound like some Grazia-reading moral guardian, but I did check, and it is extremely possible to make a me who has what looks like a cock for a face. It's equally possible to name him Sin Your Cock on Face and make him your Street Pass ambassador who greets every 3DS owner in the vicinity with the phrase, I'm watching you, in block capitals. Then all you have to do is walk past a primary school and listen for the losses of innocence, and there'll be no consequences because beyond divining their face from their little balloon-headed avatar, there's no way of tracing the origin or directly interacting with them at all, which will probably only enhance Senor Cock on Face's illicit thrill, but for everyone else it seems we've finally delegated the task of social interaction exclusively to the machines. Give us 10 years and we'll have fitted them with real cocks, and the Elite Edition will come with a childbearing womb. But I guess it's not trying to make you socialise, is it? It's trying to make you get out and maybe walk somewhere other than the donut cabinet at the 7-Eleven. Like with the Wii Fit, I guess Nintendo feels it has to take responsibility for spending the last 2 decades making its entire user base indistinguishable from their beanbag chairs. But while the 3DS does come pre-installed with a surprisingly large amount of software, some of which it actually withholds until you've done a few laps of the block, Chunky McGee, sooner or later a new platform is only as good as its launch lineup, in which case the 3DS is about as good as an old sandwich that's been at the back of the fridge for a while and is now being held slightly out of our reach. The 3DS has obviously been rushed out faster than a dog making retching noises at a brand new carpet, and all its hot titles are A, not out yet, and B, ports. I guess Nintendo finally decided to drop the pretense of releasing Ocarina of Time over and over again under different names and figured it had just cut out the middleman. The thing about 3D is that I stopped noticing it unless it fucks up, as with the Splinter Cell example above, and can't really get excited about playing Paper Mario again just because it can now promise 99% more headaches. But one thing I did try was Pilot Wings Resort, which isn't a port, but frankly probably took about as much work as one. See, what they did was take that one extremely out-of-place air combat minigame from Wii Sports Resort and endeavoured to see how hard they could work its little tushy, adding a whole bunch of new flight missions without even changing the level map. And if you like watching your Mii get suicidally depressed at their landing ability, I guess it's kind of fun, except for the jetpack missions that are like playing Lunar Lander with the worst possible camera angle, but it's incredibly insubstantial for $60 and smacks more of a bundle game. All in all, the 3DS shows every sign of continuing Nintendo's trend of following up every triumph with a big poo, or at least every big poo with less mainstream appeal. For the last few years, I've lived in a world where Nintendo has been constantly misstepping and everyone else been willfully blind to that, but I hope with the 3DS I can now welcome a few of those people to my planet. Come on in, take off your coat, have a seat, not in the big chair. I'm going to sit in that and gloat at you. Early on in my overpaid sequence of lucky breaks that only the most bitterly sarcastic observer would call a career, I made a video about the Orange Box, a loose collection of game-like objects bundled together as a sort of apology for Half-Life Episode 2 being about as timely as a long-term Middle East peace solution. It included Team Fortress 2, a multiplayer experience matched only by competitive breast massage, and Portal, the earthly manifestation of Christ. Fucking hell, talk about overcompensation. Makes me wonder what Valve are going to do to make up for the considerably longer wait there has been for Half-Life Episode 3. They're either going to hand out $100 bills or all line up on the roof of the studio and commit seppuku. Anyway, Portal is the only game I've been unable to find a fault in. It's like Ahab and Moby Dick if Ahab regarded Moby Dick with asexual lust, and Moby Dick's owners once invited Ahab to come visit their ivory tower and flick cashew nuts at poor people. In the time since then and the release of Portal 2, you'll be pleased to hear that I eventually did come up with a criticism for Portal 1. It's got the worst fucking fans in the world. Nothing ruins a good thing quite like knowing you share your opinions with mindless little tits who bray like mules if you so much as mention the word cake. And the good thing in question can never be the same again. This is technically known as the Knights Who Say Near effect. It was with some trepidation that I started Portal 2 then, but fortunately there's nary a mention of cake, and the companion cube appears in only a very conciliatory fashion, although I did notice it's undergone a slight design change. Hoping to cash in on a new range of plushies, are we, Valve, you crafty buggers? The thing is, and you can take this for either a good thing or a bad thing, Portal 2 doesn't have anything that's comparably mimetic, if I might employ the vocabulary of a tosspot for a moment. Portal 1 was a big delicious jam donut with cream on top, and Portal 2 is a big Cornish pasty with chocolate in one half and shepherd's pie in the other, and look at me dancing around the issue. Dancy, dancy, la-di-da. Alright, let's skip to the end. Is Portal 2 good? Yes. Is it better than Portal 1? No. What you need to understand is that nobody expected Portal 1 to explode the way it did. Valve released it essentially as a stocking stuffer to mollify us into not coming around and breaking their windows. It was all of 2 hours long and developed by a small team within the company who had to cut corners like it was crunch time at the Circle Factory. And what I liked most about it was that it was as tight as a walnut corset. Not an inch of it was wasted. Everything was there that needed to be there for the game to work, and the humour was the icing on the French fancy. But then Portal became twice as popular as a YouTube video of a laughing baby riding a startled cat, and now suddenly the sequel's getting a big roomy box all to itself, and the whole studio is behind it. The game's full of spectacular environments and opens with a lengthy physics sequence where the chamber you're in gets picked up and hauled around, bits falling off the walls and revealing epic views of the ruined facility beyond. And yeah, it's impressive, but I can't help but feel that sinking feeling you get as something splashes warmly on your face and you know you're going to have a reputation as the school slut by tomorrow afternoon. Alright, perhaps that was too much. The attitude of Portal 2's single player is best summarised by two separate occasions within it when a puzzle is interrupted by a story section. You see, Portal 1 was at heart a puzzle game with a really good framework. Portal 2 is a sightseeing tour that begrudgingly has a puzzle game in it. The campaign is split into three major puzzle sections broken up by connecting sequences, and by God do some of those connecting sequences drag on. I hope you like playing hunt around this huge detailed environment for the one solitary patch of portable wall and move on to the next big fuck off room. And the actual puzzles are all rather straightforward. Maybe it's because there are so many gaps between them that they feel they have to have a new tutorial every 5 minutes in case we accidentally looked at a vibrant section of wall since the last few puzzles and parts of our brains fell out. If the developer commentary indicates anything, it's that Valve focused test almost to a fault, and if a player so much as looked at a wall for too long, they painted a big sign on it saying, "Stop looking at this wall." Fortunately, I eventually found where all the actual puzzles were hiding. They're in the co-op campaign, which I played through with one of my fat friends. With the addition of 2 extra portals to play around with, the puzzles are bigger and better and satisfying to solve through teamwork. If you need to swiftly make friends with someone, like a future father-in-law or armed burglar, then you couldn't find a better icebreaker. I just don't think it has any replay value whatsoever. If you played it again with another fat friend, you'd just get sick of looking the ball and chain around, and they'd resent you for not letting them figure shit out on their own. So make doubly sure that your armed burglar isn't an avid PC gamer. The continued life of the co-op will depend on additional downloadable levels, not, let me make this totally clear, the unlockable hats and costumes that they currently have, presumably with the attitude of it worked for Team Fortress 2. But did it really work for Team Fortress 2? I don't think so, because one of TF2's strongest features was its visual design, and to the fashion unconscious masses, Valve should just have said, no, you can't wear whatever hat you like. Hands up everyone in this room who hires professional character designers. Oh, just me. Right, so shut up and wear your fucking Akubra. Whatever you take from this video, don't let it be that Portal 2 isn't worth your time, because it most certainly is. Were it in any other position, it would accumulate enough of my saliva to run all its household plumbing for several days. Unfortunately, Portal 2 is in the uncomfortable position of necessarily having to be compared to Portal 1, and taking both games as wholes, it can't possibly have the same impact. Certainly there's more of it, but that just makes it flabbier. And it's still funny, but more in a broader custard pie to the face sense than in a finer snooker cue to the bollocks sense. It's a quantity over quality issue. It's the difference between having a punnet containing 3 nice plump cherries, or one containing 5 nice plump cherries and a handful of sawdust. You're either left wanting more, or left with a mouth tasting like a pigeon's been roosting in it. Perhaps I was too hard on Portal 2 last week because the new releases I've tried since then have all just made me very depressed. See, I started playing SOCOM 4 with a heavy sigh of dread, and after pouring through linear war-torn city number 759 for 5 minutes, I grew suspicious of the huge black soldier speaking with a reedy Australian accent. So I looked it up, and sure enough, the accents of the main characters actually change depending on the region you're in, and after that I just felt insulted, like they seriously think the only reason I get a bad taste in my mouth from Modern Warfare right-wing gun-wank games is that the main characters aren't from the same country as me, so if they just redub a few voices they can win the international mindless racist market. There was Mortal Kombat, but Australian customs currently regard that alongside black tar heroin wrapped up in child pornography, so after hitting the white wine spritzers pretty hard, all I played this week was Castlevania Symphony of the Night on XBLA, so I figure it's either time for a retro review or my long-delayed suicide. But this is a retro review with a difference, because although it's considered a classic and I've enjoyed many games that took inspiration from it, I'd never actually played Symphony of the Night myself. Around the time it first came out, I was living off baked bean sandwiches in somebody's bin, so playing it for the first time this week, will it be one of those old classics that still hold up from a fresh modern perspective like Super Mario World or Patrick Stewart, or will it be one of those embarrassing elderly relatives that survive on nostalgia and self-effacement like Myst or William Shatner or the entire superhero comics industry? Symphony of the Night is a Metroidvania-style game. Of course it is. It's literally the game that contributed the second half of that word. A 2D platformer with free-roaming exploration in which you play... for some reason the Japanese have this thing where they think spelling Dracula backwards is really fucking clever. Alucard, the son of Count Dracula, who can only move around with a forwards moonwalk, and if you're playing the XBLA version on a widescreen TV, there'll be massive big pictures of Alucard and Dracula on either side of the screen glaring at each other for the whole game, like both are waiting for the other to own up to eating all of Mrs. Dracula's pies. So Castle Dracula unexpectedly shows up yet again like an annoying family you met on holiday, and while sorting these things out generally falls into the Belmont family remit, Alucard feels there's never going to be a better opportunity to say fuck you dad and storms the place. But Castle Dracula has somehow become a kind of DOS house for every monster from every mythology ever. It's where they all hang out when they're not appearing in front of very credulous people with shaky hands and inexpensive cameras. And the first thing that strikes me about Symphony of the Night is that the sheer number of different monsters is utterly nutterly butterly. There are a lot of monsters that only appear in one room, and a lot of those those would be a boss in any other game, the amount of design that went into them. If I were an artist at Konami, I'd probably have left this project feeling slightly embittered. If I have an issue with this, it's that the monsters are so arbitrarily varied that it's impossible to tell on sight which are hardest to kill. The very first enemies are giant wolves the size of semi-trailers that die in one hit, while a cluster of imps can fuck your shit up faster than a copperophile in zero gravity. Visually, Symphony of the Night is dense as all shit, but then it was on the PS1. With the advent of CDs for console gaming, games suddenly had lots of disk space to spread their elbows out, and a lot of developers used that to have FMVs up the butt, or make games in that hideous first-generation 3D that looked like origami modelling with used toilet paper. But Symphony Night stuck to 2D and completely tarted itself up, and it's still nicer to look at than the many incarnations of Captain Grey Brown Loads of Bloom. And I suppose it's a good thing that very little is used twice, because you'll get plenty of chances to see it all as you backtrack through the giant world map, trying to figure out where the chuffing bugger cripes you're supposed to go next. I don't mind that so much because that is the nature of exploration games, and it has RPG elements, which means I could get tremendous satisfaction from revisiting monsters who gave me lots of trouble 20 levels ago and barbecuing their villainous floppy bits with the elemental fire sword of pettiness. But even the enemies that are completely beneath you can still do 1 damage, and Alucard is a dramatic ponce who has the same reaction for everything from having his ears flicked to taking a broadsword facial, and that's to hurl himself backwards like he's trying to get the other team sent off. And since enemies respawn when you leave the room, there's nothing more frustrating than clearing out most of a corridor before a lone skeleton coughs in your general direction and you go hurtling out the door. But having said that, what surprises me is how easy Skimpy Nighty gets by the end, because if there's one thing that usually characterises retro games, it's that they're about as forgiving as playing the floor is lava on the surface of Mercury. But as you level up, get familiar with the sub-weapons and get used to the fact that Alucard always slashes slightly higher than you think he does, then the game only gets more and more trivial, culminating when you get the power to turn into poison gas so that enemies can't touch you and their faces melt off if you're so much as in the same postcode, which I think is the game's way of saying, will you just go to the fucking final boss room already? But if you go to the final boss room of sexy underpants before you've done a bunch of arbitrary bullshit the game never tells you about, you literally miss the entire second half of the game. Make no mistake, bitch, Symphony of the Night isn't here to impress you, you're here to impress Symphony of the Night. Congratulations, you found the power jump and the special wolf attack. Wow, thanks Symphony of the Night. Now how exactly do I do those two things? What, you need a fucking hand to hold, player? Piss off, I'm recoloring the skeletons again. This isn't really a good thing, but it certainly illustrates how this game couldn't possibly be made today. Games these days are terrified that players will miss something and will shove the player's face under their skirt lest they overlook a single square inch of their carefully groomed pubes. Overall, Dirty Knickers passes the nostalgia test in that I actually really liked it as a game, and not because it distracted me from my mother's drinking problem when I was 15. I am frankly flabbergasted that a game like Mortal Kombat could seriously be considered relevant in this day and age, at a time when fighting games are thought to have humiliated themselves if they don't show up with their roster filling at least 2 school buses. Mortal Kombat should by rights have been kneecapped for showing up with only 7 playable fighters, 2 of which being the same guy wearing different coloured jumpers. And while fully rendered graphics might be a little overkill for a 2D fighter, using photo cutouts of people in costumes has got to be the most ghetto fucking solution, short of cutting out pencil doodles on the sides of milk cartons. And what I understand least of all is why everyone is saying this game is a new release, when Wikipedia quite clearly states that it came out in August 1992. Oh, do you know what I've done? I've got Mortal Kombat the 2011 release confused with Mortal Kombat the game from 20 years ago with the same exact name. Do you see how confusing this gets? You know your series is having problems when inserting Batman doesn't seem to improve things at all, so after many years of rolling disinterestedly around on an unmopped kitchen floor, Mortal Kombat is finally getting the boot. The reboot, that is, taking the plot right back to the start with all the least unpopular characters. The story mode pulls a bit of a Dallas by implying that the entire series up to now was a flash-forward Raiden was having at the start of the very first game, a rather lengthy and tortured flash-forward with fluctuating graphical quality and several dubious retcons. Incidentally, Raiden's looking pretty fucking white for a Japanese god. The character design overall is incredibly bland, presumably as a consequence of the photo models for the characters in the original trilogy all being the same guy and his 2 gym friends. Everyone has the same body type, necks like KFC bargain buckets for the boys, jugs like 2 pigs in a safety harness for the ladies. At least Street Fighter has some whippy schoolgirls and a fat bastard or 2. There's something dreadfully off about Liu Kang's shoulder muscles. He looks like 2 rolled up carpets leaning on a petrol pump. But I digress. The story mode is a condensed version of the tissue-thin plots of the first 3 games, insofar as you could condense them any further without opening a singularity. Shao Kahn is the evil emperor of Outworld, and for some apparently self-evident reason he wants to take over the Earth, administrative costs be damned. The cosmic rules that are apparently equally self-evident state that he can do that if he beats Earth in a fighting tournament with incredibly poorly defined rules. I mean, they let one guy fight with a fucking gun. What's stopping me from rocking up in a fucking Harrier and carpet bombing the place? Shao Kahn figures this out around the Mortal Kombat 3 section of the plot, when there doesn't seem to be a tournament going on at all. Someone just shows up and massacres 3/4 of the cast in the clumsiest attempt to raise the stakes I've ever seen. It'd have been less abrupt to just drop a fucking double-decker bus on them all. The story is just a way of stringing a few fights together, I suppose, but the fights are mortal enemies dueling to the death only half the time. At one point, Jax has a fight with erstwhile ally Johnny Cage just because he's being a bit of a twat. 2 questions. If this is just a friendly squabble, why can the plot only continue if I win the fight? And why did I just break his pelvis in half? The game is characteristically brutal. It's like everyone was raised by Klingons, and shattering mandibles is the equivalent of shaking hands. If this video abruptly ends with a mixture of police sirens and barking attack dogs, it's because the game game is still effectively banned in this country, in case any 15-year-olds get it into their heads to punch each other's heads off or shoot fire out of their hands. And much as video game censorship chives my spuds, I can sort of see where they're coming from on this one. Here's me living for the day the mainstream media understands that video games aren't just mindless violence for 12-year-old future Unabombers, and Mortal Kombat isn't helping my case. It's like a sitcom moment wherein character X defends the intelligence of character Y, while in the background character Y is busily snorting Drano off the back of an enraged lioness. The X-ray moves in particular give the impression that your character's stepfather was a skeleton and they still have some issues to work through. The way the camera zooms in and shows the victim's bones as they splinter like dry twigs is exactly the same way one would film a cum shot. It's not pleasant. Not that I can't handle a bit of gore, but it gives me the same feeling I get from watching midget on giraffe porn, a sense of, I'm certainly not getting off to this, but I know someone in the world is, and that's what makes me uncomfortable. No, the biggest condemnation one could give the gore is that it's just boring. If you're stuck with one character for a while, you'll get to watch the same X-ray moves selfishly hog the screen for 10 increasingly dull seconds of blatantly unsurvivable amateur osteopathy over and over again, and all impact is lost, if there was any remaining, the first time your victim cheerfully hopped back onto his newly pulverized fibulas and went back to somersaulting unabated. Even the finishing moves you just get desensitized to after the game is done exploring every possible way an individual's body parts can be separated with varying levels of creativity. And speaking of which, Mortal Kombat, I'm glad we agree that the Joker's fatality from Mortal Kombat vs DC Universe was the highlight of that game, but I'm guessing copy-pasting it for Shang Tsung's primary fatality was one of those last-minute deadline entire animation team drunk on Jaeger bombs decisions. Not being huge on one-on-one fighters, I solicited the opinion of a fighting game playing colleague who said the actual mechanics hold up pretty well, with nicely skillful combos and reactive physics, but then he really likes the new Doctor Who. Personally, my feeling is that some of the joke points made in the now world-famous first paragraph of this review still apply. Mortal Kombat struggles for relevance in this day and age. It seems like a limit has been reached on what can be done with 2D fighters, and they always seem to be struggling to pad out the content, hence the rather schizophrenic challenge tower mode. The inclusion of Kratos just seems desperate. Most big fighting games seem to be crossovers these days, perhaps because the fighter enthusiast money pales in comparison to the nostalgia dollar. Perhaps the logical step will be to just have one big fighting game featuring every character from every franchise ever, and then just update that every few months. If nothing else, it'd silence a lot of drunken arguments. Who would win in a fight between Marty McFly and the bloke from Quantum Leap? Why not debate this in the comments as a brief moment of respite from your extremely important life? Brink. That really is one of those words that sounds weirder the more you say it, isn't it? It sounds like the name for a colour somewhere between brown and pink, like you got bored and mixed your Neapolitan ice cream together. It also sounds like onomatopoeia for the sound you get when you bring a hammer down onto, say, a video game disc. On the whole, it's a name I find increasingly hard to take seriously. Like if you were to tell me that Brink is a stylized class-based multiplayer shooter that sets out to compete with Team Fortress 2, that would be a statement I would find very hard to take seriously. I have to admit though, a game has to be pretty fucking confident to put itself into a position where it has to be compared to Team Fortress 2. There's courageous, and then there's seeing if you can fit your entire head through a cattle grid. So yes, Brink is a stylized class-based multiplayer shooter set on a floating futuristic gated community called the Ark, but this casual biblical reference proved foreshadowy as the rest of the planet flooded and the Ark became mobbed by refugees with hilarious accents. You get to decide whether you're going to side with the snobby security forces who aren't racist but think this was a much nicer neighbourhood before the immigrants got word of it, or the selfish refugee resistance who fucked everything up in the first place. Go team! But if you have trouble remembering all that, the two groups have conveniently colour-coded themselves blue and red respectively, not to be confused with the blue and red teams from Team Fortress 2, because those teams enforced a strict dress code, so that both sides would know as soon as possible whether they were offloading bullets into something that could potentially be slinging them dirty looks from across the staff canteen later in the evening. On the Ark, it's always Casual Friday, which often requires a second look when you're in the thick of things, but as long as Mr. Fucking Important is wearing comfortable pants, then that's alright then. Incidentally, I'd like to invite fans of Brink to take a shot every time I mention Team Fortress 2. Hopefully by the end of this video you won't feel so poorly disposed towards me. You know how Team Fortress 2, Take a Shot, introduced optional hats and unlockables that did nothing but mess with perfectly good visual design like a bunch of jelly beans sprinkled on a wedding cake? Well, Bethesda saw this and cried, Valve will never outdo us when it comes to making bad decisions. Fully customizable outfits for everyone. You won't even be able to fucking see the wedding cake behind the jelly beans. You want to know the ironic thing though? Even with this feature, every character looks exactly the bloody same. That's failing to a new level. That's like standing on a rake and the end of the rake has a grenade taped to it. You see, Team Fortress 2, Take a Shot, taught us that the most immediate visual aspect of a character is their silhouette, and everyone in Brink has the silhouette of a guy with a very baggy sweater and an Easter Island statue for a head. Like Team Fortress 2, Take a Shot, the characters are a bit stylized and cartoonish, which seems out of place since there's virtually no wit or character to the dialogue whatsoever unless you think foreign accents are hilarious. But the realistic skin textures make it look a bit weird, like that one Photoshop of Mario with realistic texturing, or an upright vacuum cleaner that went insane and is wearing the skin of its owner. Now, even before I played Brink, I was dubious. I didn't see how you could have a fully customizable outfit in a class-based shooter. Surely one needs to be able to tell the difference between classes, so you know if the enemy bearing down towards you is a soldier to be feared, or a medic or engineer here to be bullied and given wedgies. But then I actually played the game, and after playing as each of the classes, I realised I still don't fucking know the difference between them. They all have the same weapons, a submachine gun and another submachine gun, and the only real distinction is what exactly you're occasionally asked to stand in front of and mash the use key at. Soldiers put bombs on explodable things, engineers engineer engineerable things, medics medicate dead things, at least until they run out of energy, which will happen very quickly because your teammates die like Enterprise crewmen on the tuberculosis planet. The classes do get more differentiated if you play the game long enough to unlock character upgrades, but having to unlock what should be an essential aspect of the game seems a bit batty nuggets. What's the logical conclusion of this? A game that's just a blank screen until you've stared at it long enough to unlock the start game button? Let's give your livers a rest and compare Brink to a game other than Team Fortress 2 for a bit. Take a shot, namely Mirror's Edge. Brink aspires to have a parkour-style movement system designed to allow fast and smooth movement through random debris and awkward terrain. Forgive me for being cynical, although if you don't, you're probably not a regular viewer, but perhaps a simpler solution would be to not clutter up the levels with random debris and awkward terrain in the first place. Brink is a game where you're either pointing your use key at something, defending someone who's pointing their use key at something, or lying flat on your back because some asshole shot you while you were busy pointing your use key at something. And even when you're having to run from the spawn to the objective for the 50th time that nanosecond, the maps aren't so huge and expansive that the game would make or break on its movement systems. But if you are going to take inspiration from Mirror's Edge, at least take the most important lesson that game had to teach us, namely that parkour from a first-person perspective just doesn't bloody work, because it feels like you're jumping around with a fucking periscope glued to your face. Speaking as someone who used to play a lot of Team Fortress 2, hope you haven't put that bottle away just yet, lads. I don't really get what anyone sees in Brink. I don't get why customizable outfits could possibly be so important to people that it has to sit in the middle of everything like a stubborn and noisy cow in a respectable theatre, nor indeed why the completely unintuitive in-game GUI has to look like someone sneezed confetti all over your spectacles. I don't get how they could have the cheek to charge full price for what amounts to a handful of multiplayer maps, with the single-player campaign just being the same ones with bots, which is like being part of a chain gang with two autistic monkeys and a large immovable steel cube. In brief, I don't get Brink. Perhaps it's one of those things that's only good if you play it entirely with friends, but if you are able to successfully organise 20 nerds into the same game at the same time, then perhaps your talents would be better spent in the United Nations. Do you remember a time when video games weren't all about bold new shotgun-based interior design techniques? Those intellectual days of the point-and-click adventure when games were comfortable about testing the player's skills beyond the ability to line up a set of crosshairs with the softest and gushiest regions of a shouting murderer? Don't you long for the days when you'd methodically track your mouse pointer across every pixel on the screen to find more inventory items to run around rubbing on every interactive object in the game in the hope of finding a way onto the one solitary thread of logic that was about as straightforward as a cow's digestive system? No? Good, because neither does Rockstar. Here's L.A. Noire, their latest cover-based shooting car driving sandbox. Not really, of course. L.A. Noire is an adventure game for the new age. The days of methodical mouse pointer pixel hunting are over, my friend. Now it's the age of methodically tramping back and forth across a crime scene waiting for your controller to shake, and then doing some cover-based shooting. L.A. Noire tells the story of Cole Phelps, an experimental crime-solving robot named after the fuel on which its internal boiler runs. Cole PH31P5's firm grasp of robot logic and inability to be shaken by naked sliced-up tarts makes him a natural crime scene investigator, but he does have problems with emotions. Whenever he's called upon to shout down a grieving widower, he always looks like anger is a concept he's only ever heard about from improperly inserted punch cards. Anyway, through the course of this ridiculously long game, Cole's flawless computerized mind allows him to hop back and forth between 4 different departments of the police like a flawless computerized whore. Cole is best equated to Guy Pearce's character from the film LA Confidential, and while you're equating, you might as well equate a few other things from that film too, like the setting, time period, large chunks of the plot, police department containing more assholes than a donkey and an Iron Maiden, and both of them start with the letters LA, which I don't think can be a coincidence. Before I go on, I will say that I find LA Noire quite encouraging, if nothing else, in that it emphasizes story and puzzles. It has shooting and chase sequences in case you only loan your brain from the exchange and mart, and they're blighted by the usual Rockstar issues in that moving on foot feels like driving a car, and driving a car feels like there's another heavier car tied to the roof rack. But if you cock them up too much, the game goes, oh for fuck's sake, just skip it, but you better do extra special good on those puzzles because I can't get off otherwise. Investigation begins with scouring the crime scenes for clues. Now obviously the designers hit the issue that you can't make every item in the crime scene examinable, or some players will spend hours sifting through cigarette butts, but you can't just make the important clues interactable because PH31P5 isn't supposed to be a psychic robot. So the compromise is that every now and again Cole will be walking around a crime scene and get momentarily really fucking excited about a discarded fag packet or a spoon, until he can hold it up to his face and satisfy himself that it's not the legendary Rizzler of Christ. After this jolly Easter egg hunt, the puzzling comes into it when you interrogate Johnny Suspect or Barbara Witness. You bring up topics, they reply, and you decide whether to believe them, doubt them, or present proof that they're lying. Trouble is, this has the Alpha Protocol problem of ambiguity. It's not clear if doubt means to raise a single disbelieving robot eyebrow or start accusing them of masterminding the Cuban Missile Crisis. For example, in one one of the very first cases, I find a car crash victim's spectacles that clearly state they are old and been recently repaired, but his wife said he just got a brand new pair, so I said she was lying, whereupon PH31P5 activated his wild accusation circuits and accused her of secretly being Mrs. Hitler. Gameplay hot tip: always accuse them of lying first, because if they aren't, you have the option of backing out, but if they are, they'll always say something like, I bet you haven't got a single shred of evidence that I'm married to Hitler, which will provide an incredibly massive hint to present the Hitler marriage certificate you found earlier. I like to think that it's in character. PH31P5 never quite grasped that good cop bad cop is supposed to employ two individuals. Mind you, it's not exactly a brain melter to deduce whether someone's lying or not. This is the inherent problem when you tell your mocap actor, look like you're lying, and I know you're acting and therefore lying all the time, so this time exaggerated. So of course they're going to spin their eyes like fruit machines and shift around like someone's trying to work an ant farm up their bum. The much touted realistic facial animation is indeed very impressive. You can often clearly recognise the real world actor who did the mocap, such as TV's Greg Grunberg. But while the faces are very realistic and well animated, somewhat less attention has been afforded to the bodies, with the usual game problem of weird looking joints and cardboard clothes, so a rather eerie effect is created, and some characters look like Jerry Anderson finally snapped and started taping the decapitated heads of jobbing TV actors to his Captain Scarlet puppets. The game doesn't have the same bizarro logic as its adventure game ancestors. No combs have to be combined with shoelaces to form makeshift grappling hooks, but it employs a bizarro logic all of its own, because even if you fuck up, the game still has to contrive ways to keep the trail from going cold. At one point, a recently stabbed corpse has a movie ticket in their hand, which is apparently supposed to translate to, the suspect is in that movie theatre right now, having a shootout with gangsters. At another point, I had to pick one of two suspects to finger, and both their cases seemed flimsy as fuck, but the game yelled at me for 5 minutes straight for picking the wrong one and gave me a bad rating. Very next case, we discover it was actually another guy, and I was right to think the cases were flimsy, and the game didn't even have the decency to apologise. L.A. Noire is still encouraging, but has definitely lost faith in itself by the end. See, I'd have thought an appropriate final boss for a game like this would be a 10-step interrogation with someone with a really hard to spot tell, like their ears wobble or their nipples go hard, but no, the game just ends with an action sequence where you run around sewer tunnels blasting gangsters with a flamethrower. Wait, what? That's fucking absurd. That's like defeating Hitler at the end of Wolfenstein 3D by challenging him at Pictionary. Hey everyone, let's all be PC gamers. Let's all talk on Skype and change our desktop wallpapers and play proper games with mouses and keyboard, while you wait all day for the fucking update to download and then cross your bronzed, muscular PC gaming fingers that the damn thing will even work. But it's so much purer than console gaming, isn't it? Where you wait all day for the PSN to come back online and then cross your bloated, filth-encrusted console gaming fingers that your credit card details aren't being hacked by African warlords. Perhaps we have more in common than we think. Anyway, back around the time the Magna Carta was getting signed, I reviewed a game called The Witcher on PC, but for reasons that have gradually been lost to historians, I didn't play more than a few hours. How did that happen, thought I in retrospect. Why, my unprepared console scrub mind must have simply been overwhelmed by the richness of the experience, like a starving man binging on praline truffles. I owe it to The Witcher 2 to play it all the way to the end. I don't even remember how I could have been so unprofessional. Then I started playing Witcher 2 and said to myself, I remember now! I will say that I was actually quite surprised by how well the game ran on my laptop after I put the graphics on the lowest setting, obviously, because I tried running Brink on the lowest setting and it had played like a narcoleptic running a PowerPoint presentation, so I guess that game was poorly optimized on top of being just generally shit. But I digress. Whoa, look at me, all PC gaming it up. Seems a bit weird for an action RPG to be PC exclusive in this day and age when it doesn't contain any real-time strategy or restaurant management minigames, but I can already feel the burgeoning sense of smug superiority. The Witcher 2 starts out a bit Game of Thronesy, with white-haired STD archive waiting to happen Geralt of Rivia suddenly being BFFs with the king after saving him from an assassin, although Geralt's new status as assassin repellent swiftly takes a severe hit when another assassin shows up and gets the job done properly. Wrongly accused, Geralt goes on the run to pursue the real killer, like The Fugitive, but with elves and nobbing. On the way, he'll get caught up in a large conflict that threatens to tear the world apart, while initiating lots of much smaller conflicts that threaten to just tear his bodkin apart. But that description of the prologue doesn't come anywhere near doing justice to the sheer bloody-minded arduousness of the whole process. For what I understand to be a nightmarishly long game, The Witcher 2 is strangely stingy with player training, introducing combat in the same way a randy horse introduces his powerful turgid cock. In practically the very first fight, you're expected to handle a large number of enemy soldiers. You can block, but even once you've gotten the upgrade that lets you block from any angle, Geralt just flat out doesn't block if you started pressing the block key while he was picking his nose or distracted by thoughts of tits. You can dodge, but Geralt's not as young as he was and needs a second's notice to do a little roly-poly, which will almost inevitably be straight into another enemy. The magic spells all have really weird names, so you need a fucking glossary to tell if you're flinging a firebolt or magical gender reassignment surgery, and you have one sword for monsters and one sword for humans. God knows why. One would think the monster sword could pull double duty, but apparently not, and if you're using the wrong one, then the game laughs at you like you're eating salad with a dessert fork. Yes, Gerald was raised properly and checks a lot of his behaviour by a strict code of etiquette. It's like going to dinner with the Sultan of Brunei. Drink a potion in the middle of a battle? What? Perhaps you'd also like a paper bag to put the bottle in. A true gentleman only drinks potions before a battle, and only while kneeling with an overcomplicated interface and an overlong animation, if there's no wine waiter available. I guess asking the question of how you're supposed to know a battle is about to happen, or what potions would be suitable, would just give away my lack of breeding again. It seems a true gentleman also diligently quick saves. Amongst the 700 subcategories of inventory items you can gather like a bum with a shopping trolley are mutagens and weapon upgrades. But if you ask how you're supposed to equip them, then you're committing a social faux pas again. Why do I even have an inventory screen if double-clicking on every single item makes the game slap you across the wrist and say, no, we do that from a different screen. No, we won't tell you which one, and put on a fucking tie. Where were you raised? Azeroth? The writing? Yeah, it's alright. It's dark, like every other fantasy game these days, meaning that people say fuck all the time and everyone's a racist asshole. I ran into a side quest where a bunch of racist asshole humans accuse a willowy elven hottie of leading their friends into a trap, and mindful of the franchise's liberal approach to naked titties, I helped clear her name. With the promise of a toot on the old bagpipes, she invited me to a romantic spot in the forest and revealed that she'd been evil all along and I was now going to have more arrows in me than a computer-aided design project. Well, at least it was gratifying to know that it's not just the humans who are complete fuckwits for once. Fortunately, the ensuing mob of ambushing elf warriors got into a fight with the conga line of rampaging monsters that had been pursuing me since the instant I left town, and I was able to sneak off, preemptive erection dejectedly wilting. You see, combat's manageable with one or two guys, but it gets unfair when you're up against groups, which is all the time. This game really does not autosave often enough for a game where you take one step outside the village and immediately get jumped by giant spider crabs from the local council estate. You'll be pleased to hear I managed to stick with this game a lot longer than the first one because I got all the way to the first giant monster boss fight. Not that it was hard. Any monster that fills the entire screen might as well telegraph its attacks over the fucking PA system, but after dying a few times because Gerald dodged the wrong way, I decided I'd be buggered before I have to sit through that 5-minute unskippable pre-boss cutscene for the umpteenth fucking time. Maybe not seeing it through invalidates my opinion, but I don't care. I'm just not having fun. I wouldn't check myself into bedlam on the off chance they serve ice cream for tea. It could be everything I've just described has made you leap to your feet and cry, at last, an uncompromising game that will treat me like the incredible clever clogs that I am, and which will make full use of my large amounts of free time now that I've been fired from the dick-sucking factory. It might be worth explaining a bit about how my schedule works. Making videos takes longer than you may realise. I mean, all these questionably royalty-free images don't Google image search themselves, so as I write this, it is the pre-industrial dark age of June the 5th, and the eventual video won't go out until the futuristic space year, June the 15th, like a swearing time capsule. You astronauts of tomorrow are no doubt, even as I speak, playing Duke Nukem Forever and Infamous 2, and getting really excited about all the E3 announcements like a prisoner requesting a second bowl of pigeon shit, all of which come out this week just a little too late for me to make a video about any of them, and I just know that the very first comment on this video, after all the usual ones saying first and getting immediately banned, will be someone demanding to know why I haven't done Duke Nukem Forever within the 12 minutes since it came out. Not that I'm bitter, so here's Hunted the Demon's Forge, a shit game for twats. No, really, I'm not bitter. Trust me when I say that Hunted needs no assistance from circumstance to come across as a shit game for twats. It could be the only distraction available in a house that's slowly sinking into a lava flow, and it'd still be a shit game for twats, because a non-twat would presumably move to a different house. Hunted is a swords and fantasy affair that first set off my shit for twats alarm when the box blurb announced it as a fantasy game for the Gears of War age. As we all know by now, cover-based shooting in itself is about as entertaining as you'd expect pressing your face into a bit of wall to be, so the developers of Hunted examined this critically and said to themselves, I know how to fix this, let's take out the guns! So now you just hide in cover from arrows, but it works in conjunction with melee combat, doesn't it? So either you're taking surprise daggers up the strap while trying to aim, or sprinting towards archers with battle axe held high, hoping that perhaps you'll be able to deflect arrows with the arrows that are already embedded in your face. The two-player co-op setup involves an open quotes adorable mercenary partnership between Kaduk, a most manly of men, and Ilara, an elf lady who thinks nothing of wanton cruelty to inverted commas. Like most fantasy characters, they both seem to be actively trying to give themselves really, really weird tan lines, but they also have kooky, conflicting personalities. Elina, for example, has never been able to come, and thus enjoys blowing things up, which doesn't sound like much to base a personality on, but she brings it up every bloody time you blow something up or could potentially be blowing something up, so apparently it's all they've got. Kaluk, meanwhile, acts as a sort of reluctant, grumpy dad, occasionally referencing some tragic dead family backstory as casually as he'd bring up a cold sore he had the other week. He's voiced by the same bloke who played Dante of Inferno fame, a man apparently possessing a mutant immunity to sore throats, who can't swing anything heavier than a set of salad tongs without squawking like the rusty gate outside a whorehouse. These two zany funsters have a great chemistry in the sense that I hope they both get dissolved in acid. Anyway, Bollock has a dream about some pasty lady waving her flumpies around, and after laundering his sleeping bag, he and Vagina set off to find her because she has no pupils and white skin and is constantly trying to tempt you into surrendering to dark powers which are always sure signs of trustworthiness. And thus begins a prime example of one of the laziest forms of video video game storytelling, fashionably late syndrome, wherein you have precisely one goal that is dangled in front of you like a carrot on a string that has constantly moved on by the time you get to where it's supposed to be. And you can't let that be your only plot device, because it raises the question of why the heroes don't get exasperated and sod the whole business to go whoring, because such thought be not a million miles from my own. Maybe we wouldn't always be late if we didn't keep taking the most circuitous possible route through every linear labyrinth of enemies and invisible walls. You see, Hunted proudly wears the label of dungeon crawler, with the emphasis on crawl. If you're not familiar with it, dungeon crawler is a term used to excuse the fact that you only want to design one room and then copy-paste it 500 times. But it's not all about combat. There's also the occasional puzzle that makes full use of the co-op mechanic, but if you're relying on an AI partner, then it's like teaching a legless dog how to shit on the paper. Vagina can only do certain puzzles, and Bollock can only do others, and if you don't happen to be the right one, you just need to wait for the contextual command system to stop staring blankly into space. Once I was trying to make Vagina stand on a floor plate to extend a bridge, but the contextual button kept commanding her to light a torch, and then I guess she got offended because she just stood perfectly still and refused to move. She kept agreeing to do as I asked though, so the AI is not just broken, it's sarcastic too. There's a hideously token magic upgrade system, but I guess they forgot to balance it after they'd finished padding out the game with copy-pastes, because I'd upgraded all the spells I ever actually used by halfway through the game and then just had to hoard upgrade points like Scrooge McDuck. And I don't see why I have to press one button to select a spell, another button to equip magic, and then the same button again to actually cast it. I'm not trying to operate a fucking forklift. It's just all around a bit of a pisser, but the first boss fight is the most disheartening moment. Through a lengthy network of caves and dungeons, some sections of which were so fucking murky I literally ended up resorting to casting fireballs everywhere just so I could see where the fuck I was going, I was buoyed by the ongoing promise of a boss fight with a giant spider that kept appearing over the horizon like the bedroom eyes of a courtesan peering coquettishly over her fan. Although it very clearly only had 4 legs, so I don't know why everyone kept calling it a spider. For tedious multitudes of chambers, the game went, ooh, it could be in the very next room. I guess you'll only find out if you keep going, won't you? And then finally, the giant spider found a window in its meeting schedule and chased me through a big cave for a bit before I lobbed 2 bombs at it and dropped a rock on its head. Exciting, said I. Can I fight it now? What do you mean it's dead? What, we're just going to move on? I felt like I'd queued for hours to get on a roller coaster that went down one dip then dropped you off at the gift shop. On the whole, it's probably a good thing no one gives a shit about the game, and that's okay, because by the time this goes out, neither will I. Well, this'll teach me not to open my big fat cake socket. There goes old man Yahtzee, cried the children of the village. He's the chump who decided that just because Duke Nukem Forever hadn't come out in 13 years and its developers had gone down the plug hole, that it was safe to make a joke review that hinged entirely on Duke Nukem Forever never actually seeing the light of day. But now it has, and he has so much egg on his face that you could slap him with a frying pan and call him an omelette. Har, har, har. To which I reply, that's quite a needlessly complicated chant you've got going on there, children of the village, but the point of my joke review, which I'm not surprised has slipped by your fetal alcohol syndrome addled minds, was not Duke Nukem Forever will never be released, but Duke Nukem Forever probably should never be released, because nothing they produce could live up to 13 years of anticipation. Reality will always disappoint when compared to the things we can imagine, because everything I imagine has a set of massive tits that lactate creamed rice. Still, the actual Duke Nukem Forever of reality is certainly well served in the tits department. If you weren't, say, born yet when Duke Nukem 3D came out, let me give you a refresher. Duke Nukem is a mentally handicapped man who can only communicate in pop culture references on account of having 2 additional testicles instead of a brain. Fortunately, he lives in a world where no one else has any personality at all, and you know what they say, in the kingdom of the blind, the quadruple bollocked man is king. 12 years after their first invasion, the aliens have finally finished pushing their eyeballs back in and their ghoulies back out and are ready for round 2. At the start, there's a certain ambiguity as to whether they're invading or showing up with an apology fruit basket and whether or not it's Duke who opens the hostilities. I thought. Perhaps they're taking the story in a more complex direction as Duke is forced to mature and understand that his actions have consequences, but then Duke slapped some tits on a wall and I said, well, never fucking mind. The development of Duke Nukem Forever can best be equated to some guys trying to build a house opposite a boat on a river. Unfortunately, legendary superhero Captain Obvious wasn't available to explain that the boat is always going to have moved on by the time the house gets finished, isn't it? And after 14 years of constantly shifting downriver, you're just going to have a few piles of bricks and some pissed off day labourers. The interesting thing about Forever is that you can practically cut it in half and see the entire 14 years of shooter evolution it's tried to keep up with, like the rings in a tree stump. It starts off campy and colourful in a Sin, Blood 2, The Chosen kind of way, then it moves into the dark, sweaty, unpleasant Doom 3, Prey, Quake 4 period, when you go into the alien hive, and incidentally this section contains about as jarring a shift of tone as you can get without splicing 5 minutes of the human centipede into the middle of mall rats. And by the last mission, Duke has finally embraced the FPSs of today, meaning you run around a grey-brown industrial area for a while, then get a shit ending. You know, I do try to go into reviews unbiased. I said try, not always successfully, I admit, and indeed, having spent my pubescence knocking out several crafty ones to Duke 3D, I found myself really trying to like Duke Nukem Forever. At least it trusts you to be able to put a piece of cover between you and the bullets without also having to cuddle up to it like you're hoping to shag it after the film. At least you can jump up and down from things without having to find the spot where the contextual jump up and down icon appears. At least it actually has a a sense of humour that's not in the Bulletstorm sense of just playing it all straight and claiming that you're being ironic. For example, your health bar is your ego bar, which you can increase by winning at pinball or admiring yourself in the mirror, which I thought was a nice way of incorporating into gameplay the old Duke 3D tradition of messing with the set dressing. I guess I want it to be good because that's how the story's supposed to end. After 14 years of sneering bullies making the did not finish joke, the plucky never say die Duke Nukem should finally turn around and silence those guffawing shits. Well, Duke Nukem has certainly put an end to all those jokes, if only because they're now more tragic than funny. Even as I played, that part of me that takes an almost sexual joy in ruining other people's fun turned upon myself and said, Yahtzee, you and I both know that you have pushed games off subway train platforms when they had less problems than this. Oh god, you're right, there's just no excuse for loading times this long unless you're a fucking removals van. Perhaps the thinking is that if we're still buying the game after 14 years, then we've proved that we at least possess the virtue of patience. You know what, if I didn't know the history of this game, I would have said it seemed a bit rushed. It's not just the gameplay attitudes that have come from 10 years ago, they seem to have brought some of the graphics technology along for the ride. The textures are low quality, the levels are dull, and the frame rate still somehow manages to chug like your mum at the bacon buffet. On top of that, the console controls are clunky and difficult, which leads to many frustrating deaths, but fortunately the loading screens will give you plenty of time to calm down, make a cup of tea, perhaps read that book you've been meaning to get into. Perhaps it wouldn't be so obnoxious if it weren't so fucking pleased with itself. When the game takes rather clumsy and pointless jabs at other shooters that have since surpassed it, I can't help but say, people who live in glass houses, Duke Nukem Forever, shouldn't make ugly, frustrating, poorly optimized games. And most of the jokes are pop culture references, not parodies, references. It's just pointing out a Master Chief helmet on a shelf and saying, recognize this and laugh, you sheep. And while some sheep will perhaps laugh now, when future archaeologists discover games like Duke Nukem Forever and films like the Scary Movie franchise, they will assume they were created in an entirely different language, perhaps by an entirely different species of under-evolved mole people in slogan t-shirts. So, this is how the anticipation ends, people. First show of the long-awaited comeback tour, and the singer's hanged himself on the microphone cord. But he's trying to sing anyway, forcing on a smile and choking out lyrics in between grotesque spasms, and you're wondering whether it's kinder to cut him down or swing on his legs to help him on his way. You know, it's easy to let obnoxious socialites like Duke Nukem Forever prance about grabbing headlines, but do we stop to appreciate all the non-squeaky wheels who just work efficiently without needing development cycles longer than the average natural lifespan of a St. Bernard? Everyone longs to catch the eye of that ditzy straight-line block in Tetris, but no one stops to thank the workaday T-shaped block for its diligent and efficient service. And as a developer, Sucker Punch really deserve more credit. They've been floating around unnoticed by all the boys, but when they take off their glasses and frumpy sweater, it becomes clear that they've got a bod you can bounce marbles off. When Infamous 1 came out, it was slightly overshadowed by the fact that another supervillain sandbox came out the same week, which probably wasn't as hilarious a coincidence as it seemed like at the time, but it and Infamous 2 are really solidly designed games, and I'm not just saying that to get good karma points, lol. Infamous 2 is the sequel for which the ending of Infamous 1 was spread wide open like a Saigon whore. After all that effort, Cole McGravelly voice spent either saving or nostril fucking Empire City in the first game, the rather revelatory beast that he has prophesied to destroy shows up, smashes the whole city to bits, and forces Cole to pull as Samus Aran, losing most of his powers. Not exactly brimming with confidence after round 1, Cole is forced to take to his little electric heels and flee to New Marais, a city in the deep south that totally isn't New Orleans, that has been recently stricken by severe floods. Did I mention that it isn't New Orleans? In order to build his power level back up to 9,000, and perhaps while he's there, save the city from an evil occupying militia called the Militia. Nice to see that the naming committee from Crackdown 2 is still finding work. As you proceed through the plot, the loading screens inform you in foreboding white on black text how many miles the beast has left to hike before it hits town, keeping the tension high like a sword of Damocles with its knob out. A bad sandbox is one where you speed disinterestedly from plot mission to plot mission like the London Underground, but a good sandbox makes you go, well, there's the next story mission, but ooh, collectibles, ooh, random encounters, ooh, an intact thing. A good sandbox is one where you can mess around for hours after making the hollow promise to yourself you'll stop any minute now, and Infamous 2 certainly has that. Such things go hand in hand with a good upgrade system, so you're motivated to mess around and gain experience to buy new spectacular attacks and movement skills, and eerily enough, Infamous 2 has one of those as well. I actually found the story quite engaging too, with interesting flawed characters who actually have arcs, especially Cole's fat comedy sidekick, who was mostly just an arse parson in the first game, but gains enough depth and character building moments to almost become the emotional heart of the story, which I guess makes him the love interest, but let's not make this weird. I'm not too proud to admit that I was welling up at Infamous 2's good ending. A little bit. Well, not much at all really. It was more like just stoically nodding my head while doing some squat thrusts and grunting. I'm actually a little hard pressed to come up with criticisms besides the big one that we'll get to later. I've got some nitpicky ones. I guess there hasn't been much added to the gameplay since the first game, except a system where you can combine your powers with those of other superpower characters, but they feel like two high schoolers nagging you to help them with their homework. The bigger enemies have hit points like gamer girls have daddy issues and kinda get boring to fight after a while, especially when they're wheeled out in greater and greater numbers to fill out the side missions. And there's a real problem with voice actors mumbling their lines to the point of needing subtitles, especially Cole himself, who still talks like he snorts rock salt for breakfast. But these nits are hardly worth breaking out the steel comb for, and as I said, the ending almost came close to nearly making me seriously consider tearing up a bit. However, the impact was undermined a little, knowing that elsewhere on the disc lurked an equally canonical cynical ending in which Cole was a complete dick blister. And now we're getting to it. I know Infamous is kind of stuck with the whole moral choice thing since the game's pretty much named after it, but no fairy godmothers have showed up since the first game to wave her wand and have it start making sense. Look, if you have two equally viable, equally difficult solutions to a problem, say humanely suffocating your costly vegetative wife with a pillow or digging through to her femoral arteries with a cheese grater, then the evil option, which if you're having trouble keeping up is the second one, is just irrational, and you can't relate to a character whose actions don't make any fucking sense. Surely the evil option is supposed to be the more convenient but riskier one that would appeal to someone weak-willed. You could spend a lot of time and effort sprucing yourself up and trawling the bars to find someone to romance and settle down with, or you could just fuck a cow and risk angry farmers with paparazzi connections. That's a moral choice. The trouble with having this artificial dual character bullshit is that ironically Cole ends up having no character at all, since a lot of the scenes and dialogue have to allow for the player being either Cole McLovely or Cole McBellend, and when he's surrounded by NPCs with actual depth and personality, he looks like an unwashed sock in a fruit basket. And as always, the best rewards are reserved for only the biggest saints and the biggest cocks, so alternating your attitude is pointless, and they might as well just ask you right at the start of the game if you're going for a saint or cock run and stop nagging us with the same choice every 5 minutes like a pushy waiter, asking us if we're really sure we don't want naan bread. And for the record, the evil exclusives aren't even very good. Cole McGallant gets a launch power that's really handy for getting around, while Cole McGoofus gets a retarded little swan dive thing that loses all velocity at the end in a way that certainly wouldn't impress the Romanian judge. Now, I can see the thinking that went into all this. Very few players of sandbox games observe the rules of the road or the rights of the 7 or 8 clone-stamped civilians that wander about, but part of the appeal of creaming an NPC against a bridge support is knowing that it's consequence-free. That effect is lost when you work it into the story, and it just makes the protagonist unlikable. I feel bad when I disappoint support characters that I've grown fond of, which does reflect well on Infamous 2's writing, because I've never given a shit about disappointing my parents every single day of my life. When video games have forged the new utopian society, Bill and Ted style, eventually there's going to be a war over whether to sanctify or demonize the bloke who figured out you can make cinematics by zooming in really close on the concept art. Oh hello, didn't see you there. Who remembers American McGee? He was a bloke who worked on Doom and got a free ride, just like everyone else who worked on Doom. I think the bloke who made the tea for the Doom team got to make his own game. His name was John Romero. No! American, presumably named when his parents got the boxes confused when they were filling in his birth certificate, made a couple of games that are remembered alongside botched prostate surgery, and one game that is vaguely fondly considered American McGee's Alice by American McGee, which has now received an HD re-release for those interested in their gaming history. And what's that? Oh, apparently they've tacked on some other game. Incidentally, American now operates out of China, which is beautifully ironic in an almost prophetic kind of way. Alice Madness Returns continues the first Alice's edgy, dark and disturbing reinterpretation of Alice in Wonderland, forgetting that Alice in Wonderland has always been pretty fucked up, considering the books were originally a middle-aged man's attempt to get inside a teenage girl's pants, and is actually a direct sequel that assumes you played the first one, which is a little cocky for an 11-year-old game that wasn't very good, but they do bundle it, so hush my mouth, I guess. Alice, who looks for all the world like a spoon, trying out its new contact lenses, is living in an orphanage in a grim depiction of Victorian London, falling somewhere between Jacob's Ladder and Wallace and Gromit when the titular madness returns like an obnoxious neighbour who comes over uninvited, looks through your cupboards and rearranges your spice rack. Alice returns to Wonderland to find it being terrorised by a mysterious demonic train that looks like several cathedrals reenacting their favourite overexposed torture porn movie, and must revisit various characters and locations from the first Alice to uncover the cause of her relapse, culminating in a spectacular boss fight with the undercooked kipper she had for breakfast that morning. Like the first Alice, Return of the Madness is primarily a platformer, which you don't see a lot of these days because platforming in full 3D has often proved itself to be like juggling with handkerchiefs in a wind tunnel. The first game had a real problem where the slightest keystroke would launch Alice as if from a trebuchet, and every platform felt like it was covered in ice cubes and ball bearings. But this new one adds not only a slow fall mechanic, but an honest-to-bugger-nuts quadruple jump, which solves the problem, some might say rather drastically, like putting down a dangerous pit bull terrier with a tactical carpet bombing. The other problem with the first Alice was that all the weapons were absolute tripe sandwiches that were hard to use and gave very poor indication that you were causing damage, and for the most part, Return of the Max weapons fixed that issue, except for the teapot cannon, which is a tripe sandwich with brown sauce, I tell you that. I don't care how much damage you say it's doing, game, it looks and feels like I'm lobbing water balloons partially filled with diluted cat piss. So by the sound of it, Return of the Jedi fixes Alice's issues and must therefore be the better game, yes? Well, that's the odd thing. The HD re-release is probably where you're going to get your money's worth on this purchase. For all its flashes of current generation panties beneath its slutty miniskirt, the new Wonderland feels severely depopulated, and while the fact that a demon train has been going around breaking windows, stealing our jobs and seducing our women may well explain why large sections of the game consist only of platforms floating in void, I'm sure it's no coincidence that such things are a lot easier to make than locations with any actual connectivity, variety or entertainment value. The ridiculous maximum jump distance seems to have forced the game to spread out so far it seems virtually empty. Even the trademark creepy imagery seems a bit phoned in and a bit over-reliant on creepy dolls. Yes, a porcelain doll's head with no hair or eyeballs is a creepy thing, but after the 500 millionth one they kinda get devalued in the global creep economy, falling below sweaty Uncle Dan and the feeling of another person's bum warmth on your toilet seat. Earlier, when I said that there's a boss fight with an indigestible kipper, I was joking in my trademark lovably facetious way. The fact is, Alice Return of Jafar doesn't have any boss fights, except one right at the end that heavily features those creepy doll heads again. They're practically being used to stuff the fucking furniture by that point. And while I'm not saying that I have some kind of constitutional right to regular boss fights, the game has this rather obnoxious habit of letting you think you're about to have a boss fight and then whipping it away from you, like a dollar bill whipped from out of the grasp of a street urchin by the biggest cunt on earth. Virtually every chapter ends with a confrontation with perverted Wonderland figure du jour that then gets swiftly resolved in another bloody concept art cutscene. It's like the end of Monty Python and the Holy Grail without the justification of spoof. It's like if they ran out of money at the end of Terminator 2 and finished it off by flashing some pencil drawings in front of the camera showing the T-1000 falling into the molten steel after he slips on a banana skin. Batman Returns isn't without its charms. The between-chapter moments where Alice surfaces into reality were quite interesting in an interactive storytelling sort of way, and the headfucky transitional sequences as she inevitably descends back into Wonderland were right up my disease-ridden alley. But the game can't seem to decide if it's going to be about story or arcadey combat platforming and has no idea how to marry the two elements. The prolonged repetitive gameplay commits the cardinal sin of any form of entertainment in that it just gets really fucking boring. And when it's not boring, it's just being obtuse. And let's call it what it is, pretentious. There's flowery dialogue, and then there's the game where you could randomly switch around every character's lines and it'd still make exactly the same amount of sense. On the whole, it's a big inconsequential puff of gas that adds very little to an original concept that, let's face it, wasn't even that original. Ooh, Alice in Wonderland can be a bit fucked up at times. As observations go, that's right up there with noticing that Batman and Robin were probably bum-fucking. What I'm saying is that I don't see Alice Madness Returns making mad returns. I tell you what, Shadows of the Damned has a damn good pedigree behind it. It'd fetch a high price at a Japanese sperm bank. It's produced by Shinji Mikami, who made Resident Evil, but don't let that discourage you because he also made Resident Evil 4. Yes, the only good one. The music's by Akira Yamaoka, the guy who did the music for Silent Hill, a series with really good music. And lest we forget, it's written and directed by Suda51, the quirky auteur behind No More Heroes and Killer 7. That's the kind of superstar lineup you'd introduce with something like the opening titles of Captain Planet. Now, Suda, bless his heart, tends to have what you might call a long-distance relationship with normalcy, but his tag team seems to be holding his leash pretty tightly on this one. Getting past the rather alarmingly generic title, Shadows of the Damned tells the story of a demon hunter named, brace yourself, Garcia fucking Hotspur. And I think his middle name actually is fucking, because in the subtitle it's got a capital F like a proper noun, who must battle through hell to rescue his girlfriend from the Demon Lord. It's probably the closest to a standard plot Suda's ever done. It's probably what he'd come up with if they asked him to make a Mario game. Akira Yamaoka's soundtrack is unmistakable, and one can certainly feel Shinji Mikami's strong masculine hand on the reins, but for a while it was difficult to detect Suda's influence. The game I was most reminded of at first was God Hand, the game Mikami made when he was with Clover Studios that also sailed out of Port Sensible on the HMS Quirky. The over-the-shoulder shooting is reminiscent of Resident Evil 4, but with the ability to move while aiming and dodge at any time, so approximately 10 billion times easier. Attention hardcore gamers, stop chewing on that piece of wood and listen. If you play this game, start out on the hardest difficulty setting, because otherwise you'll feel less challenged than the world's greatest handjob artist playing ring toss. If a standard demon actually manages to hit you because you're blind, deaf and having a stroke, then they can do big chunks of damage very fast, but healing items practically come out of the fucking plumbing. So for a while, I didn't really feel like I was playing a Suda51 game, but then something happened that I think deserves to be recounted in full. Garcia has an amusing buddy movie partnership with Johnson, a sort of well-spoken lost soul from Doom who can turn into a motorbike, which thrums mightily between Garcia's thighs, or a handgun called the Boner. At one point in the game, you require some heavier artillery, so Johnson calls a phone sex line, which causes his barrel to extend by about 5 feet, and turns him into the Big Boner, which Garcia holds right in front of his crotch and fires by thrusting his hips forward and yelling, "Taste my big boner." Oh, there you are, Suda, you randy old bastard. And there was me thinking Travis Touchdown jerking off his lightsaber was about as overt as symbolism can get. Did I mention that in between big boner shooting segments you have to run across the buttocks of a giant stripper? It's alright, girls, it's ironic. I guess if you are embracing the masculine power fantasy thing, it's advisable to have your tongue in your cheek, so you don't have to taste all the dicks in your mouth. There's something terribly retro about all this, besides the fact that you're saving your kidnapped girlfriend, which as game stories go is only slightly newer than you have to shoot the thing. The game's divided into numbered levels, the pickups are the size of novelty inflatables, and there are key hunting puzzles, which I'd thought action games had long since packed away into the attic trunk alongside its graduation photos and its roomy trousers that hold more than 3 weapons. There are even entire levels taking place in a 2D shooter, apropos of nothing, in which you actually have the boss fight with one of the major villains. One could put this down to the directors being Captain Quirk sailing the HMS Quirk up the Bermuda Quirk angle, like that one 2D shooter section in No More Heroes that came out of nowhere, but as anything other than a whimsical aside, it smacks more of a production whose budget no longer felt as reassuringly weighty in the trousers as it had done at the start. Shadows of the Damned bears bears the telltale scissor marks of a game that has been cut down. It's disappointingly short and doesn't quite have the wealth of imagination one would expect from its heritage. Oh, listen to me, I think I'm the Antiques Roadshow now. Weapon upgrade systems are presumably shagging someone in authority in the games industry, so Shadows of the Damned has to have one like every game and their dog. The trouble is, what with the difficulty level being right up there with trimming your toenails, I never felt like upgrades were necessary. I was either insta-killing enemies with a single headshot from the starting pistol, or blowing off a leg with the starting shotgun and jumping up and down on their prone form until the carpets were far beyond the power of any shampooing service, and I didn't feel adding miserable little buffs to the damage capacity and reload speed would improve that process. What I needed was either better aim or some heavier shoes. The only really significant weapon upgrades occur at fixed moments in the plot, generally after a boss fight, and once you get the homing bullets for the machine gun, then a game that was a walk in the park suddenly becomes a prolonged snooze on a park bench, while an Arabian slave boy puts grapes in your mouth. I think I only died once in my entire first playthrough, and that was when I was experimenting to see if I could play games while eating a toffee apple. I'm not saying I didn't have fun. Almost every level has at least one new idea, the Demon World has a definite richness about it, and Garcia and Johnson make for an appealing double act, but for a game that seems to have set out with the plan to bring three big names together and wait for the explosion, none of the three amigos brought their A game. Akira Yamaoka randomly smashing at his banjo strings suited the disquieting surreality of Silent Hill, but not so much a quirky action horror game that seems to be mouthing along to a squealy heavy metal soundtrack that it doesn't have. On the gameplay side, where was the Shinji Mikami who once made a game where dozing off for 1 second led to you getting your head chainsawed off by a mad Spaniard? And while enough of the disposable income of the alternative crowd glimmered invitingly in the eyes of the publishers for the game to be marketed with the tagline Asuda 5-1 Trip, for all Shadows of the Damned's Demon Skull knobstitutions, this is probably the most grounded Suda 5-1's ever been. Killer 7 was a trip. This is more like a bank holiday day out to go watch someone throw horse giblets at a lingerie shop. I can still remember a time when replacing letters with numbers in written English was a practice associated only with douchebags, and people pretending to be douchebags ironically, so basically, yeah, just douchebags. I wish we could go back to those days. You know, publishers, when you replace a letter with a number for your clever douchebag sequel name, it only means that other douchebags like me will just insist on pronouncing it that way when they read it out loud, as in Sir-Sevenin, and indeed Thria. Still, I prefer both of those to whatever the hell Thief 4's logo is playing at. When the fuck has it ever been acceptable to replace an E with a 4? If you let that kind of bullshit scoot by too many times, then our daughters will all be shagging communists by this time next year. Anyway, Fear 3 is the latest, perhaps the concluding installment of the slightly perplexing series that attempts to be a scary tactical shooter, not realizing that tactical shooters are only scary if you tape a picture of Dracula to your iron sights. The other objective on Fear 3's daunting to-do list is to tie up the plots of all the previous Fear games, and the best of fucking luck to it, because that's like trying to untangle the Christmas lights in a pitch-dark room. I've played every Fear game, even the ones they declared non-canon just to fuck with everyone's flowcharts, and here's the extent of the sense I can extract from the plot. A research company named Cognitive Dissonance plc kidnapped or grew or built from Meccano an incredibly psychic girl named Alma in an attempt to engineer an army of psychic super soldiers, forcing her to give birth to two brothers to act as the psychic commanders, not realizing that her psychic power allows her to create a psychic distortion of psychic reality and psychic bendy spoons. After Alma psychically destroys a city at the end of Fear 1 and gets herself psychic preggers again at the end of Fear 2, Christ must be a generous child welfare scheme in this reality, along with the complete absence of corporate regulation, and the two original sons must team up to confront their mother and complain about their new stepdad. I don't know, I lost track of all this around the time of the first game's intro sequence. The brothers are Paxton Fettel, rewarded for being the most powerful one by being given an actual name, which someone presumably came up with while stuffing a chicken, and the Point Man, a hairy mute named after his role in life like a medieval labourer. Gratifyingly, the two playable characters have quite different playstyles. It's not like that tedious army of two mentality of stamping out two versions of the same burly man of a mental age more appropriate for watching SpongeBob than saving the free world. Fettel was killed in Fear 1 and is now a ghost exhibiting alarming solidity, but at this point he should probably just roll with it. Guns and grenades pass right through his ghosty hands, so he has more of a support role, mainly temporarily possessing enemies, which he apparently never ceases to find hilarious. The Point Man, meanwhile, has the sense of humour of a bowl of Weetabix and goes around doing the standard first-person shooter thing in sullen silence. He still has his bullet time ability, and I remember previous Fear games resembling the Baywatch opening titles the amount I used it, but in this case I often forgot I had it. I guess it felt less necessary, what with Point Man's imaginary friend running around the enemy ranks demanding piggyback rides. Fear 3 is co-op focused, I know, because I played the single player first and it was shit, but then I played the co-op and it was alright, so there you go. The problem is that Fear 3 is like an extremely judgmental Noah's Ark and has nothing but contempt for you if you can't produce a mating partner. The game forces you to play as boring old Point Man for the entire first run through and has virtually no tweaking of difficulty to account for there being only one of you. There's one particular encounter with a robot in the latter half of the game that took like 50 tries even in co-op because it fires rockets like popcorn and must drip feed itself Special K every morning for all the health it has. Having said that, the Brothers Grimm can tank a surprising amount of damage damage, so running and gunning is often the viable tactic, and anything that allows me to get out from cover and stretch my legs is a positive thing in this age of mandatory wall romance. The point man sliding tackle is both hilarious and weirdly effective, with many enemies dying instantly to a double boot to the ankles. Perhaps they all follow the Achilles exercise program. Once I figured this out, I was merrily gliding around on my back like a proactive whore. It's a matter of debate in my mind as to whether a multiplayer game should attempt any kind of story focus at all when the players will be busy talking amongst themselves or simulating sex acts to impress each other. It seems particularly unfair for the concluding episode of a thus far single-player trilogy to suddenly turn up its nose at anyone who showed up stag. Some games are good for socializing, but very few of them also try to immerse you in a linear story, because that's something people want when other people aren't around and they don't have to keep up an image of aloof disinterest to seem cool. Two people do not simultaneously read a book, unless one of them is under the age of 5, and you wouldn't design a book to be read in such a manner. And by the way, if there is anything less scary than a tactical shooter, it's a co-op tactical shooter, so Fear's continued attempts to be a horror franchise fall flatter than ever. Ooh, the lights flickered and a chair moved across the room. Sorry, I didn't notice because I was busy teasing my brother about his implied desire to fuck our mum. Just to veer towards some vaguely summary-shaped sunset, the surprise of Fear 3 is that it's actually quite a solid co-op game that does just enough to escape the pit of cover-based shooting gallery tedium, so I hope you haven't yet liberated that homeless man from your basement. Even the single player I'd rate higher than many if it would stop pounding at my tushy for 5 minutes. It's just that it still doesn't make more sense than an Antarctic timeshare. A large section of the game is spent tracking down Beckett, the protagonist of Fear 2, the baby daddy, for reasons that are never made adequately clear, except perhaps to appease the Fear 2 Beckett fan club that doesn't exist. All he does is talk crazy at you for a few minutes, after which any semblance of connectivity is abandoned crying at the door of the orphanage, while the rest of the game goes off on a carnival cruise to the nonsense planet. And what I find slightly iffy is that there are two endings based on which of the two brothers was the best. Leaving aside the issue that this was supposed to be co-op, I find it hard to believe that most people would be able to play through the whole campaign with the same partner, because after that robot sequence I doubt they'd ever want to see each other again, unless a broken bottle is involved. Better make sure your house is earthquake-proof, because this may rock your world. I'd never played Ocarina of Time all the way through before, and apparently this is like a movie critic never having watched Citizen Kane, or a food critic never having tasted savoury. It's one of the best games ever and a part of gaming history, or at least that's what everyone who owned an N64 tells me. The same people who, nostalgia quivering gelatinously in their eyes, will tell me with a straight face that GoldenEye still totally holds up. Maybe if you thought about it, you'd realise there isn't a single N64 game that has aged well, because 90s polygon graphics looks like someone tried to inflate their beach toys by farting at them. Maybe the controller seemed to have been designed for a hypothetical race of mutant spider people. I know your N64 showed you more affection as a child than your parents ever did, but you have to realise Nintendo is like a stripper. They don't actually like you, they just pretend to so that you give them your money. And it's probably going to be getting quite a lot of that from re-releasing Ocarina of Time on 3DS, and it's the perfect opportunity for me to fill this particular gaping hole in my critical spectrum. And N64 purists will be pleased to hear that the 3DS did its best to recreate the incredible awkwardness of the original controller. L-targeting for any sustained amount of time made the 3DS's corner dig quite painfully into the flesh of my palm, which seems particularly unfair because the kinds of people who would be most interested in an Ocarina of Time re-release are now adults with big fat hairy hands, made horny and calloused by years of jerking off with rumble packs. As for the 3D, it adds as much as 3D always adds, that is to say, either fuck all or a migraine. I went through phases of having it on and off, alternating between thinking, well, it is a selling point and I did pay $300 for this hand maiming, and fuckity, Neurofen, my eyes are about to swivel around in protest. So what else has been added to this re-release besides fake depth? Not a whole lot, besides a texture update and big smudgy thumbprints all over the inventory screen, but who cares, it's nostalgia. I started the game and I always like to name Link something that adds a frisson to the dialogue, so in this case I tried fuck me, which seems to be the subtext of every conversation Link has with a female character, to use the word conversation generously. This one did get a bit nonsensical at times, but it added a certain emphasis to certain moments, like when I walked into the ice caverns and my little dipshit fairy friend said, fuck me, it's cold in here. Anyway, it soon became clear that Ocarina of Time's plot really doesn't concern itself with explaining too much. While later Zelda games would take up your entire weekend establishing shit, Ocarina of Time starts with a big tree, calls your underage ass over, and says, hey, guess who's going out to save the kingdom? Here's a hint, it's the person in this room who isn't rooted to the fucking floor. But then later on, you find the hero sword, and it's all like, what? Who told you were old enough for this? Go and sit in the corner for about 7 years. I bet that big tree had a lot of explaining to do at the next annual meeting of the Hyrule completely ineffectual deity-like bullshit entities. The plot's really not up to much. The journey of this hero doesn't have much of the hero's journey about it, because the second stage of that is the refusal of the call, and Link doesn't seem to be capable of refusing anything, or indeed understanding any concept more complex than hitting things with various kinds of stick. I know he's supposed to be some kind of blank every hero onto which we can project our pathetic aging bodies and get blue-balled on 2 levels of reality at once, but he managed to have a degree of personality in later games, especially Wind Waker, not so much Twilight Princess, but as is becoming increasingly clear to me, Twilight Princess basically was just Ocarina of Time with a fatter budget and more yiffing. Where it differs is that Twilight Princess had more of the Wii audience in mind, that is, people with attention spans shorter than however long it takes to work their asthma inhalers. I had to consult GameFAQs on 2 occasions to finish Ocarina of Time, once to figure figure out I had to produce a fish to get the big manatee thing to eat me, because honestly, why should he need more incentive with Link flashing those tasty gams of his all the time? And once when an important cutscene wouldn't trigger until I entered the room through the correct door. What is this, the fucking Academy Awards? One might argue that retro games traditionally prize difficulty, but this isn't difficult, it's just obtuse, which is to difficulty what coughing on a sandwich is to cunnilingus. The actual combats and dungeons were all rather straightforward. I'd heard a lot of people talk up the water dungeon as some legendary puller of plonkers, but I breezed through on a single plane flight, not even an international one, just 2 hours domestic, and I spent the first half hour of it staring into space. Check the rooms you haven't been to yet, guys. It's not rocket science. Yes, I am saying that I'm smarter than you were when you were 12. Even the final boss fight gave me no trouble at all, except when that fairy dipshit started thinking about her favourite fairy boners or something and wouldn't let me target the giant pig monster 1 foot away that was the only living thing in the room and about to get busy with 2 swords that would make even a fairy boner from her wildest fantasies go floppy in shame. I guess on the N64 I did have to compensate for the controller. I remember Twilight Princess being too easy because it was compensating for the Wiimote being as friendly as an attack dog that's been trained to administer Chinese burns. Then again, I've been trained by all the more recent Zelda games that have really just been building on Ocarina of Time, so playing Ocarina of Time now is like a surgeon retraining as a fishmonger. I know that you should look to the side missions to replace that rat scrotum you call a coin purse, but 1998 audiences didn't. Is it fair to say that later Zelda games had better gameplay and characters with actual arcs and more personality than a lungfish and a moist bath towel, when Ocarina of Time was the template from which all those games arose? Probably not, but if you ask me, Nintendo has shot themselves in the foot. What with N64 technology being emulatable only on dried leaves and bits of old twig, Nintendo were this close to having an entire generation who might never even have known Ocarina of Time existed, and Skyward Sword might have blown their minds. Look at me, up until now I thought Twilight Princess was pretty good, but my opinion worsens now I see it was working from a cheat sheet. It's like finding out the first prize science project was made by the student's dad. And now Nintendo hasn't just revealed their cheat sheet, they've goddamn published it and pushed it into our faces with cutting-edge face-pushing technology. They're saluting the Queen with one hand and groping her tits with the other. Let's face it, shooters have never been what you'd call overburdened with complexity. You point at things you don't like and then they go away. They're not exactly the 12 tasks of Hercules. But even this simple mechanic has found a way to devolve in recent years. Oh, Yahtzee, you curmudgeonly cardigan-wearing lemsip drinker, I hear you sputter. How can you say that? Shooter technology is the best it's ever been. The chest-high walls seem to stretch all the way to the horizon and you can see every scratch and imperfection on your gun when you stick the iron sights up your nose. I think you've fallen victim to the very same nostalgia blindness you're always warning people about, and no, I'm not still bitter about Ocarina of Time. You know, perhaps you're right, but let me ask you this. What sort of things did you fight in Quake 1? Grungy dudes, knights in armor, the jumpy flea things, bouncy blobs, floating snakes, and an angry rabid cousin to the Sugar Puffs monster. Now, what sort of things do you fight in Call of Juarez the Cartel? A dude in a red shirt? And a dude in a green shirt. So here's the framing device for this week's shirtwearer genocide. After a terrorist act within the US is committed by a Mexican drug cartel, everyone starts getting really shirty and support grows for a full-on invasion of Mexico. You see what kind of piffle I have to work with? Everyone knows the US would never invade a country just because a small faction within it committed an atrocity. No, they just invade the country next door. But before Guatemala can start getting worried, the US government sets up a special task force to take down the cartel, a coalition of FBI, DEA, LAPD, BBC, TCP/IP... LOL. There's Kimberly, a sassy black FBI lady with hair like she got interrupted halfway through cleaning the tar out of her favourite jet engine. Eddie, a Latino gambler type who says essay all the time like an insistent university lecturer. And Ben McCall, a grizzled LAPD detective whose main role is to justify calling this a Call of Juarez game. He's presumably a descendant of Ray McCall from the old Westy games because, like him, he constantly looks and sounds like he's accusing someone of farting. The first thing you must do is pick which one you're playing as, and don't worry if you haven't figured out which one you dislike the least yet, because you'll hate every single one of them equally by the end of all this. You'll resent the one you're playing as just for being the flea-bitten mule on which you ride through this rubbish, and you'll resent the other two for constantly taking the piss out of your aiming skills even while they themselves try and fail to snipe an obese pig that's been lashed to a tree 6 feet away. On the gameplay side of things, how it's supposed to work is that Ben specialises in close combat, Kimberly in long range, and Eddie is the in-betweeny one, as is also the case with his skin colour, weirdly enough. But even if there were any perceptible difference between the styles, there isn't. All three fight dudes at all three ranges all the time anyway, so it hardly matters. Oh yes, and while dual-wielding pistols was the only rapid-fire option in Old West times, when machine guns were available, it's about as much use as feeding Gatorade to a sloth. So we have three protagonists who get along like three Borgias in a Hessian sack, but bound by the invisible elastic bands of a game designed with a co-op focus. But here's the rub, gentles. Each character has a secret agenda that they must pursue without the other two noticing. Ben is looking for info on some guy who said his hat looked gay 30 years ago or something. Kimberly is a big narking bitch, and Eddie is in debt and must steal what are either packages of money, drugs, or sandwiches to feed his crippling addiction to egg and cress. The idea is you have to find pickups and complete specific objectives without the other players seeing you and telling the teacher. feature. Doing so grants experience points with which you level up and get better weapons. So here's my question. Why wouldn't you want your co-op partners to level up? 6 missions in and he's trying to cover your ass with walnuts fired from a sling. You'll only have yourself to blame. While I need no convincing that players enjoy dicking each other, that doesn't usually apply in co-op, except when absolute fucking twats are involved. It seems far more likely that players will just be saying, "Hey Steve, look over there for a second, I'm going to steal these drugs." I'm growing increasingly sick of games that let their multiplayer mode tramp all over the single player, getting scuff marks all over the carpet and de-alphabetizing the CD collection. Playing single player in the cartel is made all the more excruciating by the game laying out all its special toys and then saying, "What? No, these aren't for you, these are for the co-op players, don't touch them, you'll make them dirty." Then it chucks a fleabit hand puppet on the floor and says, "There's your partner AI, now fuck off." The game still introduces all that business with hidden agendas and warns you to keep an extra special close eye on those crafty partners of yours, but the AI don't go after collectibles, they usually just stand there staring at you with gormless uncomprehending eyes. They were also never programmed to drive, so in the occasional vehicle section, if you perhaps would rather take riding shotgun to its literal heart, then fuck you and your haughty airs. The AI will pile into the backseat without a word and just look at you like a dog with its leash in its mouth. And as I said, they can't aim for shit, but after you've single-handedly cleared out an entire room, they'll unfailingly say the one of their 4 or 5 endlessly repeated lines that goes, "You don't have to do this all by yourself, you know. There is no middle finger big enough." I will say that when you inevitably get sick of the single-player concentration camp, switching to online co-op is made nicely straightforward. You just press one button in the mission setup screen, but the thing is, playing games is my job, so I do it at around 1 in the afternoon, and no one is playing online at 1 in the afternoon, so the game would say, "No one joined your game, reverting to single player," and I could almost picture the game looking pityingly at me over its cool sunglasses and hear Creep by Radiohead start up in the background. So is there anything good? Well, the environments look nice and expansive, except the expansiveness is a dirty lie, because the moment you step off the linear path the game marked out for you, a caption flies up going, "Turn around now," like I'm about to stumble upon the factory where all the gang members I've killed get turned into soylent grain. So basically, it's a game that does nothing but insult me in every possible way. Right back at you, the cartel. I'd throw you away, but I'm concerned your stench would attract crime scene investigators. I always feel around this time of year that playing nothing but AAA mainstream games is like eating McDonald's for every meal of the day, and my mental equivalent of my intestinal tract is about ready to slither at my throat, pop out my mouth, and go look for food on its own. So enough with these iron sight examination simulators. I'm going where the worlds are bleak and their heads are large for my 3rd XBLA double bill. And with characteristic convenience, the Kisplar has recently chundered up 2 games that both approach the theme of world building from vastly different directions. Perhaps this speaks to some larger trend within society today, a prevailing desire on the part of indie developers to recreate the entire world into one where you can charge more than $15 for your game design degree coursework. Well, now I am reading too much into things, so let's start with Sebastian. Sorry, The Bastion. Sebastian is a 2D isometric hacky-slashy but also long-rangey fighty clustery mobby thing. You play a dude perhaps named Sebastian who wakes up one morning to find that the 10 or 15 square feet of floor on which he went to sleep the previous night is now floating apparently unsupported in thin air. Soon we learn that an ominously named calamity has blown up most of the world, the kind of blown up that grants the debris the ability to fly and makes more debris materialize under your feet when you walk off it. Man, that doesn't sound like a calamity at all. That sounds pretty fucking rad. Okay, it killed the vast majority of the population, but still, it's paradise for an anthrophobic aeronautics engineer. Your task is to assist in the construction of a floating stronghold from which a new society could be formed by going to missions and murdering everything that moves, as well as quite a few things that don't move too. The environments are absolutely littered with clashing terrain, enemies and destructible furniture, and together with the isometric viewpoint, which is to confusing perspective what the Thames was to cholera, it all looks a bit of a mess, which is funnily enough something else people say about the Thames. Combat is quite efficient, mind, creating the right warm jolt of self-satisfaction that comes from correctly dodging, countering or snorting coke, but there are probably too many weapons and the usual problem with an upgrade system that you become fucking Thor by the end of it, who annihilates every possible challenge with a single shift of his tightened buttocks. But where Bastion shines is in the story. People ask me, Yahtzee, you say you like story and gameplay to blend seamlessly, but can you give an example without mentioning Silent Hill 2 or Half-Life like you always bloody do? Alright then, now there's the Bastion as well. Without interrupting gameplay much, the story is told by an ongoing and disturbingly sexy narration by someone who appears to have replaced his lungs with 2 chocolate profiteroles. From a starting position of knowing something between bugger and all, we gradually piece together the storied history of the world before it got reduced to cornflakes, all while remaining focused on a core group of interesting characters so the story retains emotional weight and events are driven by the actions of the protagonist. It's everything a game story should be. That said, if you are going to have 2 endings based on the last decision we make in the game, for fuck's sake put a save point before it, because I've now got the entire last mission of the game stuck in my head like it's Oh What a Night by the Four Seasons. Anyway, let's leave you trying to remember how that song goes and move on to this week's second game, From Dust, a new game from Eric Chahi. And those of you who weren't testicle spelunkers in the early 90s may remember him as the developer behind the groundbreaking and atmospheric Another World. That's out of this world if your country is dumb. But let's stop upsetting the children with references to the pre-Lady Gaga world, From Dust is a sort of mythic creation story about a tribe of primitive people overcoming their crippling shyness to colonize a series of lands. And just to show how far Eric's come in 20 years, the main character is not a ginger dork in a t-shirt, but a magic glowing snake with the power to move terrain around on a terrifying scale. You have to help the little masked men found a set number of villages and fend off environmental hazards like floods and lava, because magical glowing snakes lack the communication skills to suggest their masters build a village somewhere other than an active volcano mouth, you stupid gibbering tits. At first glance, From Dust strongly evokes both populous and black and white, as if it was developed by some parallel universe version of Peter Molyneux who didn't start taking loony pills around the early 2000s. Your standard workaday skills are the ability to pick up earth, lava or water from one place and drop it in another, and it must be said the physics of it all would make a Minecraft enthusiast's brain burst out through his eye sockets. Water bobs and flows and foams, dirt piles and settles, lava oozes along and sizzles as it plows through the home of a family of 3. The stupid screaming blisters can't even pick up lava. I can. As nightmarish as the programming job probably was, the gameplay itself is deliberately simplified, which is a good and bad thing. There's no dull micromanaging, but when you're not just telling your dudes to move to the next village, they could give a banana-scented shit for your clever plans. One really misses the ability to make specific men stand on specific spots when the elements are closing in, but it's hard to feel guilty about losing anyone when they didn't think to sprint away from the red glowing jam, nor when they stand in place and scream for help because their path is blocked by a 1-foot rise. That's always the problem with gameplay mechanics in this kind of procedural generation stuff. There tends to be a fine line between what it'll accept and what it will throw back in your face like a bowl of mashed apple. The game refuses to let you build a village in a recently drained area if so much as a spoonful of moisture remains anywhere within a 50-foot radius, but once it is built, you can practically build a waterslide park and no one seems to care as long as you don't wash all the laundry away. On the whole though, I had fun with From Dust, and if you get through to the very end, you unlock a sandbox map that lets you build whatever, but after finishing my inevitable spewing lava penis, I realised the game really did need some challenge to make it interesting, and giving me the power to spawn a tsunami but not tell me which button it is only really works once game. Of the two games herein discussed, I think I prefer Sebastian. He feels a bit richer and doesn't spend so much time rolling around in the dirt, but then again, we'll never find out if Sebastian gets better if you get bored and drop 500 tons of molten stone on someone's conservatory. Video games seem to be a little bit frightened of relationships, in a curious reflection of their predominantly male and sweaty customer base. Oh, there are plenty of games that depict the commencement of a relationship, generally as a consequence of Party A rescuing Party B from a giant fire-breathing lizard thing, or an evil general, or their own virginity, depending on the genre. Very few games are about a relationship that's already going on, except when one half of it exists solely to get murdered at one point so that the other half can seek revenge without someone constantly asking them how they think jumping over turtles, shooting mercenaries, or fucking each other all day in the butt is going to bring in enough money to raise a family. Well, now the balance is being restored by Catherine, a Japanese game centrally about the difficulties of relationships, such as unexpected pregnancy, the impetus of commitment, and being chased up an infinite staircase by a giant monstrous girlfriend trying to eat you with her butt. Did I mention it's Japanese? Catherine comes to us from the creators of the Persona games, which were about spending half the time battling monsters in a dream and the other half trapped in a high school anime and being unable to say which was the more nightmarish. Catherine, by contrast, is about spending half the time battling monsters in a dream and the other half trapped in a 30-something romance anime. So fittingly enough for a game about monogamy, the developers certainly seem to be married to a concept. You play Vincent Brooks, a man-boy approaching maturity like it's a Bengal tiger who is going out with a frumpy and controlling but stable lady called Catherine with a K, and just as he's feeling pressured to show more commitment, he's seduced by a free-spirited but obviously completely fucking psychotic bitch called Catherine with a C. Won't that get confusing in spoken dialogue? Asked one Atlas employee. Yes, replied his friend, but on the upside we won't have to re-record the voices depending on which one the player's going after. Ultimately the game is about choosing between Catherine or Catherine, Catherine representing mature stability and Catherine representing youthful freedom. I knew this would get confusing. But what about that giant monster girlfriend butt I so intrigued you with earlier? Well, you can't base a game solely around a stupid bastard digging himself deeper with every single word that comes out of his fucking mouth, so Vincent has also been magically cursed, so every night he has a dream where he has to solve timed block-pushing puzzles or die. It's like a Nightmare on Elm Street meets Q-Bert. I can't help thinking that Catherine is limiting its audience. It's already limited to people interested in quirky love triangle dramas, and then it's limited again to only the ones among those who also can't get enough sliding block puzzles, and of those, only the ones who like their sliding block puzzles to be obnoxiously difficult even when Monster Butt isn't chasing you because you have limited lives and autosaving is apparently an innovation that completely slipped us by. Not helping at all is a camera that refuses to rotate more than 90 degrees, so if you're faffing about behind the front layer of blocks, then you're basically playing with a Hessian sack on your head. I know how to fix this issue, announced that one Atlas employee. We'll just straight up reverse the controls when you're dangling off the far side of a block. Wait, I'm confused. What was I fixing again? Oh look, a puppy! But as frustrating as the block puzzles were, they were never the kind of frustrating that made me want to stop playing or bang all my expensive electronic goods together. They just made me grip the controller harder, clench my teeth, and be all the more determined to get just one more level, which I guess is a plus for the gameplay, that is, not my teeth. What's less of a plus is that the non-nightmare half of the game is really insubstantial. There's only one location that isn't cutscene, and all you can really do is talk to to random people, which isn't gameplay at all. It's a man with no concept of personal space simulation. There's a sort of side quest concerning characters who've also been cursed and who will lose all hope and die if you don't talk to them on a regular basis, because I guess inspiring words ooze from your mouth like Savlon of the soul. But all it takes is missing one opportunity to do so because you wanted to hide in the toilet to look at naughty pictures on your phone, and they're unavoidably doomed, you monster. But since there's no benefit to that side quest except to learn more about the characters involved, it'd be fair to call Catherine a story-driven game, and I guess the biggest problem I have with the story is that Vincent is such a fucking tool. Catherine, that psycho Catherine, not frumpy Catherine, basically bullies him into getting seduced by her. Yeah, maybe her running around in a net curtain might have helped, but still. And if the dude could take 5 seconds to just explain things rather than stammer out more lies while sweating like James Murdoch at a government hearing, then he could probably sort everything out. But no, he just accepts guilt and whines about it incessantly to his mates, every single one of whom will be well within their rights to powerbomb his face into the nearest bollard. I think this is an anime thing, where they like their protagonists angsty and ineffectual and given to wanking off over unconscious women. I watched an anime once, dude pulled a gun at the start of the episode, fired it at the end, and everything in between was angst. I wouldn't mind, but he missed. Judge Dredd could have nuked a city in the fucking commercial break. On the whole, I'd say Catherine does feel very insubstantial, and it's not a game I'd play more than once, and there's something iffy about its whole outlook on gender politics. There's a moral choice aspect where you answer questions based on your own substantial experience with relationships to determine if you're after K. Catherine stability or C. Catherine freedom, and as is always the case, it's best to go for all one way or all the other, because you'll just get a shit ending otherwise. But something about this central dichotomy feels misogynistic. Oh really? A game in which men are turned into helpless innocent lambs and pursued by monstrous women with hungry butts is maybe misogynistic, is it? Well, truth be told, it's not got great things to say about either gender. The message seems to be that every man is an irresponsible cock who will eventually have to give up having any kind of fun and submit himself to the iron-fisted control of a humorless woman who will farm him for money and sperm. Like men are all directionless tidal waves and women are all dikes built in the path of their raging floods. Blimey, what a badly worded metaphor. Oh, don't look at me like that. It's a slow release week. I picked up Red Faction Armageddon yonks ago when it came out, but then something more interesting came out, then another thing, and it kind of got lost in the shuffle for a while, like my wristwatch in your mum's cooch, which I suppose communicates right off the bat that I'm not exactly rolling around on the floor with Red Faction Armageddon, frantically pulling at its clothes, but I would say it's definitely worth talking about. After all, if a man previously off fluctuating but basically stable health suddenly suffered a massive coronary as all his arms and legs flew off, his doctor would probably want to talk about it. The title was the first telltale heart murmur. Armageddon is one of those words from the subtitle bucket, like Chronicles or Resurrection, a word you stick on the end of your sequel name to communicate the fact that you have less creativity than a pencil sharpener. Red Faction Armageddon is the final game of a trilogy that started with Red Faction Guerrilla. Don't worry, you didn't just turn over 2 pages at once. You played Darius Mason, the grandson of Alec Mason from Guerrilla, who was engaged in conflict with an evil cult leader who was apparently defeated once before by Darius's dad. And everything indicates to me that Darius's dad's actions were the events of a second intervening game that wasn't actually made. In which case, what frightens me is that someone at THQ looked at Darius and Darius's dad and decided that Darius was the more interesting one. Mason Sr. must have been a geography teacher who defeated the cultists by diligently doing his taxes at them. Anyway, Darius is a Martian combat engineer with the biggest guilt complex this side of Olympus Mons. He's sent in to stop the cultists from destroying the terraforming machine that means they can all breathe. I'm guessing there's no intelligence test to get into this cult, but he fails and spends the next 3 years in a cave taking responsibility for some crazy guy's actions that he was trying to stop. Then the same crazy guy tricks him into unleashing a horde of murderous insect monsters on the people of Mars, and he accepts the guilt for that too. You egotistical fucking prick, Darius Mason. I bet you take responsibility for the sun setting in the evening because you didn't give it the proper encouragement. You're probably thinking this plot sounds kind of all over the place, and that's partly why it feels like this is a trilogy whose second installment pulled a Leisure Suit Larry 4. All these points kind of speed by unelaborated at a breakneck pace, suggesting they were hoping to have a whole other game to flesh it out. One major thing that goes unexplained is why Armageddon is a linear shooter when Red Faction Guerrilla was a sandbox. Whatever problems Guerrilla had, its characteristic destructo physics suited a sandbox, great fuel as it is for the directionless fucking around that is the milk to the sandbox Rice Krispies, and only in a sandbox could you at any time get sick of the whole business, bash a man-sized hole in the nearest wall and run for the hills. In Armageddon, the destructo physics are just kinda there, perhaps to remind you of the previous better game, and to seriously piss you off whenever you fight enemies with explosive attacks. Not that it's without evolution. Darius now has a magic flashlight that lets him rebuild everything he's just whimsically destroyed. We really aren't on the same page at all, you and I, are we, Red Faction Armageddon? Actually, thinking about it, maybe that's the cause of Darius's guilt complex. He's terrified people will realize he doesn't know shit about engineering, and he's really just the guy who owns the magic flashlight. Now, combat, on the other hand, he knows a lot about, and to the game's credit, it's quite active and free-flowing, although the game does its best to sabotage it. Why not rebuild the terrain in front of you and use it as cover, it says. Thanks, I'm good, game. I wouldn't place too much reliance on cover that disintegrates when you rest your tea on it. And for most of the game, you only fight insect monsters who either jump behind you or charge right up for a full-on mandible mambo. The weapons are kind of all over the place too, mind. There's a monster in front of you. Quick, what do? Smack him with your gun? Knock off his antennae with a sledgehammer? Use the hand blast thing like your Tony Stark? Stomp on his beetle bollocks? Some might call this variety, but I call it a lack of focus, and now you've taken too long to decide, and he's laid his next brood dude in your eye socket. Well done. Mind you, I was a keen repeat customer to the magnet gun. This is a thing that lets you fire two hooks who are still in the first giddy weeks of being in passionate love with each other. So once they're both fired, they speed towards each other as the music swells, bringing with them whatever terrain or enemy they happen to be attached to. It's a sound strategy, and perhaps more importantly, a right-left to make a targeted monster bounce up and down off a stucco ceiling like a salivating yo-yo, but it has the same problem as the biscuit buildings in that it's just kind of there. The potential exists for interesting physics challenges like puzzle bosses, or perhaps a sequence where you have to force an assembly of stubborn schoolchildren to applaud an unpopular classmate, but Armageddon can never seem to get past shoot the dudes as far as objectives go, either on foot or in one of its fleeting scripted vehicle sections that occasionally pop up and then pop right down again. I suppose there's also destroy the thing and fix the thing, but explain to me how this makes sense. At one point, Darius has to fix 3 generators in order to make a force field turn off. Did these people buy generators from the Mirror universe? Fair warning, I'm going to spoil a lot of the plot now because I can't take the piss as much otherwise. You know last week when I said relationships in games only either start at the end of a game or exist solely to murder the prettier half? If there's a speed record for this process, Armageddon probably sets a new one. Near the end, Darius snogs his love interest and she's literally dead before a minute has elapsed. Luckily he didn't go down on her, she might have spontaneously combusted. By this point, the game's primary antagonist had been dead for about 2 hours. So just as I was wondering what the hell else I could possibly have left to do, the game pulled from its arse that all the insects will instantly drop dead if Darius repairs the terraforming machine that the cultists destroyed 3 years previously at the start of the game. Darius goes to the terraformer in an alarmingly fast off-screen journey, and his magic flashlight fixes it inside 5 minutes. Then the aliens die, the sky's clear, and there's a rainbow. Not to dampen your sense of victory, Darius mate, but why didn't you do that 3 years ago, right after it broke? You dumb, bald twat. Forget what I said earlier, you feel as guilty as you fucking like. And you too, THQ, this game's plot is like an audiobook that someone left in their trouser pocket during the wash. Those of you who still aren't allowed to post pictures of your primary sexual characteristics on the internet are no doubt wondering what this Jew sex thing is that your mummies and daddies have been talking about. Well, in broad terms, Jew sex traditionally occurs after a rabbi has given his blessing and often through a hole in a bedsheet. Another thing you may be wondering about is Deus Ex, a cyberpunk action RPG series whose long-awaited 3rd installment will already be out by the time this episode oozes murkily out of your computer screen and up your face pipes. Well, since it's been over an entire decade since the last Deus Ex that didn't make people want to lay their cyber-augmented heads down on a railroad track, I figured before I dived into Human Revolution, I'd devote a week to a little retrospective. This is assuredly not solely because I spent the entirety of last week in a hotel room watching the Discovery Channel without playing any new games, but it's certainly convenient that that was the case. So let's put Deus Ex in context. The year is 2000. The shooter was still riding PC gaming like a trusted pony. A pony you occasionally have to slap or replace with a completely different, better pony, but trusted nonetheless. With Half-Life, Thief and System Shock 2, first-person games have been steadily raising the bar, and then a company called Ion Storm released Daikatana and made the bar tunnel right into the ground beyond the wit of Spelunker. But then Ion Storm also brought out Deus Ex, which was popularly considered the greatest PC game of all time. That may seem like incongruous behaviour for a game developer, but the thing is, during Ion Storm's creation myth, a bolt of magical lightning struck John Romero's hair, and the fledgling Ion Storm was split into its good half and its evil half. The evil half was Ion Storm Dallas, which produced Daikatana and devoured children who refused to eat their vegetables, and the good half was Ion Storm Austin, which made Deus Ex and leaves chocolate buttons in the shoes of the good little boys and girls. Deus Ex does let you put in your own name, but it's kind of fucking with you. The moment you press enter, it goes, "Wrong, your name is JC Denton." You're a newly created super secret agent with a body full of nanotech augmentations, all of which are apparently located inside your throat because you sound like a shingle beach figured out how to speak. You're assigned to an anti-terrorist organization based in a slightly ruined New York, because this was 2000 when you could still talk about terrorists destroying New York landmarks without causing the entire civilized world to burst into tears. Your commander doesn't seem like he can run a bath, and you suspect the older obsolete cyborgs are all calling you a tosser behind their hands. But JC soon learns that he is but a pawn in an unseen conflict between the many powers that seek to control mankind's destiny. Unseen conflict? Surely I mean Invisible War, the name of the sequel, which sadly didn't make the connection that whatever the merits of an Invisible War, it's not terribly interesting to watch. But getting back on topic, there's a difference between an action RPG and an action game with RPG elements, and Deus Ex is the former. The way you can tell is that you're not just duct taping on extra ammo capacity or ornamental squeaky ducks to a gun you basically already know how to use. In any skill you're not trained in, you would be laughed out of a school sports day. The amateur locksmith will trail broken picks like Woodcrafting Awareness Week on the Minecraft server, and your aim through a rifle scope wavers like you've just spent the last few days bobbing for apples in a vat full of ether. But Deus Ex was actually balanced. It wasn't like System Shock 2, where you just have to give up 20 hours in because it's impossible to proceed without having at least some points in flower arranging, and you've been trying to specialise in macrame. Any situation could be handled by any character build, within reason. I mean, unless your brain is some kind of permanent consolation prize and you've been putting all your points into swimming and poison resistance, in case you have to visit Queensland. There were moments in Deus Ex when a boss character would show up for a fight, but you could just run straight past them and slam the door in their face. Why hasn't any other game character ever thought of that? But while considered a classic, Deus Ex is the kind of classic whose recommendation needs to carry a very large, swollen asterisk. It's one of those games where everyone who liked it is now incredibly familiar with the first hour of it, because occasionally they'll get an urge to give it a replay, and it won't be long before they think, blimey, I don't remember it looking quite this much like ass. It hasn't so much aged poorly as it was stitched together with old fishing twine from the word go. Even for the time, the boxy level design looked like the work of a man with set squares instead of hands who was being muscled by the Concrete Texture Artists Union. It's rather painfully obvious that they only made about 3 character models and just changed the skin, so every character has their hair plastered to their skull and a big flasher smack. On top of that, the game's engine is incredibly poorly optimized and about as difficult to break as a wet Weetabix. It ran like a jet ski on gravel, even on good computers at the time, and all it takes is a few boxes and wall mines to be able to climb over a wall you're not supposed to and enter the negative zone. Although I still prefer it to the modern Invisible Wallapalooza approach, and most of these are just visual problems. Pretty fucking big visual problems that many may not be able to look past, but the gameplay is solid. Well, except for the tranquilizer gun. It's supposed to be for stealthy no-kill runs, but it just makes enemies run around screaming for 5 minutes before falling over. And that's not very tranquil. That's like inventing an antidepressant that makes people believe there's free money inside their wrists. So if any game property needs an update with the benefit of modern technology, it's this one. But the last time that was realised, we got a game about some bender with an early 2000s haircut very inconspicuously doing bugger all. Having deliberately avoided any exposure to Human Revolution up to the time of writing, I sincerely hope to be dining on these words with tartar sauce by the time this video goes out, but I don't see how these days you could have a game with anything near as much depth and complexity as Deus Ex 1. And before all you people who like The Witcher 2 start pounding your keyboard so hard that it starts snowing Cheeto dust, I meant the kind of complexity that I like. A plot where people can reference philosophy and G.K. Chesterton in really, really bad accents, and that has intuitive inventory sorting and a health system where you can get all your arms and legs blown off and have to slither over to a health station using only your lips. If video games are to be taken seriously as art, then it has to start tackling big philosophical questions and not just what does the princess see in Bowser's thorny proletarian cock. But it's Deus Ex that's leading the pack on this one. The first Deus Ex tackled the philosophical quandary of whether it's possible to wear a trench coat and sunglasses without looking like a ponce, but Deus Ex Human Revolution centralizes the debate surrounding transhuman augmentation. Would you, it asks, supplement your body with machinery? What do you mean, would I? I already wear spectacles and a wristwatch, and I always carry a phone which I am currently in the process of duct taping to the side of my head. Anyone who talks about technological development being unnatural deserves to be abandoned in the wilderness wearing nothing but a fig leaf, but even if I weren't biased, if there's a conflict growing between a group of people with ocean liner pistons for forearms and a group of people who insist that everyone should be forced to be as shit as they are, I know which side I'd rather be on. Hey, I've got a better name for the pro-humanity movement. The Sore Losers Club. And as with Deus Ex 1, Human Revolution explores this dumb issue from the perspective of a single dude at the centre of it, namely Adam Jensen. Ooh, a potential father to a new wave of humanity is named Adam. Bet that was an all-night brainstormer. Alright, shut up. Adam is chief of security for a major biotech firm developing human augmentations when he's severely wounded in an attack on the labs by mercenaries. His company then puts so many bits of machinery inside him that he technically has to hold a heavy goods vehicle license before he's allowed to walk down the street. They even implant sunglasses directly into his face. I'd like to see them explain to the medical insurance people how that was a necessary procedure, unless he plans to go undercover at the solarium. Adam 2.0 must then get to the bottom of the attack and discover the nature of the inevitable conspiracy behind it all. Since this is a prequel, Adam is presumably a precursor to the obsolete mechs from Deus Ex 1, which seems odd because Adam's orgs are all really sleek and Gunter Herman looked like he'd spent a few years banging his head on the Large Hadron Collider. Initially, I was impressed by the way Human Revolution captured the spirit of the original. Yeah, there's cover-based shooting and pre-begged cutaway finishing moves, two inoperable cancers of the modern action game, but the stealthing works well and has that impish appeal of picking off patrolling guards one by one and arranging their unconscious bodies into compromising positions on the floor of the broom closet. The levels reward exploration with multiple routes to each objective. Virtually every computer drawer and sofa cushion can be dredged for more flavor text to flesh out the world and the characters, but more importantly, you can pick up every vending machine in the building and pack them all into the office of your least favorite co-worker. In some ways, it surpasses the original, certainly visually, even if sometimes characters animate like they're held together with elastic bands. The hacking minigame is now more than just a fucking progress bar, and the non-lethal weapons are actually worth a squirt of piss, even if finding ammo for them is still harder than playing Angry Birds on a phone that's been duct taped to the side of your head. The occasional L.A. Noire-style dialogue puzzle isn't particularly unwelcome, and unlike L.A. Noire, if you fail, you can at least comfort yourself by stealing all the subject's possessions or throwing a vending machine at their head. But, and this is a big stinky but, last week I said there was no way it could be as deep as Deus Ex 1, and didst thou think this the idle braying of a Luddite? It's simple fact, with all the expensive golden pixels modern graphics have to be built from, there just aren't enough hours in the day or memory on a disc to have a game as big as Deus Ex 1, whose engine was basically fashioned from polystyrene and sackcloth. So Human Revolution is significantly shorter. Also, by last week's definitions, Human Revolution is an action game with RPG elements rather than an action RPG. There's no weapon specialization. Adam could dig a Flanagian pulse rifle out of a crashed UFO and instantly know how to use it, and you get enough upgrades to be skilled in pretty much everything, so the gameplay becomes not so much finding the route that works for you, as taking whichever one's quickest, then going back to loot all the others for ammo and Mars bars. Some upgrades are literally useless. Strangest of all is a hacking upgrade that shows you the probability of setting off an alert, apparently unaware that the minigame already does that if you just click on the node. I'm guessing one or two post-it notes fell off a programmer's monitor somewhere down the line. While disappointing, none of this is a deal breaker. Where Human Revolution makes its biggest misstep into the gorse bushes is in the boss fights. I don't know how many more times I have to say this, but I guess at least once, a boss fight is not just a random enemy who's eaten 3 times as many protein bars as everybody else. A boss fight is supposed to be a final exam for everything we've learned up to that point. Ideally, Human Revolution would have given the option of gunning the boss down, but also maybe hacking some turrets to fight for you, or sneaking away up into the rafters to drop pianos on their head, but no, all you can do is shoot them. And considering I was going for the non-lethal pussy run, my tranq rifle and stun gun were a fat lot of good against a bloke who appeared to be occupying the same space as a combine harvester, armed with a gun that shoots exploding furniture that kills you in 2 hits, so I basically had to quick save every time I successfully made it to the other side of the room before my internal organs did. And in Deus Ex 1, when a boss character fights you usually have a grasp on who they are, and why they hate your aluminium ass, but the entire characterization of all Human Revolution's bosses could be summed up with one word that rhymes with glass hole. But generally speaking, games could certainly do a lot worse, and indeed usually do, but it must be said that Human Revolution really falls apart at the end. You know the drill, spoilers, put a metal bucket on your head and bang it with a spoon if you don't want to hear them. After evading a bunch of totally ineffectual enemies who are basically turned into the Sploicers from Bioshock, and a completely incomprehensible thing I hesitate to call a final boss fight when it seems more like the kind of nightmare Philip K. Dick might have while being spooned by H.R. Geiger, Adam is then hustled to what I like to call the Ending Tron 3000, a big machine with 4 huge conspicuous buttons, each of which gives a different ending. But all 4 endings are just spliced sequences of stock footage with a voiceover from Adam talking about what an awesome dude he is for making that choice. There's no payoff at all, no glimpse of the world our choice created, or what became of the characters, no word on whether your techie support guy ever managed to dislodge that tree branch from up his bum. It's possible they're saving that for DLC, but anyone who pulls that shit deserves to have their hands cut off, and sold back to them for 1200 Microsoft points. Do you want to hear something crazy? Tittyfuck Labrador swimming up the Nile. Do you want to hear something crazy but also coherent? Julia Roberts was once hospitalized for swallowing an entire vole. Do you want to hear something crazy but also coherent and true? Driver San Francisco may end up being in my top 5 of the year, and no one is more surprised by this than I assure you. I mean, as much as this may cause me to forfeit my rights to a scrotum, I've never found cars particularly engaging. Motor racing as a sport has none of the celebration of physical ability that makes, say, women's gymnastics fun to watch. It's basically just a bunch of dudes sitting in heavily sponsored armchairs for 2 hours, and while I'll play driving games, they have been seeming a wee bit redundant lately, when a game like Grand Theft Auto can have all the features of a driving game but also lets you get out of the car and kick elderly women to death. And yet there's just no getting away from it. Driver as a series has generally left me lukewarm, but I really like Driver San Francisco, so I guess that means I am gay after all. You are Detective John Tanner. Oh wait, no, you're not. You're some nerdy jackoff who's probably procrastinating too much. You play as Detective John Tanner, a maverick cop with a sassy black partner, a death wish, and a fondness for cars that make him look like a dick. From the outset, the game has this goofy Starsky and Hutch daytime cop show sort of vibe that works because no one ever seems to die. Seatbelts are made from magical titanium, and pedestrians always leap out of the way of your car like their spidey sense bit them in the taint. So the game's able to keep a lightness of tone without also seeming incredibly psychotic. He's in pursuit of an escaped crime lord who's on a quest to steal Christmas from the orphans or something. It's not important. He's bad, you're good, alright? But you know what's missing from this formula? A bit of magical realism. So Tanner has a near-death experience after which he acquires the mystical ability to astrally project and possess anyone in the city who's driving a car. It's no more out of place than that one episode of Columbo where they discover the entrance to Narnia. Switching instantly to any car anywhere is the main gameplay gimmick that's woven nicely into the storyline. John Tanner, cut as he is from the generic white bread wisecracky douche hero template, starts getting pretty likeable when he has the Groundhog Day revelation that he can now live life without consequence, immediately possessing a driving student and speeding through the oncoming lane just to make the dick instructor mess his corduroys. Serve and protect, ladies and gentlemen. The characters John Quantum leaps into for the various missions all have unique personalities and struggles, and there's a lot of quite witty dialogue, which is attentive considering all you see of most people are the backs of their heads and a tailpipe. Yes, it kind of is so fucking goofy that Disney would file a restraining order, but it's okay. Tanner can't really possess people, he's just in a coma dream. That might sound like a spoiler, but it really isn't. They establish it very early on, and if you astrally project as high above the city as you can actually hear the hospital heart monitor, which I think is a really nice touch. It's probably for the best to lay down the "it's all a dream" card at the start, because as ending twists go, it's on the same level as rocks fall and everyone dies. The quantum leap thing is a gimmick, but it's the right kind of gimmick that actually adds something to a tired concept, because really, once you've done drive really fast bumping into things and drive really fast not bumping into things, there aren't many places for a driving game to go, but body swapping lends itself to all kinds of things, from remotely controlling a car from the car behind it, to possessing civilians in the oncoming lane in order to plow plow head-on into someone you're pursuing. Again, serve and protect, ladies and gentlemen. It lends the game a really good sense of flow. Drive straight into a big wall in a daring experiment to crossbreed mailboxes and radiators, and in 2 quick button presses you can be back on the road, leaving a hapless geography teacher to take the bus to work for a few months. Of course, astrally projecting is so easy that you have to be careful not to get confused and press what you think is the handbrake button, only to be ghost catapulted into a tree to watch yourself spin out into a cattery. Not usually given to drop my trousers for driving games, I couldn't tell you how the actual driving compares in a competitive market. Vehicles do seem to spin out very easily, but it could be that I only notice because it happens every single fucking Palace time I'm about to win at something. There's also a weird tendency to surround roads with invisible walls marked by 2-foot fences, so if you're airborne as you pass over the fence, you'll bounce off some kind of indestructible butterfly and crash to the ground. Perhaps this is warranted to stop people launching cars into bird baths when they're supposed to be racing, but in a game where every other car on the road is a ramp truck and in which sweet jumps is practically the local currency, it seems weird that they thought no one would notice this. It's yet another sign of modern games trying to bash us into line. You may notice that when you exit your body, the AI takes control of your vacated car, so it keeps chasing the baddies while you look for civilians to sacrifice to the god of head-on collision, serve and protect, etc. It's hard not to look at that sort of thing and say, hey, I'm not entirely convinced you guys really need me here. I'm just gonna go get a sandwich. You want anything? There's also rather obnoxious rubber banding at times. Haha, yes, I can swing the driving game lingo now. To the point that most of what you do during a race doesn't amount to shit until the last few checkpoints. Once I was in last place and spun out 2 checkpoints before the end, so I decided to wait sulkily by the side of the road until the mission failed and I could restart. But it didn't fail. All my fucking opponents parked around the next bend waiting for me to catch up for a halfway exciting finish, the condescending gits. So there's that, and the story campaign can get a bit cutscene-y at times, but by intercutting smoothly between cinematic and gameplay without too much obvious loading, it doesn't sacrifice flow. And the flow is what it's all about, flying high above the city with my mate Dave the Seagull before instantly plunging into a highway street racer just as my favourite song comes on the radio. Those are the moments that make it all worthwhile. I had fun with Drive for San Francisco, and you can take that for whatever it's worth, although considering I don't drive or am particularly into driving games, it's probably only worth about enough for the bus ride home. One day I'm going to make a zombie game of my very own. It will be an apocalyptic survival game in which you and a small group of desperate survivors with complementary skills must navigate a deserted city without being crushed under an avalanche of zombie games, movies, and reinterpretations of classic literature. I'll call it Enough with the Fucking Zombies Already. Honestly, at this point you people just won't be able to cope if civilization ends any other way, will you? If the fucking Daleks invade or the entire world gets covered in carnivorous jam, you'll have to make papier-mâché zombie facsimiles just to get through the day. Except let's face it, however you might imagine zombie apocalypse is giving you a new lease on life, we all know most of you would start talking suicide pacts if the internet went down for more than a week. Still, let's indulge some weird fantasies one more time with Dead Island. No one's done a zombie game set in a holiday resort yet, have they? Except Dead Rising 2 and Left 4 Dead 2. Oh, fuck off. You're staying at a hotel on the island resort of Benoy, which is named after the sound I make when I'm both confused and aroused at the same time. According to the intro movie, you spent an enjoyable evening getting completely dog-buggered, and you must have gotten pretty impressively drunk because you have an altercation with yourself at one point. It's complicated. Being one of those infuriating fucks who don't get hangovers, you wake up fresh and raring to go with the hotel and resort infested with the undead, and this begins an adventure that is the unnatural spunk baby produced by a mutual masturbation session between Borderlands and Dead Rising 2, during which lingering eye contact was made with Left 4 Dead. From Borderlands, it takes the 4-player co-op RPG with Mamorpaga-style quests and environments, and from Dead Rising 2, it takes the bright vacation setting and the ability to pound heads with 2 random stocking fillers tied together with string. Oh yes, and it also takes zombies, lest we forget there's quite a few of those running around. Dead Island is a wonderful case for why you should never watch trailers, as if we needed one. It generated positive buzz from its very well-directed first trailer, but since it was pre-rendered, we should all have twigged then that it might as well have been a random episode of Danger Mouse for all it told us about the actual game, unless it was proposing to be some kind of throw small children out of windows in reverse slow motion simulator, which on reflection I would totally buy. It foreshadows Dead Island's inability to keep a consistent tone. On the one hand, it wants to be melancholy like that trailer was, which is why there's not an ounce of levity in the dialogue and virtually every character sits around whining like their parents were just killed in an explosion at the antidepressant factory, and every now and again someone in the background orchestra leans on the saddest piano keys they can find. But on the other hand, you can put a load of bolts and nails in the end of a sledgehammer and use it to break both a zombie's arms so that they flail around like swing ball sets. Don't worry, grief-stricken survivor, the troubled soul of your loved one is now at rest. I jumped on her head and I swear her lower jaw went 50 feet. So here's a sneak peek of the soundtrack to a lot of Dead Island. Grr kick, grr kick, grr kick, splat. Your Duke Nukem Mighty Boot attack uses no stamina, interrupts every enemy attack, can't be interrupted itself, knocks enemies down and ragdollizes them if they're trying to get up, so for large chunks of the game there really isn't much reason to use anything else, and you'll spend a lot of time standing over a pile of bodies frantically doing the can-can until they've all stopped moving. Melee weapons operate with gun physics, meaning they don't seem to connect if you're not directly targeting the enemy, or if the game feels you don't appreciate it enough. And as many games have done before, we failed to realize that melee-focused first-person combat only worked in Condemned because you were usually restricted to fighting one down-on-his-luck pauper at a time, and drunkenly flailing your way out of a dog pile of screaming fast zombies gets very confusing and very frustrating when half of them seem to be attacking you from inside your own torso. Frustrating really is the word, especially when they wheel out the big lads who knock you on your ass if they so much as brush dandruff off your shoulder. After suckering you in with a beautiful tropical setting, Dead Island really pulls a black bag over your head in the second act when you move to the same ruined foreign city from any randomly selected mission of any Modern Warfare game or equivalent, and just as you're really nodding off, out come the sewer levels. Going through the main story missions of Act 2, I was put through something like 3 or 4 sewer sections within the course of about an hour of gameplay. It was like a water treatment and sightseeing showcase, which wasn't even particularly well directed because a good tourist from sewers would at least visit a few different ones. Honestly though, I was bored even before then. When you have 15 quest givers all packed together in the same survivor shelter so the minimap has more exclamation marks than a comic book series intended to raise awareness of Tourette's syndrome, I get major side quest exhaustion, and since the map would only let you mark one mission at a time, I just ended up speeding through the mandatory quests hoping for an ending that never seemed to bloody come. And finally, escort quests. I don't know if Dead Island is trying to raise support for some kind of genocidal regime that will bring about the extermination of non-player characters, but you'll certainly have a powerful hate for them by the end of all this. Characters you have to escort don't follow you. They run on ahead and have a curious blind spot to vehicles. I swear, more than once I found myself driving a car very slowly alongside an escort character on foot, saying, hey, more power to you for getting your cardio, but you probably wouldn't be picking so much of yourself out of other people's teeth if you got in the fucking car. Please, you can pick the radio station. They also vastly overestimate their chances against the zombies and will charge in swinging a bit of twig like they're fucking Zorro. And here's the best part, if you die, you just do the standard MMO thing and come right back to life taking a hit to the money like you slipped the Grim Reaper a bunch of 5s to look the other way, but if they die, you have to reload a save, and if you do that, you don't get your ammo or weapons back. So if they charge right into a thug zombie's fist right when you've used up all your good weapons clearing the room, you get to do it all over again with your last unbroken feather duster. So to close my arguments, Dead Island can go spoon a fucking lathe. Polish your assault rifles and eyeball your co-workers meaningfully because Shooter Season 2011 has officially begun. Between now and Christmas, there's Gears of War 3, Serious Sam 3, Battlefield 3, Modern Warfare 3, Caffeine 3. Oh god, that was awful. So much to look forward to, and by that I mean watch with equal amounts of dread and exhausted resignation as it gradually builds on the horizon like a porridge tsunami. But it all kicks off with Resistance 3. Yes, there's quite a lot of 3s going on in Shooter Season 2011, it being the magic number and everything, and if you put one on its side, it looks like a little bum. Now, full disclosure, I haven't gotten around to playing through Resistance 1 and 2 because my attitude was, it's brown and bullets are coming out of things and going into other things. I think this is a Charleston I've danced a few too many times before. Apparently Resistance 1 was about Britain getting smashed all to fuck though, so it was good of them to use an idea from my fantasy journal. Anyway, the protagonist is Joseph Capelli, the bloke who shot the previous protagonist at the end of the last game. Apparently protagonists in this series work the same way as Roman emperors. It's an alternate 1950s setting where Marty McFly never invented rock and roll, and 90% of the human population have died of boredom and been killed by the Chimera, an evil alien race. Oh no, wait, they're humans with an alien infection that turns them into a militaristic expansionist hive mind that closely resemble aliens. Seems like Resistance wanted to be either a zombie shooter, an alien shooter, or a military shooter and just couldn't make up its bloody mind. Whatever, things start off with Joseph bunkered down in an underground settlement in the process of persuading his sexy wife to repopulate the earth as squirtily as possible when some scientist shows up and announces that there's a big old hole in the sky over New York, and if they don't stick a big cork in it, then humanity's even more fucked than they were already. Thus begins an odyssey across a ruined America as Capelli reluctantly leaves his family to escort the scientist to the East Coast while trying not to smash his little eggy head in on a bit of wall. So here we go, another bloody brown shooter for the current age with 2 weapon slots, cover mechanics, and regenerating health. Wait, what are these glowing green things lying around everywhere? Medkits, you call them? What an intriguing novelty. Yes, Resistance 3 does not have regenerating health. Holy bum nuggets, I'm having to desperately seek aid under fire while hopping around on my last remaining limb, and things are actually tense and exciting. Oh, but it's small comfort if I can't carry 10 weapons at once. I can carry 10 weapons at once. Huh. And there's a freeze ray and a lightning rod and a thing I like to call the Jimi Hendrix experience because it makes people puke themselves to death. They're quite fun to use, and there are no cover mechanics because the game assumes you can strategically use a wall without having to rub yourself on it and give it kisses. Sony, are you alright? I'm not complaining or anything, but I'm kind of feeling like how the Greeks might have felt if the Trojans had just surrendered before the wooden horse was finished. So now I guess AAA shooters have realised they've been onto a bad job for the last 6 or 7 years. Resistance 3 isn't bad at all. There may be some minor balance issues. Enemies who die from the Jimi Hendrix experience also infect the enemies around them, so it's possible to wipe out an entire battalion with one shot and a display of chain reaction vomiting rarely seen outside Zyklon B frat parties. But on the whole, there are certainly worse uses of your time than Resistance 3. I do have an issue with the story in that the Chimera don't seem like much of a threat. They get killed killed a lot by their own super monsters gone feral, and generally come across as kinda dopey, only letting the world slide into ruin because they lost the instruction manual. We're told that the evil skyhole in New York is going to destroy the world, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything, and it seems like if Capelli fucks this up, we could just send another bunch of guys tomorrow in the back of a pickup truck. Like a blind butcher's assistant, I don't have a feel for the stakes, and I wish Capelli would decide if he's a silent protagonist or not. They characterize the shit out of him in cutscenes, but he completely buttons it in gameplay, and it seems opportunities are missed to call that fucking scientist out for locking himself in a cupboard with the tin peaches while Capelli scouts ahead for the 50th fucking time. The overarching plot is really just a weak framing device for a handful of different encounters along the course of a post-apocalyptic road trip, such as a nighttime chapter set in a slightly non-linear abandoned coal mining town infested with the undead, during which you team up with the town's slightly mad priest and... wait a shotgun cocking second, that's a word-for-word description of Ravenholm from Half-Life 2, except you can't fire circular saws at people or drop cars on their heads, so what's the bloody point? And then there's the fact that the climax involves the destruction of an alien control tower in the middle of a conquered city that's creating a wormhole to alien space on top of it, which was how Half-Life 2 Episode 1 ended. Now I think about it, fighting Techno-Soldier X-humans converted by a nebulous alien agenda smacks more than a little of Half-Life 2's Combine? Chimera? They both start with C and have 7 letters. That can't be a coincidence. And look, Insomniac Games. If you rearrange the letters, lose some of them, and add a few more, you get We Want to Be Valve. Look at it at the right angle, and suddenly it all becomes clear, like one of those 3D Magic Eye pictures. In the developer credits at the end, Insomniac Games just has a list of names with no job titles like Animator or Environment Jizzmopper, the same way Valve does credits. What is it about this that's making me picture Buffalo Bill swanning about with his landing gear stowed? Well, you know what? Great. If you're going to copy someone, copy Valve. I love those guys, but when I say that, I mean copy their methods. Don't highlight large sections of raising the bar and Control-C, Control-V it into your design doc. A rather awkward question comes to mind. All that non-regenerating held 10-weapon slot non-cover-based shooting malarkey that earns the game player pass, is that all there because you thought it'd be fun, or because it's what Half-Life 2 did? Maybe I'm not giving Resistance 3 enough credit. It's not like it's totally wearing a Half-Life 2 skin suit. There are bits where they rip off Metro 2033 instead. Nope, bad yahtzee. Giving the benefit of the doubt, Resistance 3 is very solid and well worth a wait a minute. The scientist has a beard! What did you do with the rest of the body, Insomniac? I'm starting to notice a bit of a recurring pattern in Shooter Season 2011, besides the usual ones like Brown and characters taping their asthma inhalers to their eye insides. They all seem to have this running theme of humanity being fucked, not just threatened with fuckery, but conveniently pre-fucked when the game starts. Resistance 3 opens with the human race cowering in the last few orifices the Chimera haven't gotten around to sticking their cocks into and the planet about to explode, and Gears of War 3 opens with the human government having completely collapsed, the Chunk Brigade all living on boats, and the planet about to explode. You see, threatening to explode the planet is something bad writers and twats do when they can't think of any other way to raise the stakes for the concluding installment of a trilogy. If they haven't come up with a single character whose goals and struggles we can actually feel invested in, they can always play the exploding planet card, because holy shit, I live on a planet! And there are always a few stray taint hairs on the exploding planet card from having been recently pulled from an arse, because I don't remember anyone mentioning it before this. So Marcus Phoenix and his grizzled backing vocalists are back, and as always, if they didn't occasionally stand next to the 2 token willowy hotties, you could be forgiven for thinking you'd accidentally set your TV to a wider aspect ratio. Fat-necked gorillas wearing fridges with armholes to a man, and they're all living on a ship and having to deal with a new race of snarly monsters. Apparently different to the previous race of snarly monsters, but not in any practical way. Suddenly, someone who's apparently important drops in with news that Marcus's dad is still alive, and he's also apparently important, so everyone goes off to look for him in the most circuitous possible way. If it sounds like I don't have the firmest grip on what exactly is going on in Gears of War, it's because I bloody well don't, and that's something I'll get into later. For now, I'll say in an ever so slightly spoilery way that this is the last installment, so major characters do die. And hilariously, Marcus Phoenix attempts to act aggrieved. I honestly can't tell the difference between a Marcus Phoenix who's angry because of grief and one who's angry because he woke up that morning. Now, before any of you Gears of War fans rush off to humiliate yourselves in the comment section by posting something along the lines of "What did you expect? Gears of War is about chainsaw bayonet vasectomies, plot and character is for girls and people with sensibly proportioned necks," I'd like to preemptively tell you to fuck off, and here's why. If I had said that Gears of War 3's plot was a spellbinding emotional rollercoaster from start to finish, none of you motherfucking fanboys would be saying the plot doesn't matter. You'd trumpet that from the fucking rooftops until someone asked you to leave. I'll touch on specific gameplay briefly, because what more is there to say? The third installment adds nothing new on that front except 4-player co-op in case you and a couple of friends have all taken bad acid and can only stay sane by boring yourselves as efficiently as possible. I remember being kind to Gears of War 2, but I honestly can't remember why. I think at the time I was trying to meet it halfway, on the assumption that the waist-deep pool of scummy brown water shooters had devolved into was something I was just going to have to live with. But having played Resistance 3 and a bit of that hard reset thing on Steam that's like Painkiller if they'd nicked one of Philip K. Dick's least comprehensible plots, it mystifies me how anyone can even think Gears of War is a better shooter. It's the original chest-high wall plot apocalypse. I hate how sprinting makes the camera headbang like it's at a Meatloaf gig, as if to say, moving quickly in Gears of War, not without a migraine you don't. Ever play the Gears of War drinking game? You take a shot every time Marcus Phoenix says something along the lines of go, move, or come on. He does it like clockwork after every shooting section because the game's justifiably paranoid that you've nodded off. But I don't think there's much more to be gained from nitpicking my specific problems with Gears of War. I think what we need to do is step outside for a moment, press our faces against the window, and look at things from a broader perspective. You may remember precisely 229 words ago I said that I can't remember why I was nice to Gears of War 2. To elaborate, I can't remember much about Gears of War 2 at all, despite playing it through to the end. I remember a bit where you carry a box, and a bit where you go inside a giant worm, which probably still wins the prize for the most Freudian moment in the entire series, and that's saying a lot, considering the main character's ongoing chainsaw vasectomy clinic side business, but I couldn't tell you how it fit into the ongoing alpha male tire swing cock slapper loser. So whenever Gears of War 3 called back to the previous series, I was kinda lost. Were the Lambent introduced in the last game? I guess so, because everyone already knows them at the start, but then I'm pretty sure they pulled the planet exploding thing out of their arse between games. And what about that female character voiced by Claudia Black, because aren't they all these days, whose only character trait seems to be reminding everyone that she's a girl whenever there's a gap in the conversation? Was she in the last game? Or that other female character with no personality at all? The one who I only figured out was supposed to be Marcus Phoenix's love interest because she put her hand on his shoulder at the end in a manner resembling a white plastic spork leaning on a chest of drawers? Now I do remember Marcus's dad being a big ongoing thing. Christ, he even looks like Sigmund Freud. At this point, they might as well equip everyone with pink jizz cannons and make all the enemies charge at your bum hole first. But didn't they already establish he was still alive, or did I just conclude that logically because they wouldn't have kept harping on his beardy ass if they weren't going to pay it off at some point? You see, you can argue specifics from both perspectives until the planet explodes. You can harp on about it being ploddy and brown, or you can say it's at least competently strung together, and I'd certainly prefer frustrated teenage boys play it rather than use their time going around setting fire to cats. But in the final analysis, a game can't be good if the moment you put it down, your brain balls up everything to do with it and tosses it into your mental junk drawer, so that all I remember of it a year on is so much brown noise, a big sweating blurred together lump of headscarves and steroids. Of all the big names getting their trilogies tied this year, Gears of War I consider one of the least likely to get a last-minute death row reprieve. It's a relic of a previous age, too dull for a reboot. I'm already forgetting stuff about Gears of War 3. I remember that one major character dying in a heroic sacrifice, Natch, but I couldn't tell you why it was necessary. Already my memory bank has looked at that fact and gone, yep, this needs to go. Need to make room for an extension on the cleavage department. Do you like real-time strategy games? Do you like the satisfaction of sending hordes of loyal trenchfoot-infected fathers and husbands to die while you hover 50 feet above them eating crumpets? Well then, piss off. This is Shooter Season 2011, the time for real men. This week I'd like to take things in a slightly more independent direction. All this talk of brown space marines stomping snarly monsters with their techno-willies is all very well, but represent but a single dismal facet of the intricate jewel that is shooters, and the most interesting stuff goes on in the independent circles, as is the case with every creative medium, including ritualistic serial killing. And it would almost be cruel of me to embark upon a slew of shooter reviews with a hastily concocted theme to in some futile way dull the pain of repetition without giving time to hard reset. An old-style Steam-based counter-argument to the modern shooter. It was either this or Space Marine, and given options, I'll go for the one that infuriates tosspots. Now, what first shone a big spotlight on hard reset as choirs of angels sung from on high was the fact that it was developed by some of the guys who worked on Painkiller, that now classic traditionalist FPS that is still more fun than any mortal sinner has any right to have. Presumably not the same ex-Painkiller guys who were brought onto Bulletstorm and found themselves polishing Cliffy B's silverware while Epic rolled up their sleeves and diligently ruined everything. No, these are the ex-Painkiller guys who still have their self-respect, whose stated goal in creating hard reset was to recreate that same run-gun fun that characterizes older 90s shooters. Unfortunately, the older 90s shooter that seemed to end up influencing them the most was Quake 2, an experience with about as much variety and entertainment value as drinking the entire contents of the washing up bowl the morning after a lard tasting party. And hard reset status as a product of former People Can Fly employees makes it comparable to George Harrison's solo career after the Beatles. No longer the glory days, but at least not as bad as Ringo's. Hard reset is a dystopic cyberpunk tale about a bloke named Fletcher, some kind of field agent or police officer detective thing, in a sprawling corporate future nightmare city, which is to cyberpunk what Tokyo is to the giant monster genre. And I'm going to throw a little impromptu competition here. If you haven't played Hard Reset yet, I want you to download it now, play through the entire game once to the end. Don't worry, it's not very long, it's independent, so the money ran out faster, and then come back here and explain to me what the plot was about in 25 words or less. It's something to do with evil robots invading the city because of an evil scientist, but it turns out he's not evil or something, and they use the word nanomachines like Hideo Kojima's dictaphone broke. They're trying to have this rich, full-on Philip K. Dick story between gameplay sections, but they keep throwing out curveballs that have nothing to do with anything that happens in the game, and just confuse me. Something about your job being to defend an archive of billions of digitalized human beings, but I only remember blowing up robots and having the occasional epileptic fit. But then Painkiller's story was fucking woeful. The journey of a copy of Painkiller through a packaging facility is probably a better story than what Painkiller itself had, and like Painkiller, Hard Reset reserves the story to in-betweeny bits. In this case, loading screens. That sort of illustrates its incomprehensibility. There's literally nothing else you could be concentrating on, and it still makes less sense than a shouty homeless man enacting Klingon opera. But Painkiller made up for itself with incredible environments, creative weapons, and hordes of enemies with nice soft tummies to use them on, and I'm sad to say Hard Reset lets itself down on every one of those points. The comparison to Quake 2 comes because Quake 2 was a game that never got past one kind of environment, namely the interior of a cardboard box that had been used to store exploding chocolate. And Hard Reset is a succession of blue-tinged urban industrial areas where everyone's really paranoid about losing things, so they strap multicolored neon lights to absolutely fucking everything. This is another one of those cyberpunk prerequisites, I think, but the connectivity of it all is cyber ridiculous. There's one level where you start off in a subway station, and a few corridors later you're on a rooftop. Did they design this city by throwing pocket calculators at a centrifuge? But we've danced around this enough. What about the actual shooting? It's true the game does the painkiller thing, making multitudes of monsters to mob you mercilessly, but as with the environments, they forgot the whole variety thing, and you only ever seem to fight two kinds of aggressive Roomba and a few pallet-swapped wheelie bins. There's really no way of saying this without giving ammunition to conservative anti-game campaigners, but there isn't as much fun to be had in shooting robots as there is in shooting organic life forms. When I fire a rocket into a cluster of charging monsters, I like to know that the cleanup will have to be done with a mop rather than a broom. It's hard to explain, but surely we can all agree that the lawnmower scene from Brain Dead just wouldn't have been as memorable if it had been taking place in the audiovisual department at Harvey Norman's, which is to say nothing of the inherent problem of exclusively fighting shiny metallic enemies covered in bleepy lights in a shiny metallic environment covered in bleepy lights. It does get visually confusing and frustrating when you're trying to spot a distant sniper while a charging wheelie bin is trying to use you to redecorate. Call me crazy, but if your weapon system is based around having two separate guns with 4 or 5 unlockable firing modes apiece, then yes, I suppose you do have a pretty fucking stupid weapon system, but since we're stuck with it, surely it would make more sense to have one key that toggles between the two rather than having one key for each. But now I am nitpicking. Is it fair to criticize an indie game for not having the resources to be as blinged out as previous better funded games? Certainly isn't. Hard Reset does end rather abruptly after the second boss, but at least it's not so long that the repetition gets too dull. Maybe if I had the time I could play through the plot 700 or 800 times and finally get what's going on. And let's fall back on the capitalists' argument that you can't expect too much for under $30. Treat Hard Reset as a short snacky rush of violence one can enjoy to cool down between big stodgy AAA titles, like having a slightly poorly made cappuccino and a Twix before going back to your desk and shoving your head in another bucket of crabs. If the various representatives of Shooter Season 2011 went to war against the JRPGs, then the developers of this week's subject would get to sit in the big general's tent ordering Insomniac Games to polish their boots, and sending the developers of Hard Reset to engage in ground-level skirmishing with the developers of Eternal Sonata. Yes, it's id Software, the creators of Doom and Quake, as the front cover of Rage is quick to remind us, the widely respected veteran of the shooter genre, who lives in constant terror that anyone will notice that their stripes and medals are made of aluminium foil and milk bottle tops. The two games given as evidence of their skill are both so old that they could probably be run on a sheet of corrugated cardboard with holes punched in it, and you'll note that Rage's box art makes no reference to anything they developed more recently, like Doom 3 or Quake 3, respectively a flashlight with a Halloween mask taped to it and a load of old wank. Will Rage renew their status as a current generation developer, or will the only Rage be my plumbers when I expect him to clean all the bits of broken DVD out of my disposal unit? So in preparation for upcoming global disaster, the Earth authorities seal you and various other individuals underground so that you might one day pop out like happy little radishes and retake the world once all that disaster business has cleared up. But a century later, you emerge to find that certain demographics of humanity survived, and there is now a thriving post-apocalyptic... Hey, get the fuck out of here, Fallout 3, I'm trying to talk about Rage. Oh, this is Rage. How awkward. It's yet another game in Shooter Season 2011 where humanity starts off fucked and all that's left to do is apply sympathetic words and soothing cream before it gets any worse. And you know, just once I'd like to see a post-apocalyptic setting where people wear jeans and t-shirts. It doesn't seem like it would be hard to loot a few factory outlet shops after society crumbles, but it seems the first thing everyone does after the bomb hits is strap every random animal skull and piece of kitchenware they can find to their leather singlets. Rage certainly does look very nice. This is what we call damning with fine praise, but it does. Some of the environments could take the breath away from even the most jaded mountain goat. Character animations are pretty amazing. Characters emote and gesture while talking in ways we haven't seen since Half-Life 2. Funny how innovation in today's industry basically means catching up to Valve. But then there's enemy animations too. While Half-Life 2 soldiers immediately ragdoll eyes when they run out of health like some impish Star Trek engineer teleported all their bones away, Rage's enemies have an incredible range of reaction animations, staggering, clutching wounded limbs, and even continuing to charge for a few seconds before the message that they've been killed reaches their brains. All of which is very lovely set dressing that utterly failed to distract me from thinking, this seems a lot like Borderlands. Wastelands, hub-based mission gameplay, gang members with saucepans strapped to their heads, drivable buggies. All that's missing is the co-op focus and a horrible interface. One might argue that just being Borderlands but better might give it reason to exist, but I imagine that would be small comfort for Gearbox. Still, at least in Borderlands you had an idea of what you were in there for. You were looking for a treasure. As motivation goes, you weren't exactly the Count of Monte Cristo, but at least it was something. In Rage, you wake up after a century of cryo-sleep, pop your head out the door, and some random passerby pulls you out by the scruff of your neck and says you have to go shoot some bandits. Jesus, fella, at least give me time to have a coffee. The first time you get the slightest hint of a plot is several hours later later when someone finally mentions that the post-apocalyptic community is under the oppressive heel of a technocratic authority and that the people are waiting for a hero like you to free them from its tyrannical grasp. Call me a cynic, please, it's my only sense of identity, but when some resistance movement shows up demanding I dress up in a sheep costume and jump through some hoops making suggestive barring noises before they'll let me fight the evil government who I have yet to actually fucking see, there's only one organisation I feel I'm being oppressed by here, especially when they all seem content to sit around in the base eating pancakes while I'm sent off alone to slaughter saucepan-wearing bandits de jour. Yeah, any governing body that calls itself the Authority, presumably the Crackdown Naming Committee were also cryonically preserved at some point, probably aren't distributing free t-shirts to war widows, but I wish the game would establish that rather than just ask me to assume it. At least have them give me a speeding ticket while I'm ramping off mountains in my dune buggy, make me think it's my problem. Here's a pacing masterclass for you. The first time we hear about the ultimate plan to bring down the Authority is moments before the final mission to enact it, and that plan is to awaken all your cryonically preserved mates at once. I'm sure the world will be much harder to oppress when the percentage of clueless gadabouts has sharply increased. But rather than fill in plot holes, Rage seems bent on simply distracting you from them at every opportunity. It's one of those games that tries to make itself a sprawling toy box rather than stay focused. There's the free-roaming driving death matches, the racing tournaments, and a cluster of mini-games in the Red Dead Redemption model, and I must say there's a certain amount of respect that should be afforded to any post-apocalyptic drinking establishment in which you can play knifey finger at one table and Magic the Gathering at the next. As much as an impromptu wasteland buggy rocket launcher duel livens up the commute back to town, it makes more sense to me to play separate games that focus on being either a good racer or a good shooter, rather than one that forces them to awkwardly spoon so there isn't room for enough sweet jumps or giant spider boss fights respectively. Despite the game being mechanically well balanced, it feels a bit anemic. Despite coming on 3 discs on the Xbox, there are only 2 hub towns and a paltry handful of side quests. Rage puts so much effort into looking nice that it sacrifices the overall experience, and what scares me is that this will set the example. It seems increasingly true that AAA games have been skipping meals so they can buy the most glittery dresses, and now it looks like they've started sticking their fingers down their throats. How does it make sense that a 3 CD game on the PlayStation could last you for weeks, but a 3 DVD game 2 generations later can be fired off in a weekend? id Software are certainly world-class engine programmers, but Engage they cannot. Don't see myself ever being thrilled to my very soul by particularly good volumetric lighting. There are only so many pretend human beings I can pretend murder before I start getting pretend jaded, which is like normal jaded, but you sort of ironically roll your eyes while you're doing it. So let's take a break from shooters this week. I have a lingering thread to resolve before the pre-Christmas release glut really kicks in. Now, there's nothing worse than people who condemn from ignorance, with the possible exception of people who attempt to masturbate their sexual partners after eating buffalo wings. You could call the Conservative Party a bunch of out-of-touch old scroats, but it'd be slightly hypocritical if you don't at least take the time to take a view of the mini-golfing. And while I was able to deduce that the Microsoft Kinect would be a crap gaming system simply by using my magnificent brain, I recently picked one up anyway, because Pope Urban VIII probably thought he was very clever when he condemned Galileo. But who got the last laugh there? Well, he did when Galileo died in poverty and dishonor, but what I'm saying is that I'm basically like the Pope. What's always been the problem with the Wii is the lack of physical feedback. You'd swing your little white dongle and Link would swing his sword, but maybe his sword would glance off a wall or piece of armor and yours would keep going, flying right out of your hand and embedding itself in the cat. The Kinect is all of that with no controller and therefore even less feedback and slightly healthier cats, but I'd be lying if I said that there wasn't appeal in the idea of sifting through interfaces by making regal, dismissive gestures from my couch, like with those computers in Minority Report. But if the Kinect is like the computers from Minority Report, then that explains why they cast Tom Cruise in that film. I have a decent-sized living room, and I couldn't get further away from the sensor without physically merging with my couch, and it still had trouble reading all 6'5" of solidified handsome. Most crushingly, it threw a hissy fit if I tried using it sitting down, because to the sensor, me sitting down might as well have been me having recently fallen off a 50-story building. No one can get immersed in a game while standing up, except maybe the guards at Buckingham Palace. First of all, I tried out Child of Eden, the Polygon murder spree from the creators of the Polygon murder spree Res, essentially a rail shooter about the internet being under attack by an amassed army of forgotten screensavers. Certainly a spectacular display, but even a cosmic dance with 100 large-breasted space fish loses something when you have to replay it for the 3rd time because you weren't clear on what you were supposed to be doing. Yeah, I know, game. Use my left hand to shoot down the purple projectiles before they hit me. Now, in what specific way did you envision me using my left hand? Because that could mean anything from waving it to sticking a bowling pin up a gorilla's ass. Eventually, I figured out that use meant do the same thing you do with the right hand to use your normal weapon, but keep your right hand pinned to your side because I might think you're trying to strangle me and go into a panic. And even then, the usual delay motion sensors have before registering your action led to several frustrating game overs, and every now and again the game would pause itself right as it was getting excited, because it assumes that any ambiguity of motion on your part means that you have been suddenly abducted by space monsters. But doing panicky improvised Tai Chi to amuse graph paper is not gaming. It's more like therapy for geometry phobics. So let's move on to how the Kinect does with an actual gamer game, Rise of Nightmares, which seemed like exactly my kind of thing. Dark grungy horror like the kind one gets cleaning in between between the bathroom tiles after you put it off for 3 years. You play a character whose name I forget, so we'll just call him Phineas K. Duschenstein, who is riding a train through Europe with his sexy wife when it crashes in the middle of nowhere and the wife is kidnapped and taken to a nearby Gothic castle, and your only option is to go off in pursuit while all around you young attractive people with a broad variety of European accents get murdered in nasty ways. So basically it's Donkey Kong as directed by Eli Roth, if he spent most of the production locked in his trailer playing Resident Evil 4. The main villain turns out to be a mad scientist who kidnaps people to replace their body parts with machinery, and somehow he must have done this to you before the game even began, because you control like you've been partially merged with a forklift. It's entirely Kinect controlled, but I had to figure out a way for you to request movement without leaving the 1 square centimetre of floor it's happy for you to stand on. So to move forward, you put 1 foot in front of the other, and to turn, you rotate your shoulders like a passive-aggressive depressed person who has been dragged onto a dance floor. And I don't know if you've ever tried standing off balance for as long as it takes to drive a very slow forklift down a corridor, especially when you're top-heavy like me and my aforementioned magnificent brain, but after a couple of hours of play, my feet felt like I'd been trying to river dance down Giant's Causeway, and after spending all that time extending a hand at full arm's length to open doors, or hoping I'm making the right kind of wild flails to make Phineas K. Duschenstein smack zombies in the unarmoured parts, my shoulders ached from all the enforced physical activity with none of the gratification I'd have had if I'd spent the same energy wanking. Thinking about it, maybe there is something to be said for a survival horror game that becomes genuinely physically painful to play. You can't say it's off message, but I doubt health and safety would see it that way. Otherwise the game occasionally limbers up your stiffened muscles with a nice traditional QuickTime event, generally ducking or sidestepping to avoid a surprise trap. Wait, sidestepping? You throw a fucking shit fit if I'm more than 6 inches to either side of where I was when I started playing game. Where am I supposed to sidestep to? Or do I just cock my leg out to one side like I'm pissing on a fire hydrant? You know, funnily enough, I actually quite like the game's atmosphere and it's not incompetently paced. I could get into it if I could use a controller that didn't give me verrucas, but the environments are kind of small, so if I could just pop out my slow-ass forklift and jog to the exit, then it'd probably lose a lot of its pacing. I think it's a mistake to entirely control a game like this with Kinect. Motion controls haven't gotten any less unimmersive now that it can vaguely tell whether or not you're trying to strangle yourself. But if you had a game that mostly used a normal controller, but there were 1 or 2 non-essential things you could do by doing a little non-committed gesture from your couch, that might add something. Like maybe if it was just for spellcasting, or brushing curtains aside, or greeting people in the street when you're only vaguely certain that you know them. I've been a little busy working at the junkyard crushing cars between my muscles to read comic books, but some of my nerdy friends tell me that DC Comics have been making some controversial moves lately. First, they reboot their entire universe, which kind of made sense to me, because if comic continuity was a person, then you would never be able to ostracize them fast enough. But then apparently they also turned all their strong female characters into big fat nympho cockslobberers who wave their tits about like maracas, because there isn't quite enough popular culture being aimed exclusively at teenage boys just yet. But perhaps some hearts and minds could yet be won back with Arkham City, a sequel to the excellent Batman Arkham Asylum, and the DC universe can get back to what it's really about. Hordes of impressionable, poverty-stricken young people having all their arms and legs broken by an extremely rich businessman. In his pants. While Arkham Asylum was my game of the year that year, I had a sinking feeling about Arkham City that I could only put down to professional intuition. The concept felt a bit too sequel-y. Does that make sense? No, obviously not. Well, you know how Super Mario went from land to world to galaxy and now they've sort of written themselves into a corner? I can't help thinking this franchise is taking a similar path, and once they get to Arkham Universe, you can't rely on suspension of disbelief to explain how the Joker can pay for a space program. Even Arkham City is pushing it a bit. Evil neckbeard Hugo Strange persuades the authorities to put a big wall around a large section of Gotham City's slums and call it an internment camp, where all the major villains can fight it out for control and the Riddler can run around with a team of contractors grappling hooks and spelunking equipment, leaving question marks everywhere, because it will in some way prove that he's smarter than an emotionally retarded bloke in a pointy hat. And then when Bruce Wayne suggests that this might not be the smartest way to rehabilitate people, he gets arrested and thrown in there without trial. What I'm saying is that unless Hugo Strange has also been crowned king of the human race, I don't see how he can swing all this without provoking a few letters to the editor. So it's Arkham Asylum with more of a sandbox setup, but like whipped cream on an angry dog, the sandbox doesn't necessarily make a game better. Bigger, certainly. But Arkham Asylum was about a core group of villains linearly taking it in turns to give Batman a solid bat teabagging, and was generally more coherent, while Arkham City has rather splurged all over the place. When your starting point is a game as solid as Arkham Asylum, represented here by a kick-ass motorbike, all a sequel can do is pack on colourful stickers and amusing tassels, and replace the wheels with ones from a monster truck, and I start to feel the motorbike people are trying too hard to impress me. The sheer number of villains lining up for fisties means they have to bunch up and sacrifice screen time a bit, and there's no room for anything so wonderfully indulgent as the Scarecrow bits from last time. Even the city map itself seems a bit too cluttered, like someone tried to eat an entire central heating system and puked it all up onto a half-finished Lego project. I keep getting caught up on terrain. Oh look, the Silent Avenger of the Night oversteered and is spazzing out on someone's TV aerial. Don't get me wrong, it's still good. Everything I liked about Asylum is still here. The stealthing and fighting are still very well implemented, and now you can counter multiple twats at once, so you can beat attacker A into submission with attacker B's leg. But they also didn't fix the few problems I did have with the first game. I still think we're crying out for an auto-run option because in hectic moments I keep forgetting to hold down A, so Batman saunters casually around the battlefield trying to remember what the button combination for the quick hook shot was. And again, you might as well leave detective vision on all the time, so the game turns into Batman and the Argonauts. I find this rather galling. I had to work very hard to find those nitpicks, Rocksteady. The least you can do is validate me. The only problem area that I can say has improved is the boss fights. They're not quite as crap now. And no, I guess I don't expect that line to be quoted on the box of the special edition re-release, but they aren't. There are still a lot of villains who'll just pitch you against their entire entourage because they themselves don't have much going for them besides a sharp suit and assorted personality disorders, but the superpower battles are now more sophisticated than endlessly tricking the local brick shithouse into banging their head against a wall. And if you bought new rather than pre-owned, which of course you did because you're a good boy or girl or intermediate who supports game developers, then you also get to play as Catwoman, Batman's sexy frenemy who paid for an entire jumpsuit but isn't getting her money's worth on the zipper, if you see what I mean. Mostly she plays like Batman, making use of a few pole dancing lessons in her own combat and stealth sections, although she can cling to ceilings as well, just like a real cat that's been bitten by a radioactive spider. She's also a lot less fun to explore the city with because instead of glidey wings and hook shots, her method of getting around is to whip onto the tops of buildings and then smash straight into a wall. Then she has to hop her way up the wall in a sort of no really I meant to do that kind of way, leaving another bloody imprint of her increasingly two-dimensional face to congeal on the brickwork. She also has her own Riddler trophies to gather, so I guess the Riddler feels he has to prove that he's smarter than her too. But if the Riddler is sitting with his feet up watching the security cameras with a question mark themed mug of milky tea, while Catwoman is out headbutting masonry and picking up his litter, I think it's pretty self-evident who's smarter. Arkham City isn't getting out of here without a recommendation, but it's worth remembering that when you go straight sandbox, you lose control of a certain amount of structure. A word of warning, if you're like me, handsome, talented, and secretly longing for death, you'll want to finish the main story first and do the side missions in post-ending fuckabouts because you need all the gadgets to find all the secrets, and then, like me, you'll end up flapping back and forth like a confused magpie at the aluminium foil tennis championships, trying to trigger the side missions that your quest log says you haven't found yet. And like me, you'll eventually look it up and discover that some but not all of the side missions get locked off if you don't finish them by the story end. And then, like me, you'll probably make a noise that's somewhere between a sigh and a gnash, and then like me, you'll say, how does that make any donkey boffing sense? And like me, you'll maybe jump up and down a few times, and like me, you should probably stop padding this video out. I'm so fucking thrilled that my cheek muscles are about to wrap around the top of my head like a Miss Pac-Man bow, because Shooter Season 2011 has finished catering to people who will only ever touch a vagina if they found a job at the funeral home, and has now moved on to the realistic shooter stage for the benefit of your racist dad. And the reason I'm so thrilled is because I consider myself a connoisseur of box art depicting soldiers slowly walking towards the camera. Call of Duty's a strong contender, especially the Modern Warfare 2 box showing the man looking off to the right as if someone off-panel is trying to point out that his trousers are about to catch fire, but the Battlefield series has to be the master of the art. The cover of Battlefield Bad Company 2 experimented with a groundbreaking depiction of a slowly walking soldier with a big orange smear all down his front like he had an accident with his lasagna. Imagery so striking they've used exactly the same thing for Battlefield 3, only now he's walking away from a city as if to say, I am never going to that restaurant again. EA recently went on the record that they consider the single-player campaign to be just as important as multiplayer, so I'm going to take that as validation for only talking about the single-player as usual. Actually, I did play online for like 7/10 of a second, during which I shot at something a very great distance away and died a lot, so I don't see it being massively different to the single-player experience. Anyway, the modern realistic shooter random villain generator today landed on terrorists, with Russians in the secondary villain role and a nuke as the principal MacGuffin, at which point someone may have raised their hand and said, do we want to re-roll this, because it's going to end up being a lot like Modern Warfare otherwise. But EA is a strict dungeon master that tolerates no random roll backsies, so here we are, a game without a single original thought in its head. From Black Ops, we have the American soldier being interrogated by the CIA as a framing device. From Modern Warfare 1, we have nukes knocking around in the Middle East. And from my prescription medication, we have a weird yellow blancmange-like creature floating in the corner of the ceiling. Battlefield 3 was built on the Frostbite 2 engine. I know this for a fact because it can't go 5 minutes without banging on about it. This is a game that isn't trying to sell an engaging experience or even the military lifestyle. It's trying to sell destruction physics and the lighting engine. This becomes clear around the second time a building collapses with the camera angled in such a way as if to say, you may now appreciate this. A minimum level of appreciation is required to continue. My spirits were raised at one point when it seemed we were about to have a flying vehicle section in a jet plane until my character sat in the gunner's seat and I realised shit was going down rail shooter style, except for the modern day missile targeting and shooting system, which is about as involving and skillful as heating up a sponge pudding in the microwave. Just look at those clouds, sighed the game with a dreamy lack of awareness. Maybe you could make a flight simulator in Frostbite 2, don't you think so, publishers? Well, since you want me to notice the engine so much, EA, it's got more pop in than a warehouse full of jam jar lids, and I made a game out of spinning around really fast trying to catch blurry textures before they loaded back in. And there are QuickTime events, which unless you count the ones in Rise of Nightmares, which were more like spontaneous exercise routines, I hadn't seen in a while. For an all too brief happy time, I thought I'd achieved at least one thing in my life and communicated that QTEs are gameplay design at its absolute worst because they're essentially the same as pressing the unpause button on a DVD remote. mode, except you have to rewind the film 5 or 10 minutes if you don't do it fast enough. But never let it be said that EA have ever allowed themselves to be bossed around by common sense, except Battlefield 3's Q2Es are often that variety that's somehow even worse gameplay design, where there's a rather insultingly generous time limit on pressing the button, so it's not even press X to not die, it's press X to continue whatever it was you were doing. It often happens during scripted melee combat sequences, so your attacker will just repeatedly punch you in the face until you press the button to block him or point out an interestingly shaped cloud, although I might recommend holding off for an hour or two if you want to actually get some amusement out of all this. Come to think of it, most of the game exists in the spirit of the QuickTime event, meaning it's another game with one and only one very specific thread of continuation that does everything it can to stamp on your troublesome free will. On one occasion, the game instructed me to go to point B, but I hung around point A for a while because I'm stubborn like that, and I started hearing ambient sound effects from point B, like the game had already assumed I'd obeyed, like a good little drone. Then I had a game over during a chase sequence when I caught up with my pursuee too quickly, and the words "Game over, you failed to catch Mr. Terrorist Pants" faded in over the sequence of me catching Mr. Terrorist Pants. More generally, I had a tendency to die a lot, perhaps to punish me for my hubris, because Battlefield tends to lean more towards realism, but before we all smirk massively at that notion, I will say that it is somewhat more grounded than Call of Duty, with its James Bond snow chasers and Russian imaginary friends, but it doesn't seem right that I can be sniping prone from a concealed position and dudes with AK-47s in the next town over can kill me in 5 seconds unless my helmet's wrapped in magnetized Christmas lights. Oh, I'm sure the multiplayer is very lovely for all you online Johnnies with higher tolerance for repetition and toss pots, but let me close with a specific moment in the single player because it took me 8 tries to get through and I'll be buggered if I'm the only person whose time will be wasted by it. I had to escort a comrade with a wounded prisoner out of a building and be picked up by an Osprey outside, but it turned out the terrorists were using the building for their annual bullet sampling party, and since my colleague felt there was no better body armor than a mission-critical prisoner, I had to go out and shield them with the sturdier parts of my face. And then we got outside, fighting off terrorists as we went, and once he was inside the Osprey, I ran out of cover to follow before bouncing off a big fat invisible wall at the bottom of the ramp and being turned into a bullets and combat gear burrito. Escape not sufficiently exciting, went the game. You must reach a minimum level of excitement before continuing. You must reach a minimum level of suck my cock, Battlefield 3. I've said some mean things about the Uncharted series, like how it's about a smug American cunt so massive that it could use Cleopatra's Needle as a sex aid, who remorselessly commits large-scale archaeological destruction without even the level-headed justification of a serial arsonist, but I have to admit, I was looking forward to playing the new one. The Uncharted series can generally be relied upon for stirring adventure and impressive set-pieces, as well as all the racism, but as much as I've joked that Nathan Drake is a one-man declaration of war by the United States upon the entire rest of humanity, I'd like to finally move past that. I'd like to, but I fucking can't, because now he's after me! From mixed skin colours and Drake's fortune and Russians in Among Thieves, we're now on to Englishmen being mowed down by the hundreds. For fuck's sake, Naughty Dog, I want to be proven wrong on this. If you do Uncharted 4, please have him murder an American. Just one. Just for me. Or an Australian, because at least then I'll know you're deliberately trying to piss me off. The game opens in London, with Drake walking off cobbled streets into an English pub with a motherfucking red phone box out the front, where every single member of the clientele looks like Grant Mitchell from EastEnders. Now, I've always assumed that the foreign locales in previous games were at least researched to some degree, but now I'm forced to call that into question because the equivalent of this would be walking into Central Park and seeing a load of Prohibition-era gangsters feeding the ducks by shooting bread out of Tommy guns. Drake finds a clue that starts him off on a globe-trotting scavenger hunt that will end in the discovery of a lost treasure, blah-de-blah-de-blah. In one of the behind-the-scenes featurettes, the developers flat-out admit that they think up the spectacular set-pieces first and then come up with the plot around them. And by Christ does it show, because these games are getting as formulaic as a Scooby-Doo episode. Who wants to bet the lost treasure at the end will turn out to have been deliberately lost because there's some negative effects surrounding it that the bad guys want to weaponize? And that Drake will pull off the main villain's face and it'll turn out to be Old Man Withers. But it's not just a bit formulaic. A lot of Uncharted 3 plays like a point-for-point rehash of Uncharted 2. It even does that same thing where they introduce a sidekick and characterize them and give them flaws and struggles and then put them on a fucking bus halfway through to bring back that one boring chick from the first game who now has a consistent pattern of getting together with Drake at the end of every game and splitting up in between them, probably after the adrenaline wears off and she realizes they have fuck all in common. Maybe it comes to a head when she wants to see Les Miserables and he wants to go to the black and white minstrel show. But while being a point-for-point retread of the last game, Uncharted 3 also somehow manages to simultaneously be a point-for-point rip-off of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, right down to the flashback of the hero as a youth first acquiring a taste for blood, the escape from a burning European castle, clues found on the graves of Crusader knights, and an ancient tribe of nomads with nothing better to do than protect the lost treasure from discovery, and to all mysteriously vanish at the final confrontation. If ripping off was an Olympic event, this would get 6s across the fucking board. The funny thing about Uncharted 3, and Uncharted 2 to a lesser extent, is that characters keep drawing attention to plot holes and then don't bother filling them them in. On 3 separate occasions, Drake wonders aloud why the baddies consistently prioritize killing him over their personal safety, enacting gun battles in collapsing buildings, sinking ships, dangling out the back of a plane, and on the surface of a flaming meteorite that's speeding towards a lion. This is a good question, Naughty Dog, one that probably deserves an answer at some point. And other characters frequently ask Drake how what they're doing could possibly be worth it when they've already had enough bullets fired at them to shame a Texan New Year's. This too is a good question, one might argue the question that has been hanging over this series since the beginning, and Drake never fucking gives them a satisfying answer before booking them all flights to the next unstable political region on the list. Probably because there is no answer that would let him retain his facade of cheeky, dumb-faced lovability, but I'd respect him more if he just said, I want to have enough money to buy a concubine for every square inch of my cock. A whole 3 concubines, Drake. Ha 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 ha. Gameplay hasn't changed much because why fix what isn't broke, and indeed why fix what you're not going to use in the announcement trailer. This is the first time I remember noticing it, but combat can get very obnoxiously trial and error at times, especially when I'm not sure if the game is expecting me to stealth it up or not, and every motherfucker in the current hemisphere figures out where I am after I give the wrong guy the surprise glomp of death. There are fights where you just have to memorize when and where the baddies are going to spawn, because while you're running around looking for cover to hide from the armored guy with the machine gun that kills you in 3 hits, some jack-off with a grenade launcher came out onto the gantry overhead, and I'm not asking him to send up a fucking signal flare, but he could at least yell "think fast" before his payload sends my monochrome corpse sailing broken-necked into the sea like a bootleg real doll falling out the back of a van, and I still seem to have problems disentangling Drake from his beloved chest-high walls when a shotgun guy spawns right behind him and is moving to blow that stupid 90s hairdo right off his douche nozzle mid-wisecrack. Bitter moi! But as we've established, the set pieces are what lie at the core of Uncharted. There's an entire non-sequitur ship section that adds fuck all to the plot and exists only because someone wanted to see a big ol' ocean liner get fucked up. That'll teach it. Also because they wanted Drake to run down a corridor away from inrushing water, which I think has only been used in around 60 or 70 disaster movies, and kill the player dead if they hesitate or run in the wrong direction for more than a nanosecond, which is still better than doing it all in a cutscene at least, but sometimes the game seems to go about set pieces the same way John Belushi went about Speedball, and things can start to feel a bit predetermined a lot of the time. How many times is something going to break off when Drake tries to climb on it, because he's got no right to be surprised anymore? Alright, I guess I have to admit at some point that Uncharted 3 is still generally fun to play, but the series is already past its prime, and as it went over the same points as always, I started getting distracted and noticed its hairy butt crack peering over the top of its jeans. Perhaps better to bow out gracefully now before ideas run dry and Drake ends up murdering Inuits for their dad's jigsaw puzzle. With the release of Battlefield 3 and Modern Warfare 3, Shooter Season 2011 is gearing up for a shuddering, sticky-fingered climax right into our eye sockets, and as the 2 giants of modern wargaming stand head-to-head, Battlefield armed with a realistic, faithfully depicted sniper rifle, and Modern Warfare with a neon space bazooka that fires venomous hedgehogs, only one question remains unanswered. Why haven't I reviewed Skyrim yet? Alright, 2 questions. Of these 2 mindless celebrations of state-sponsored violence designed for paranoid shitheads who sit stroking guns while unblinkingly watching subtitled foreign movies, which is the least horrible? Rather than dryly breaking down Modern Warfare 3 on its own this week, I thought I'd do something I haven't done in a while and go over the 2 opponents Infamous versus Prototype style, although hopefully this one won't end with a hardened military veteran lingerie fashion parade. I mean, if it comes down to a tiebreaker again, it'd need to be something more humiliating than being protagonists in these games in the first place. Plot. Modern Warfare 3 starts off with the advantage for being a continuation of the ongoing Modern Warfare plot, but then it fumbles the advantage and serves directly into the umpire's flask of tea. Once again, the action switches back and forth between the US military fighting off the sinister Russians and Captain Price et al. In pursuit of some bastard who is apparently responsible. I love how that always works, don't you? Remember when they killed Osama bin Laden and now there's no terrorism anywhere in the world, ever? Occasionally you also play as other characters who always have the life expectancy of a rat in a homeless man's mouth, but more on that later. For me, Modern Warfare 3's plot makes its signature turn right around the bend when Russia invades Europe, as in all of it, simultaneously. Now, I've never invaded Europe, except for that one time, but I would think that's a project you might want to stagger out a bit if you haven't forged an alliance with any galactic empires lately, but I'm still giving this one to Modern Warfare because whatever the strong points of Battlefield's plot, it was mostly ripped off from Call of Duty games, so Modern Warfare basically gets the prize either way. Action! It should be a given at this point that if you don't like endlessly pointing and clicking at armoured brown blokes who are differentiated from the other armoured brown blokes you're not supposed to shoot in ways that won't become clear until the 3rd or 4th glance or first round of bullets, then maybe you should go back to your pony riding simulators, you little girl. But there were many points in both games when I'd be in the middle of a war zone, unable to see the baddies through the dust and smoke while my NPC allies all stole my kills, and I'd reflect that shooters seem to have lost their way. Both games mix it up with vehicle sections though. Battlefield 3 lets you ride a tank and a plane, but spends the entire time flashing up big arrows telling you when and where to press what buttons, but on the other hand, it is at least possible to fail if your head has recently caved in. In Modern Warfare 3's vehicle sections, you usually just drop in conflagration on ground targets from high above like you're God armed with a giant magnifying glass, so I have to give this one to Battlefield for at least remembering that games need to in some way challenge as well as satisfy your psychotic armchair genocide fantasies. Realism. Let me just say that if realism is a make or break factor for you in a game about shooting enough foreigners to be classified as a medium medium-sized natural disaster, then you're exactly the kind of gamer that the rest of us disassociate ourselves from when the mainstream media find out about you. For what it's worth, Battlefield 3 is more realistic. You die much easier under fire, and sniper bullets even have drop-off. Wow, drop-off? I love that because it reminds me of my flaccid, impotent cock. And even a terrorist group with 3 nukes and a seemingly bottomless supply of reinforcements is more realistic than the Russian army somehow having the manpower to simultaneously invade every capital city in Europe within days of pulling out of a full-scale invasion of the United States. Presumably, while waiting for the order, large groups of Russian soldiers were all camped outside each European city disguised as trees. So Battlefield 3 gets the point, even though Modern Warfare 3 is more fun, because even if all your arms and legs have been shot off, you can still flop your way behind cover and suck on some nourishing gravel until it all grows back. Racism! The ongoing plot of Modern Warfare involves the Russians basically being tricked into war by that bastard Makarov, making them think the Americans shot up that airport in Modern Warfare 2. And I assumed they set all that up so as to avoid painting Russians as inherently evil, but it must be said that the Russian populace really don't seem to have needed much persuading, and their soldiers gun down unarmed civilians like free candy comes out of their brain holes. The driving plot point of Modern Warfare 3 is tracking down the Russian president who was kidnapped on his way to working out a peace treaty with the West. Now, if the Russian government was committed enough to peace that he was already on the plane puckering up for some imperialist bottom kissing, who the hell gave the order to invade Europe? Because when the president finally does get into that meeting with the Western powers, there are going to be some fucking awkward items on the agenda. Full-scale chemical weapon attacks on civilians, that's a hard thing to blame on a few bad apples. I think the problem might lie with the orchard, Mr. President. You might want to stop watering it with liquidized children. So yeah, a point for Modern Warfare again, because I could never quite tell what Battlefield 3's main villain's accent was supposed to be. The shocking moment. After nukes in War 1 and fun with massacres in War 2, we've come to expect a shocking moment in Modern Warfare games, although since we are expecting it, it'd be more shocking if there wasn't one. But sadly, no 6-year-olds were around to explain this to the developers, and the shocking moment is hollow, token, and manipulative. A child dies. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Children die all the time, especially if you tie them to the rear bumper of a car. It's not even difficult. Meanwhile, Battlefield 3 nukes Paris. They don't dwell on it, and it never comes up again. They could at least have a bloke fly past the camera with a baguette stuck through his head. Multiplayer. As if. So after all that, who's the winner? No one. Nobody is the winner. The loser is the entire games industry and human society in general when the people who like these games grow up, become president, and call the Secretary of State for Defense a faggot for not wanting to nuke Switzerland. But maybe it's not too late to save us if we start making games about nicer wars, like the Anglo-Zanzibar War of 1896 that lasted 38 minutes. You'd barely have time to shoot one British sailor before declaring peace and spending the rest of the afternoon beating them at cricket. Shooter Season 2011 has finally rolled off my rigid, unfulfilled body and is now snoring face down into the pillow with only the promise of Serious Sam 3 as a spirited midnight quickie later on. So perhaps we can finally kick this half-hearted excuse for a running theme out of bed and move on to Sandbox Season 2011. No. But having spent so many weeks getting forced down corridors of every size and shape like the last bit of toothpaste in a tube being manipulated by the flabby, uncoordinated hands of a fat prick, getting yelled at because one of the many specs I haven't fired bullets at yet is holding another spec that can fire rockets, I was in exactly the right mood to get out in the open, feel the wind in my hair and the rolling epic landscape beneath my feet. So to that end, I stopped playing video games and left the house. Ha! Not fucking likely. Actually, I played Skyrim, the latest installment of the venerable Elder Scrolls series. More importantly, though, no one can yell at me for not playing the fucking multiplayer for once. In the grand tradition of Elder Scrolls games, you start off imprisoned for an unspecified crime. When will the authorities of Tamriel learn? If you keep locking people up for minor adventure-related crimes, they'll just be surrounded by other adventurers and be more likely to adventure again when they get out. Still, the Empire insists they're taking their war on adventure policy seriously, but just as you're about to be executed, the town is attacked by Godzilla. At this point, you're given the choice of fleeing the town with either the friendly rebels or the people who just tried to give you a Viking crew cut. I only know one person who took the second option, and only because his housemate had already taken the sensible choice, and they wanted to see what happened if theoretically one had the brain of a deck chair. Either way, you soon discover that you are the legendary Godzilla-born, who must save the world from Godzilla and his chums, and all the rebellion business kind of falls by the wayside. I mean, I went out of my way to go meet the rebel leader and reminisce about when we were execution buddies, but he wouldn't give me the time of day. Well, fuck you, Ulfric Stormcloak. I don't have to help you wash your hairy bagpipes. I can breathe radioactive lasers. Like some wonderful mountainous gelatinous cube, I've had myself becoming quite absorbed in Skyrim, more so than Oblivion, perhaps because characters you're speaking to no longer look like they're trying to kill you with their gaze, and they took out that stupid conversation minigame that was like feeding them boredom pie. With the evidence piling up that the industry leans more towards nose-leading, bottom-smacking sightseeing tours, it's very gratifying to finally play a game that's more organic than a brick in a dishwasher. Yes, there are still mysterious floating arrows the game expects you to stand under if you want to make progress, but if you don't feel like it, you can walk walk 78 miles in the opposite direction, put a cooking pot over a dog's head, and swat at his knackers with a woodsman's axe until he howls himself deaf. The kind of game in which I love being given quests in a new town halfway across the map because it means hours of random adventuring fun as I hike my way over there, or more accurately, backpedal my way over there because a troll has murdered most of my face, and I'm trying to get my regeneration spell out, and my character seems to keep his or her weapons up their arse, or vagina. Of course, the inevitable problem one runs into when you make a game as broad as this is that it's going to be virtually impossible to balance. I went out of my way not to steal, because playing a career thief in Oblivion and Fallout 3 always ended with me owning a majority stake in the entire universe, and all challenge was lost. So in this case, I decided I was role-playing a man with a crippling fear of victory and success. And you know what? I still ended up owning a majority stake in the entire universe, because it's been a very long time since any of the dungeon monsters had a big treasure spring clean. I spent maybe a fifth of my playtime actually adventuring, and the rest looking for shops that still had some gold left so I could sell some of my junk and buy all their healing potions, and nothing else. Because I made the mistake once of hoarding all the potions of resist frost and poisons of stamina weakness in case I needed them, but I never needed them because it's quicker to just bash people around the chops while necking health potions, and anything else might as well be so much Vegemite. I had 15,000 gold and nothing to spend it on, except training, I suppose. Oh, look at Sir Alan Sugar over here, is too rich and important to adventure properly. Would you like to skip to the ending cutscene because you have to go and buy a new aeroplane before the shops shut? Mind you, my attack strategy of run up and start swinging until either something dies or my arm detaches at the shoulder and whirls away like a Catherine wheel seems to have been adopted by every enemy in the game too. And if you're not good with a shield and you've already spent your allotment of radioactive mouth lasers, then there's only so far you can backpedal away from the crazy man with the dual hand axes before you hit a mountain. There's a bad habit of filling dungeons with mostly easy baddies and one incredibly hard boss, and after a while fighting those guys turns into a game of find the exploit, like this one undead lad who hit like a runaway ice cream van but who seemed to forget all about me whenever I left the room, so I ended up taking pot shots from the doorway like the world's worst Jehovah's Witness. Even the all-powerful world-ending Godzillas are surprisingly easy to outsmart by positioning a large rock between you and it. I can never quite be free of cover-based combat, can I, current generation gaming? Oh yes, and take my advice, get a horse. The horses in Skyrim just do not give a fuck. If there's anything within a half-mile radius that means you harm, your horse will not rest until it's been powderized, except when you're sitting on the horse, and since you can't attack from horseback either, the two of you can jolly well sit there looking dopey while wolves chew your stirrups off. Skyrim has that pleasant water-cooler quality where every person you discuss it with has a different experience, but after a while the conversation will turn into a glitch-swapping party. My best one was an old lady hovering 20 feet in the air before disappearing into the ground before my eyes. I never even knew her name, but I will always remember you, hovering ground lady. And when you're talking to characters, none of them seem to be particularly interested in what they're saying, and other characters very rudely walk up while you're talking and bark some random local trivia at your face. It's like I'm trapped on the planet of the Spurglords. Nitpicking is unhelpful, however, and I'm in the kind of mood that I'm prepared to overlook a lot of flaws in Skyrim, which is good because there are a lot of flaws in Skyrim, but I'll applaud it if it means we can have less games that treat me like a child stuck in a pipe. Games industry, I will applaud it as hard as you like. I will slap at my palms until my future children suffer masturbation guilt. No, I don't know what I'm on about, go away. You know what, I think the little worm of excitement lying neglected on the floor of my flinty emotionless belly is the closest it's ever come to coughing up a lung with glee. A sequel to Saints Row 2, a game that I thought was more fun than an entire swimming pool full of disembodied tits, because it was smart enough to remember what Grand Theft Auto forgot, that when we drive at full speed into an old lady, it's not because we want to see her sobbing in a gutter because she can't afford both a new hip and her grandchildren's Christmas presents. We want to see her rocket into the sky and concuss an albatross. Saints Row the Third is set in a whole new city, Steelport, which in bold contrast to the previous city of Stillwater is called something different. Perhaps it's time to relearn the other thing Grand Theft Auto forgot, that you could always set your sandbox city somewhere other than New York, like Coventry perhaps, although in that case when you inevitably get bored and want to commit suicide from the tallest building, you'd probably have to join a queue. So in the time since Saints Row 2, the Third Street Saints have become pop culture celebrities with their own clothing range and energy drink, but being corporate whores has caused them to lose touch with all the wholesome murdering, theft and regular old whores that got them to where they are today. But then circumstances conspire to trap the Saints in the city of Steelport and force them to start again from square one. And by square one, I mean seemingly unlimited access to attack helicopters. Now, the first Saints Row game was comparatively straight. It wasn't exactly homicide life on the street, but you weren't going to climb aboard any rocket-powered jet bikes either. Saints Row 2 leaned wackier, with a slightly unhealthy fascination with spraying poo at things other people would rather you didn't spray poo at, but was still somewhat grounded in reality at least. Saints Row the Third drinks Whack-A-Zaid from a clown shoe. This is a trilogy progression we academics call Evil Dead Syndrome, and I'm not sure I like it. The funny parts of Saints Row 2 shone all the brighter alongside its more pove-based aspect. It's when you're wearing full Lucha Libre gear thwacking at zombies with a big floppy dildo as part of the everyday routine that it starts to feel less special. Saints Row 3 disappoints right out of the gate by reducing the trademark psychotic levels of character customization. I know a lot of transsexuals who'll be disappointed that gender is now a binary male or female switch rather than the slider of previous games, so you can't recreate David Bowie anymore. The range of male body types is reduced to something between 3 protein shakes for lunch and 12 protein shakes for lunch, and the clothing options are reduced too. You can no longer pick and mix undershirts, overshirts and jackets to your heart's content. Now they're all under the blanket heading of of upper body. And most crushingly of all, you can't choose your fucking socks. So I can't wear fishnet stockings under a sensible business suit and roleplay as a Conservative MP. The return of the Cockney voice is small comfort, for in remaking my colour-coordinated Batman villain from Saints Row 2, I could no longer have a bowler hat tilted at the jaunty angle of my choice. It doesn't seem like it would have been hard to copy-paste all this from Saints Row 2. They could have done it while they were copy-pasting every other bloody thing. Yes, if all that sock business seemed unusually inconsequential even for me, it's because there's a limit to what one could say about Saints Row 3 that won't just turn into talking about Saints Row 2. The city's pretty much the same, except for the specific street layout, and they didn't make the hilarious costume shop really hard to find this time, because taking over the city dressed like Ronald McDonald is now the rule rather than the exception, and a lot of the side missions are the same. The main difference is that now there's no little cutscene at the start in which a character explains why blasting liquid feces all over someone's property is in any way rational. No, you just press the button to start the activity, and then you're driving around with a tiger in the passenger seat or pouring banana milkshakes down people's trousers or something equally wacky. The big new side mission is a hilarious Japanese-style game show where you run around shooting dudes like you always do, but in an atmosphere of such dense wackiness that if you breathe it in too much, then your lungs turn into balloon animals. But again, there's no explanation of how you got there. Maybe they're trying to make things more arcadey, but part of the joy in Saints Row is watching your constructed character play straight man to an ever wackier world. And I feel an opportunity was missed to show our hero meeting the organisers of the game and giving them Chinese burns until they agree to stop being twats. As for the main story thread, my issue with it is that there's not a great sense of progression. How your sandbox crime game is traditionally supposed to work is that you wash up in the lowliest gutter of whatever today's thinly disguised version of New York is, and from holding up liquor stores with sharpened lollipop sticks, you gradually gain better resources and climb the ladder until you're gazing down at the city from your penthouse apartment, swirling brandy around the skull of a rival gang leader's favourite clarinet teacher. In Saints Row 3, you're given access to helicopters, a penthouse HQ, and modern warfare-style guided missiles in the first few missions of the game. I feel it could have been paced better. I won't appreciate my jet plane if you haven't forced me to navigate the city slums in a shopping trolley for a while. I never get the sense that the Third Street Saints are ever in a position of difficulty when they appear to employ wizards who can conjure helicopters from the void of time and space. Flying a helicopter over my destination marker and bailing out to let it crash spectacularly into someone's grand should be a rare pleasure, not the main means by which I get around, and if I were the helicopter wizard, I'd be feeling a little taken for granted. The eternal concluding question of is it fun must grudgingly be answered with a yes, but with a whopping great pulsating asterisk next to it. It's fun because it plays deliberately to visceral masturbatory gratification, but this is done at the sacrifice of context and challenge. As I've been writing the script for this review, something has occurred to me. The story deals with the Third Street Saints having sold out and become media celebrities, reduced to cartoonish marketable parodies of their former selves, and one could draw a very clear parallel between that and this game as a whole, waving its multicoloured top hat in farewell to whatever seriousness remained in the property. Could this perhaps have been an intentional subtext? No, of course it wasn't. To assume sophistication on the part of a game that would have you smack passers-by into trees with a giant wobbling dick is like assuming a birthday party stripper is trying to get you to check her for breast cancer. It's not impossible, but why would she be wearing a policewoman's helmet? I'm starting to get bloody annoyed at the Assassin's Creed series, and not just because I can never remember if you're supposed to put an apostrophe in there. Imagine you walking to a lovely party with your friend Adrian Assassin's Creed, and on the way the two of you find a discarded top hat in a sewer drain, whereupon Adrian puts it on and does an elaborate and spellbinding 5-minute performance of Singing in the Rain on the nearest lamppost, and you are astonished by this sudden display of hitherto unknown talent, but then as you pass another lamppost he performs exactly the same routine, and you laugh good-naturedly and say, alright, we've had a lot of fun with this, but we really do need to get to this party now, but he responds by launching into the routine a third time, and then you notice a grim, tortured expression on his face, and your mutual friend Yolanda Ubisoft arrives and sucks all the money out of your pockets. If Brotherhood was Assassin's Creed 2.5, oh no more faffing about, Revelations is Assassin's Creed 2 3/4, faff and the world faffs with you. So after Future Desmond stabbed up his girlfriend at the end of the last game, oh yeah, spoiler alert, Future Desmond stabbed up his girlfriend at the end of the last game. His mind is trapped within the Animus, and in order to awaken from his coma, he must, you guessed it, relive the memories of an ancestor, because that's Future Desmond's solution for everything, isn't it? Hey Future Desmond, where did you leave the salad tongs? Hang on, I'll relive the memories of an ancestor to find out. So it's back into the wingle pickers of Ezio Audacity the Refrigerator, now in his 50s, but still as sprightly as ever despite his age and the ever-growing hamper of deadly stocking fillers he routinely straps to his body. This time he's faffing about in Constantinople looking for the 5 lost keys to Altair's secret library, which Ezio really needs to get into before his overdue fees mount up. Meanwhile, Future Desmond, who's starting to look unsettlingly like Adam Sandler, gets the chance to relive some memories of his own in weird, abstract first-person sections in the hope that he can piece together some kind of personality before he's called upon to carry a whole game by himself. Yeah, not happening, Future Desmond, not unless you peel off your face and reveal that you've been Columbo all along. Ezio hooks up with the local Assassin's Guild in Constantinople and finds them locked in a deadly struggle. Oh no, everything seems to be fine. The worst you could say is that they've been a bit lackadaisy about the recruitment quota, so Ezio has to do the same thing he did in Brotherhood and hire a new batch of trainees. Ezio Auditore, freelance personnel officer. The problem with the plot is that there doesn't seem to be much at stake. Ezio's main motivation is to girly slap fight some Templars over the keys to a library, but he doesn't know what's inside or how it will help. There's some political political intrigue concerning the succession of the local sultanate, but Ezio seems to be only tangentially involved. The closest thing to a driving plot element appears to be our randy Mediterranean friend trying to get some midlife crisis-style roughdie from a buxom wench. A Florentine lady, in mind, not a piece of local crumpet. The native Constantinople women seem to spend all their time whining for coins from passers-by. I must say, I'm grateful Assassin's Creed 2 introduced the coin-throwing ability for getting rid of beggars, because it's hard to claim you're championing the downtrodden when you can't walk down a street without throwing one at a wall. With Assassin's Creed dragging its feet like a leper with a length of rope, Revelation's idea of innovation is to add one or two new killing devices to Ezio's already ungainly repertoire and call it a day. It's at the point that Ezio could trip on a flagstone or brush his cloak past a doorknob and kill everyone in the room. So if the hidden blade, sword, dagger, crossbow, unarmed combat, throwing knives, other hidden blade, poison darts, pushing people off rooftops and a motherfucking gun weren't quite enough murder variety for you, then now you get to craft bombs from a variety of materials. There's the classic shrapnel bomb if you want your victims' next door neighbours to see what happens when you make poor choices in life, the more subtle poison bomb if you enjoy sparking impromptu dance parties, and the blood bomb that makes enemies think they've been wounded so you can run up and wound them for realsies. Or just use the poison bomb, you fucking show off. But the more tech you have, the more strategic challenge gets sucked out of things. In my day, we distracted guards with coins or hired strippers not lob firecrackers at their feet to make them all catch Saturday Night Fever. Kids of today, eh? Don't know they're born. Aside from that, Ezio also gets a hook blade that lets him climb onto things 1 foot higher. Fucking Christmas has come early. It was going to be 2 feet, but steady on, guys. Save some ideas for the sequel. But there's one major new mechanic apart from new weapons, and that's a tower defense minigame of all things. I know, that's exactly what I always thought Assassin's Creed was missing, besides maybe a colour matching game. Basically, the Templars attack one of your strongholds, and you have to stand on a rooftop placing snipers and barricades and directing the battle. But here's the odd thing. You only have to do it once in the tutorial. It's supposed to happen whenever your notoriety gets too high, but you can bring your notoriety down easily by bribing a herald for roughly the cost of a Twix, or killing an official and hey, money for old rope. On top of that, you can make your strongholds immune to attack by power leveling all you little munchkin trainees to maximum level. So not only is the most elaborate new game mechanic entirely optional, but not having to do it is considered a reward. Well, I'm glad we agree, Assassin's Creed Revelations, but I feel your efforts could be better directed. The Cynic is an isolationist beast, but can always recognise one of their own, and the Assassin's Creed series is getting very cynical. I like the games, but I feel my like is being exploited for coin. And at the risk of devaluing one of my favourite words, it's now faffing about like it's never faffed before, and the faffing is getting out of hand. All of this bullshit, the Championship Manager human resources management games, the Temp Plants versus Zomsassins, all of this is just more and more layers of flaky pastry between me and the succulent meat of the Assassin's Creed Cornish pasty. One bloke in a bedsheet hopping about on the rooftops, carefully planning a stealthy guerrilla assault to surgically strike like a thumbtack in a McChicken sandwich. The best thing one could say about Revelations is that it does make the effort to decisively wrap up the stories of Altair and Ezio, so we can finally move on to some new Burke in a dressing gown. Mind you, wouldn't put it past them to hold out for Assassin's Creed 2 and 7/8, in which Ezio must defeat the evil Templar nursing home orderlies by shooting blades out of his Zimmer frame. Deck the halls and ring whatever bells you have conveniently to hand. There's finally a full-on Zelda game on the Wii, by which I mean a full-on Zelda game that didn't have a simultaneous GameCube release, illustrating that anyone who willingly plays the version with motion controls must have recently fallen asleep with their head on a Breville sandwich toaster. Zelda games are simultaneously easy and difficult to criticize. Easy because the same major criticism can be dusted off and wheeled out every time, that despite graphical changes and gameplay tweaks, Nintendo have been releasing essentially the same game with such reliability for the last 15 years that we can practically sing along at this point. But the moment you say that, it's like you're grinding your naked bum into the Turin Shroud. No, sputter the fanboys. That's how it works. Every Zelda game is the beta for the next one, which implies that Nintendo have been knowingly releasing an unfinished product for decades and still haven't gotten it right, but we lap it up every time like starved inbred kittens. The thing is, though, even by those standards, completely fucked up standards that they are, Skyward Sword still isn't very good. And it's not just because I hate motion controls, although that's certainly a big part of it. While recent first-party Nintendo offerings like Kirby's Epic Yarn and New Super Mario Bros. Have had a tendency to scoot by head bowed, trying not to make eye contact with the whole motion controls thing, Skyward Sword's game plan seems to be largely to bash us over the head with the Wiimote and yell, "Remember this!" Only now the Wii Motion Plus has added the ability to register what direction you're slashing the sword, and apparently this never ceases to amaze because I swear every single enemy in the game has some kind of directional blocking ability, which would be fine, but the Wiimote reaction delay hasn't gone anywhere, and in a fast-paced fight, Link always seems to be doing the thing you wanted him to do 1 second ago, but which will now result in an electrified scrotum from the baddie's recently repositioned stun prod, and the flying controls are like scraping wallpaper off the inside of a teacup ride. As always, the game starts with a Link oversleeping. I have a theory that Link is like Sherlock Holmes and can only function as a human being if he's either on an adventure or enough cocaine to floor a sumo wrestler. This version of Link lives in a big floating ivory tower in the sky where everyone gets about on trained birds, and Zelda is the standard anime childhood friend love interest, which is at least a personality of some kind, but traditionally in Zelda games, Zelda is either already a princess and has no personality, or discovers she's a princess and immediately loses all personality, most egregiously in Wind Waker, when she's initially a sassy and effective pirate queen, but the moment she discovers her birthright, her adventuring clothes transform into the world's least practical dress, and she spends the rest of the game locked in a cupboard. Speaking of Wind Waker, spiritually, Skyward Sword feels feels quite reminiscent of it, except you're exploring an ocean of clouds rather than the more traditional ocean of water. But if the surface world is supposed to be so completely covered in clouds that you and your ivory tower friends aren't even sure it exists, then why, when you're exploring the surface world, is it always a bright sunny day? I found a plot hole! Nurse! So obviously Zelda ends up in an imbuggerance, and Link has to pick up the magic sword and sort her out. This time the magic sword comes free with a standard issue support character who deserves special mention because besides a twitchy enraged badger that points out important quest items by breaking wind at them, I could not imagine a worse assistant. Her big thing is spurious rigor. She can't just say go in the room and stab the big lad in the obvious glowing weak spot. It's always there is a 70% chance that you must stab the big lad in the obvious glowing weak spot. She sounds like a fucking laundry detergent commercial. Her other big thing is stating the obvious. Someone tells you to go to the forest temple. Bing, Link, I have calculated that we must go to the forest temple. Giant tentacles burst up through the floor. Bing, Link, I have calculated that there's a big monster outside with a narc on. You suck a man's cock. Bing! Link, I have calculated that you are sucking a man's cock. There is a 70% chance that you should now cradle his balls. And since the text crawls onto the screen as slowly as it can get away with, it's like being stuck on a long car ride with one of those people who insist on reading out loud every single fucking sign you pass. I guess I got unusually angry about that because everything else feels kind of padded and generally lackluster, like the musical instrument du jour, the harp. Previous ones had you enter different sequences of notes or gestures for different effects, but in every situation that calls for this one, you just wave your hand back and forth like you want to swat a fly but aren't particularly bothered. I'm not a harp player, but I'm pretty sure there's more to it than that. I liked Wind Waker because it had a huge seamless world to explore, and Skyward Sword just feels small in comparison. The free roamy sky area contains precisely one town island where you do all the shopping and 500 floating rocks, many of which have chests you can't open until you find their equivalent in one of the gated off designated questing areas, so fuck exploration. And of the designated questing areas, there are only 3 that you revisit like the outside toilet when the trots are going around. A forest, a desert, and a volcano. And the forest has to pull double duty as the water area as well. So no one really seems to be that into anything that's going on, not even the villains. The big evil dark demon lad hasn't even taken anything over yet. In fact, there's a boss fight they copy-paste 3 times that just involves whacking the big baddie over the head with a rolled-up newspaper so he doesn't escape from his hole. All the rest of the time is mainly spent proving your worth. First you prove your worth for the Master Sword, then you prove your worth for the 3 Sacred Flames, and then prove your worth a few more times for the Song of the Hero. If I were Link, I'd throw the sword down and yell, "Do you want this motherfucker dead or what?" I feel like I'm trying to arrest the person burgling your house and you keep telling me to fuck off until I put on some nicer shoes. I won't say the game doesn't have its moments. The pirate ship bit is alright, but even if we concede to the fanboys that a Zelda game can only be judged alongside other Zelda games, Skyward Sword is the worst Zelda game I've ever played. I mean, 2 of the dungeons just end with a generic boss fight with a recurring baddie, and you don't even defeat him with an item you found in the same dungeon. That's breaking the Zelda rule. I'm pretty sure that means the developers must now report to Shigeru Miyamoto's office, kneel on a Wii Fit board, and honorably disembowel themselves with a tennis racket attachment.